believe court's gonna be really back like at 1:30. The judge was kind of deliberating and thinking about this whole motion to motion for a mistrial. And apparently and allegedly, we're hearing that it was denied, but we'll probably hear a little bit more in court. Now, before we get there, we got a bunch of stuff to talk about. So we're going to talk about this Melly cooperation video I see everybody keeps talking about. But not only that, I think it's probably best, and welcome YouTube online. Obviously, we're here on Rumble. Does anybody know how to get the Rumble chat? Like, I was trying to figure out this morning before I went on live. I'm trying to get the Rumble chat is going to. Oh, actually, I got. Give me 1 second. I actually got something even better. The Rumble chat is going to now be on stream. Give me 1 second. Right there. I think if I just add this. Right there. Wait. No, this ain't it. Where the fuck did it go? Oh. Anyway, welcome everybody who's here. What the fuck am I doing right now? Oh, here we go. Nigga. Oh. Am I tripping? I might be tripping, chat. I ain't gonna lie to you. Oh, that's what that is. My bad. I'm fucking up. Give me a second. I'm an idiot. Add. Yeah. Okay. I think I got it. Yeah, I'm an idiot. Ah, there we go. Get the little Rumble logo over there. You feel me? Bang! Right there. How'd that look? Right there. Bang. I think that's cool. There you go. There you go. Perfect. Perfect. All right, cool. And I'll figure out how to get the Rumble chat on here. But anyway, we're back on Rumble. We're on all platforms right now. Later on, we'll be only on Rumble. So you guys, I keep telling you guys, get over to Rumble and make an account that once we get off of these other platforms and do a part of the stream exclusively on Rumble, you could get the whole stream, all right? For now, we are on YouTube, Twitch, and Facebook. And welcome to all you guys. Again, this is day 5 of the YNW Melly trial. Let me actually tweet this out for people who wanna. Actually, I won't tweet it out until we get into trial shit. We're probably gonna most focus as I just play this Troy Ave song. Casanova, if you guys don't know, who is a rapper out of New York City who is awaiting sentencing. People think he's gonna get about like 20 years for his participation in a criminal street gang, which they're saying is the Apes, which is like some blood gang out of New York. They call him one of the members who was funneling money into the jail, Rikers Island at that, paying the higher ranked members, whether putting money on their books or sharing some of this rap proceeds with them. And they believe this funneled and helped funded a criminal enterprise for a while. So he's been sitting in New Jersey, actually, which is Essex County Jail, awaiting sentencing. However, there was an incident where they believe that he was cut and sliced in the face. Now, apparently he was like chilling somewhere and some guy comes over, cuts him. I hear people are kind of overestimating what the cut is. Some people thinking it's like, if you ever hear what they call a $150 is when somebody cuts you with a blade from your ear to your mouth. I heard he was cut in the face. We don't know how, severe it was. We hear Casanova then reacts, jumps on the guy. By the way, Casanova's built like my niggas. Casanova's like 6'3", looking like a fucking linebacker. I always thought he was on some steroids or some shit. So he jumps on the dude, and apparently Casanova has some, inmates that's fucking with him. They all jump on the dude, and then the dude gets cut up. So the dude basically went on a dummy mission. Now, this is all after, and let me see if I can bring this up. Casanova wrote a letter to the judge, which, not to quote Troy Ave's lines, but Casanova letter to judge, and this is the pre-sentencing letter. And he basically is renouncing his gang ties. So, when he was free, he was the big ape, but now he's saying he wants to be a civilian. Now, they say, according to new legal documents obtained by TMZ, Casanova is asking the judge not to throw the book at him after pleading guilty in a drug trafficking RICO case. And he's now denounced his gang affiliation, okay? He's made a commitment to change his life around, all right? I could see if I could probably pull the document, the full letter up. But yeah, as detailed in the letter from the U.S. Attorney's Office of the Southern District in New York, in May of last year, Casanova's plea of guilty saw him admit to participation in a 2018 robbery, a 2020 shooting in Florida, and a marijuana trafficking. And let me see if I can get to the letter. Where's the letter at? Come on now. There's one of these that has the fucking letter. Does this has a letter? Don't tell me I gotta use my little thing to go find it again. I thought the source had it. No. Anyway, I don't know if y'all care to see the letter. I mean, I'm still logged in this thing. I can just search it up. What's his name? Caswell Senior. All right, I'm finding this thing. Senior Caswell. Is that how I spell his name? Yeah. Is it? No. Let me see. Casanova, real name. Rapper. Caswell Senior. Oh, Senior's a... Yeah. That's spelled wrong. Senior's the last name. Oh, here it is. All right, and by the way, he's just trying not to get 20 years, my nigga. Like, do I believe that he's really renouncing or he really is not no gang member no more? I don't think he's dropping his flag, quote unquote. I think he's trying to write a letter to try to say, hey, listen, you guys have kind of basically got me in this web of this RICO that says that me being in the gang did all these bad things. I'm trying to show you that I'm down to change. Is he finna change? No. Not what I mean by no, like, not saying he's a bad person, but I don't think he finna, like, you know what I mean? He's writing a letter saying it's like when Meek goes to court and say he's not a gang member. It's like when Kodak is in court and said he's not a thug. You get what I mean? Like, again, you're gonna say whatever it is, and I'm not mad at it. Okay, sentencing submission, here we go. I think this is it right here. This is how it's supposed to look, or... What the fuck is this? View. What in the fuck? Give me one second. I'm trying to figure out what the fuck this is. Oh, this is the government. Holy shit. Oh, okay. Yeah, they want Cass gone for a long time. This is a 34. Oh my God, they got this shit in here. Okay, I'll bring this up on the screen in a second. Let me look at this other thing. I'm trying to find his letter. Don't worry. I'm in like a on this computer down here. I'm in like a government portal. It's called the Vlad TV portal. You feel me? I'm playing. It's a joke. All right. Damn, they got all the guns. Oh, this shit is heavy. Yeah, these niggas were fucked. Okay. That's sentencing submission there. This should be his letter. Exhibit plea. Okay. Here it is. A letter from Caswell Sr. Okay, exhibit letters in support. Okay, he got mad letters. He had 54 letters. Oh, y'all want to see who wrote letters on his behalf? Remember, all these niggas. I think Cass. Yo, by the way, I support Cass. You know, remember me and him a little dust up. But like, yo, I ended up being in a music video with him. I went out to eat with him. He's a very cool dude. I like Cass. I'm Casanova. You know what Casanova realized? This music industry shit was fake. All that little buddy Rock Nation brunch shit, that nigga caught the Rico and he couldn't get a text back from these niggas. These niggas would have reached out to save his life. You feel me? But these were the people, you know, he was probably thinking, oh, this is the homies. You feel me? Fuck out of here. You get what I mean? It's gonna download? We're gonna see if any of them niggas at the Rock Nation brunches wrote letters to support him. By the way, these letters are nothing to do with snitching. These letters are to kind of tell the judge, hey, he's a good guy. Please don't give him 25 years. You know what I mean? I could imagine his wife wrote a letter. Maybe his kid wrote a letter, right? Let's see. Okay, and then finally, here's his letter. I'm going to put all this up on the screen in like 2 seconds. Here's his letter right here. Pass right there. And then no. Where the fuck is the letter? By the way, if court starts back with the Melly thing, just immediately tell me. But I'm just trying to find this letter that we could. I love reading these letters. Oh. Javante Davis spoke up for him. That's kind of cool, right? Why is this not opening? No, it's not it. It's right here. Okay, I think I got it. Okay, I got it. You know, I do it live here, chat. All right. All right, it's gonna take a second to come through, but I did send it to myself. All right, let me see. Jesus. His Gmail this fucking slow? All right, here we go. All right, his letter is this. Well, actually, I'll start from the beginning. Oh, these are the letters that... Ooh, okay. All right, here we go. These are the people who wrote on behalf of Casanova. So, Your Honor, my name is Sean Germain. I'm writing on behalf of, who is this? This is a former FDNY, former talent manager. Okay. Then, secondly, my name is Jamir Corbett. I am Caswell Sr.'s wife and mother to his daughter. So this is his wife who wrote this letter. Okay. Got to get the wifey in there. Your Honor, my name is Josette Daniels. I'm his mother-in-law. Okay. Mother-in-law come through with some good love. Oh, okay. The daughter came through. Okay. Well, obviously. These are obvious, right? Daughter came through. By the way, he has a beautiful family, and I think that's the most horrific part of all of this. Here's his nephew. This is what's this? I'm writing this character reference in the Samantha Couture. Who is that though? Oh, that's a mathematics teacher. Holy shit. My name is Rahman Mohammed, Deputy Mayor of Newark, New Jersey. Oh, shit. Tapped in with the mayor writing a letter. My name is Edison Julio. This is a Rikers Island detention individual, or like, I guess he works there. Where the rap niggas at? That's what I want to see. All of these rap niggas that was popping bottles, where are they at? What is this? Andy King. This is like some community leader or something like that. Okay, yeah, it is. Child care worker. Okay. Where are the niggas at the Rock Nation brunch? Okay, Javante Davis tapped in. My name is Javante Davis. I'm a professional boxer, and Caswell Sr. is my friend. I like that. I like that. My name is Javante Davis. I'm a boxer. Caswell Sr. is my friend. By the way, it doesn't help that Javante Davis currently locked up, but don't matter. At least he's holding his homie down. Fuck it. I'm from Baltimore, Maryland. I grew up poor, spent much of my time experiencing all the bad in the streets I had to offer. I didn't have much role models, blah, blah, blah. I met Caswell Sr. 7 years ago and we became instant friends. He did not hide the fact that he had a criminal record and previous things he was not proud of. However, he did not glamorize his past lifestyle. Almost in every conversation we had, he told me how horrible committing crimes and serving time in prison were. Whenever I considered doing something wrong, I could hear the voice in my head tell me to think of the consequences of my family. I've also seen him speak to a large group of people. Great. This was good. Who the hell is this? This is Drum, an anti-violence organization. Okay. My son, Cass, has gotten locked up. He's a loving child. Given what he didn't have, he loved his family. Okay, I guess this is his mom, I'm guessing. I guess this is his mom. Yeah, that was his mom. Kevin Corbett. Okay, this is son-in-law, so I guess that's the mom's new husband, I guess. This is Cass's uncle. This is his first cousin. This is another cousin. Somebody from the justice reform system is writing in. CEO of Acuity Productions is writing in. I'm guessing this is... Again, these are all character references, but I just want to see the rap niggas who was popping bottles. Oh, finally. Here we go. Your Honor. Finally, a nigga from Rock Nation comes in. Omar Grant from Rock Nation. Your Honor, I'm writing this letter in support of Caswell Sr.'s character. I have had the privilege of knowing Mr. Sr. for 3 years and would like to offer a more complete picture of the man I know. He was first on a Rock Nation label as a recording artist in 2019, the year I became co-president of Rock Nation. Upon stepping into the position, I made it my priority to get to know every artist signed to the company on a personal level. I gave them my cell phone and told them the lines of communication were always open. Mr. Sr. was one of the few artists that actually took me up on this offer. We had myriad of conversations from creative direction of his albums, his experience of fatherhood, faith, growing up in New York. Like Caswell, I too grew up in New York, the Bronx, and even had first-hand accounts of the atrocities and violence experienced growing up in the hood. Unlike him, I'm blah, blah. Okay, all right. Okay, so Rock Nation tapped in one time. Nathan McCarty. Who is this? Okay, this is another Rock Nation. Okay, some Rock Nation niggas coming in. I like that. You know, I'm gonna give credit where it's due. This was the senior vice president of commerce writing on behalf of him. That's good. I like that. Again, still no rappers, but you know what I mean? Like, you know, you might ask a rapper for a character reference. He might think you ask him to write a statement. So you know how these niggas are. Angelica Gatton, which is an acquaintance of Caswell's senior. Although I'm only acquainted to him, he's impacted my life a lot. He was my label mate over at Rock Nation, which means we ran into each other frequently. Who's that? I feel like I should know that name. Angelica Gatton? Who's that? She says she's a label mate, which makes me want to think she's an artist. I looked up her name. I didn't see anything much. Okay. DJ Silk. Okay. Another DJ. Prince Brown. I don't know who that is. I'm writing. I'm going down. The bodyguard wrote a letter. Somebody met him as BT as an intern. See, some of these people just ran into him as acquaintances, and the niggas he was popping bottles with, not there at all. Dave Gordon, okay. Let's skip through this really quickly, blah, blah. No Jay-Z? Jay-Z wrote anything? Melvin Ingram. Did Jay-Z write anything? Stephanie Cruz. On-air personality. Did Hova write anything? Oh, shit. This is a good character reference. He loved my mom's oxtail and teriyaki salmon. Yeah, come on, man. All right, so safe to say, who's this? All right, man, I'm done with this. Okay. That nigga even had his jeweler. This nigga jeweler even said, yo, bro, let my guy out of jail, bro. Damn. Anyway, there's a few more documents that I'll kind of bring up. This is supposedly the sentencing memorandum, which what this is going to be used for is to basically tell the judge, summarize everything that, you know, he pled guilty to kind of just, it's like a refresher in a way. Hold on. Okay, here we go. And it's going to show some of the pictures that I don't even think the media is even publicized. We don't got to read through all that. That's boring. They got some exhibits and pictures in this shit. Okay. So apparently, remember there was a conversation, there was an argument. No, there was an allegation that Caswell or Casanova beat up a woman in some restaurant. This is the restaurant, and fuck, this is 4K footage. Like, it's the clear shit as you can see. Cass here, they circle it. Look, the facts are clear. Mr. Senior entered the Good Stuff Diner in Manhattan with several other men and women spending time at the Harlem watching the pickup basketball games and partying. When he sat down with two other women, he noticed a woman at the booth diagonally across from the table would apparently recognize him as a recording artist. She started videotaping or live streaming him on her phone, telling him that he should be at home with his wife. Oh, shit. As seen as the surveillance footage, he pointed at her, asking her to stop taping him. Oh, she was trying to snitch on that boy. Chat. You know, he got a wife. So he out with two baddies. You feel me? He's out with two baddies type shit. And she's recording him talking about, Cass, you know you should be home with your wife. Hell nah, bitch. Hold up. You ain't fucking up my pimping like that. Look, Oh, this is a girl. When the woman refused to stop taping and Mr. Cena went to her table, at which time a scuffle. I guess he probably just tried to grab the phone. I can't imagine him trying to get into it with a woman. This is when he forcefully grabbed the phone from her. Okay, it makes sense. For this act, Senior has taken full responsibility. There's no gang members standing with him. He's surrounded by 3 women who are not gang members. Okay, this might be Kaz's team submitting this. Oh, this chick got a little dog right here. Like holy. Right here. Oh, this is Kaz. After Kaz took the phone from the woman, he stepped away and clearly seen deleted videos from the phone. He's not talking to anyone or directing anyone to do anything. He just wanted to delete the videos. Nah, Kaz was with a baddie, though. Them titties is sitting up. I think that's a push-up, bro. Nah, this shit is clear as day, nigga. Okay, all right. So that was one thing. Look at this, the dice game. Let me tell you this. Ain't no way you catch me playing dice with a bunch of Negroes. That shit only lead to death, robbery, or some other bullshit. Okay, yeah, this is a memorandum for on his side. I'm going to show you what the government is claiming he's doing. Here we go. Is it this? Yeah, that was on behalf of the governments. Yeah. And then I'm going to read the letter, then we're off of this. We're not going to drag it too much. I feel like I am already. Now, the reason why I'm even showing you this, because like sometimes y'all don't get to see like some of the real shit because these cases ain't publicized. So these are the chains. They're saying that all of these chains he got basically proves he's in the gang. He taking pictures with apes in the background. The fucking gang is called the Gorilla Stone Apes. So he's like, yo, come on now. You can't tell us you're not a gang member when all your chains got apes. You're taking pictures in front of apes. These are some guns that they say they found. No. They said this is a Instagram post where he visited Reed. And what? Oh, they're saying he visited one of the top ranking members in the gang. And then here's some they took this from his iCloud. Holy shit. This Cass, I got some money for you, bro. Hey, Cass, okay, cool. Just let me know how you want to take care of it. Okay, here's another thing. This is him saying, I'm under Dick Wolf. Oh, wow. There's a nigga named Dick Wolf? That's what they were saying about this other guy before. This guy is a Dick Wolf guy that he wrote Free Dick Wolf. Okay, I guess that's like the big ape. I'm under Dick Wolf. The GF. What do you mean? The girlfriend? That's not girlfriend. No, the grandfather. Oh, shit. Or Godfather. Yeah, Godfather, right? The Godfather of all the apes. Holy. All right. This is when they had like a little family day at the direction of I guess the Dick Wolf guy. Okay, this is him communicating with the guy. Cass says, I ain't playing, sis. I'm putting this ape shit worldwide. Big bro gonna be happy when he see it. You gotta send him a pic. Then he says, nothing, bro. I'm tired of it. I do everything dolo. Niggas using me. I don't even got no support or help from niggas. And if it do be help, niggas come around to get clout, then leave. I can't rely on none of these niggas. I really was in Houston with Ray Little Ass. That's not right after the King Von shit. So it looked like he's basically saying, yo, where all the gang members that's supposed to be with me? Like, yo, King Von just died. I guess, yeah, see, this is November 2020. Von died like about 3 weeks before that. Yeah, so basically they were showing that he expected protection from them. So you had to go to the hood to pick up money, and Cass was like, I ain't gonna lie, it was crazy. Nigga looked spooked, thought I had. Everybody thought I had it on me because I was by myself, you heard? The July shooting. Oh my God, this is crazy. Anyway, I was just looking at the pictures. Somebody said Cass called and apologized, LOL. It says, yo, then we get back to the Casanova shit. Niggas talking they shit, whatever, whatever. I grabbed the spoon to make some macaroni. Yo, I love gang members. Gang members will say the most obvious thing. Nigga, you don't even have a kitchen in your house. Yo, I grabbed the spoon to make some macaroni, but I had to turn him into spaghetti. The cops ain't gonna understand that. Like, no way the cops like, oh, he's in a culinary class. Nah, he's in a culinary. I grabbed the spoon to make some macaroni. Fuck nigga gonna grab my hand and be like, yo, the rest for the ladies. You got money, buy you some food. I moved his hand off my shit and was like, nigga, I got money. I looked back, laughed. He instantly was like, yo, bro, another pan out, eat. What the fuck? Nah, I'm good. Fuck ya. Shoulda let the Crip nigga blow his face off. What the fuck is this? Oh my God. Then they use a picture. You know, he's convicted for marijuana as well. They got this shit right here. This is crazy. All right. No fucking way. They had 2X weed strands that they were packaging. It's hilarious. All right. And other niggas was taking pictures of the product. This is bad. Keep going down. That might be it. That might be it. All right. It was under seal for a while, but it's not no more. Oh, no. This exhibit is under seal. That's what it means. Let me just read his letter, and I think we're good after that. Okay. All right. Here is Cass's letter. He says, "Dear," well, he didn't say "Dear Judge." He said, "Judge Halpern, I first wrote this as what would I say to you on the day that you sentenced me. I do hope to say a few words to you on that day, but I will be nervous and did not want to leave anything out. I would like to thank you, Your Honor, for your consideration. I would like to sincerely apologize to the court, society, and my family for my actions and the role in this case, and for the victims of gang activities. I take full responsibility of my action because as a man, I have the power to make different decisions, and I chose not to. I do not have a problem with this court considering the man I was in my youth and the fact I stayed a member of this gang. What's important to me is that the court see who I truly am and the man I tried to be. Your Honor, growing up in the streets of Flatbush, Brooklyn wasn't easy. For me, faced with poverty, struggle, and no dad around, I made bad decisions. Now that is on me, but I would hope that you can understand that I didn't have anyone showing me a different path. As I spoke to young people in the last few years that were already in the streets and in trouble, and some who were on their way there, I thought back to my early days. I tried to be the voice that would tell them not to go where I went. I had been there, and by the grace of God, I was in a place where they could actually listen to me. It took time and a lot of hard knocks for me to learn that the streets and crime would do me. When I was sentenced in 2008 to 6 years, I thought my life was over. I lost my wife and my family. While I was in there, I lost my father to cancer. While I put on a strong facade, all I wanted to do was end it. Surviving on Rikers Island and upstate correctional facilities were not easy with racial and gang tension and violence at its height. I had to act the part in there because if I didn't, I would be killed. I will face the same fate now because I'm telling you that anyone that will listen that I'm telling you that anyone that will listen that I wanted out before I was arrested and now I am out. What? I learned through my music career that people will listen and that I don't need to associate myself with a gang to succeed. I don't need to associate with a gang even if I don't succeed. I came home with a desire to change. I vowed to bring my family back together, my mom, my wife, my daughter, my son, and other relatives. I found new hope when I found music. It wasn't just fun. The music helped me mentally, as I found a new way to vent something I've always had trouble with, battling mental health and social anxiety. It looked like Charlamagne wrote that fucking line. I was released from prison in 2013. I completed 5 years supervised release with no violations in 2016, and I was given a real opportunity to succeed in my music career. Like other rappers before me that were in gang life, I thought I needed to stay in the life in name because it was to promote my career. I don't care what the government tells you. I am telling you the truth. I was not involved in daily activities of this gang. I was not anyone's boss. What I was, and I regret, this was a person they could use to promote themselves in the world. I swear to you, I was trying to leave. It's clear as day. He said he was trying to leave the gang. I clearly did not do a good enough job of this, as I did find myself in one bad situation after another. For the first time in my life, I felt like I could do something good for society. I knew the path of gang life was a dead end. I mean dead end. You die on the outside or you die in jail. I found a way to tell young people that time and time again. For the first time in my life, I was a real father, real husband, and a person that could maybe, just maybe, help people avoid my disaster of a life. It felt good being home, doing the right thing for the first time in my life. The government would tell you that all my music was about gangs and violence. It wasn't. Some was because it sold. I used that image to sell music legally. Other raps were not. One song made clear that life in jail was the most depressing one a person could find themselves in. I did use the gangster image as an artist, but that was not the man I was striving to become. I'm sorry for my past. I'm sorry for the robbery, but I'm telling you, I acted out of impulse in taking the lady's phone and deleting the videos, but that is all I wanted to do. I did not tell anyone to do anything. I had the phone. I was deleting the video and giving it back. I never intended any harm to come to anyone. I was in a diner. The other two incidents that haunt me, I did not intend for any of it to happen. I did not go to the club that night to do anything but celebrate my birthday. The party was a party. I went there to have fun. It was not some gang thing, but it became one. I'm not asking you to ignore the bad. There's plenty of it. I'm asking you to see the other side that was finally starting to shine. I'm not who the government wants you to believe I am, and I'm not the man you or anyone needs to worry about in the future. I am coming out hoping to further my music career without needing or wanting any image. I can make it without, and I will continue to speak out against gang life. I stand out in front of you today as a 36-year-old man who has made mistakes that I must put behind me and continue on the path I was on. I have made contacts to continue speaking out against gangs while doing my sentence. This is not something new. I started this years ago. I am telling you and anyone that will listen, I am no longer a member of Gorilla Stone or any gang. Damn. Oh, never mind. He just said that's a black and white. Yeah, that's a denouncement if you can see it. I'm telling you, anybody will listen. He is no longer part of the Gorilla Stone or any gang. I have a lot of empathy for Casanova because if you ever watched his interviews, obviously there was a little bit of a, kind of aggression that, I think he always came with. But as time went on, you realize this was a nigga just trying to have a career. You get what I mean? And, even when he spoke about just 6ix9ine coming back home and he was just like, yo, listen, man, I just want to stay out the way and just get my money and blah, blah, blah. And it's kind of unfortunate that this has happened, very sad situation. He's left behind wife, kids, obviously his family cared. They wrote a lot of letters. He's 36 now. He's been locked up for about 2 years. He's expected to get 20. Him getting out at 54, does he have any chance of a rap career? No. Is there a chance he gets 10? The government is saying 20. The government says we need him to get 20. I can't see the judge doing 10. Even if he gets out in 10. If he gets out at like 44, does he have a chance? I don't know, man. I wish Cass luck, but I guess what I really was trying to play was the video supposedly where he apparently Casanova cut.
A team exclusive. Renewed scrutiny on escalating violence at the Essex County Correctional Facility after a former New York City rapper who was awaiting sentencing on federal drug charges got slashed in a vicious altercation with another inmate. It happened yesterday afternoon, and investigative reporter Sarah Wallace has inside information.
I should get paid for the work I put in. I'm so Brooklyn.
Former Brooklyn rapper Casanova, whose real name is Coswell Sr., isn't going back to his hometown streets anytime soon. The self-proclaimed Blood gang member who pleaded guilty to federal drug conspiracy charges last year was involved in a vicious fight yesterday at the Essex County Correctional Facility in Newark. These internal reports from correction officers say Sr. was slashed with a weapon by another inmate, Ulysses Lugo, and then chased him down with the help of others. We spoke with one officer who responded to the scene.
Inmate Lugo, you couldn't see his face because he was saturated in blood. You couldn't see it at the time because his whole face was saturated in blood and his whole uniform was saturated in blood. Inmate Senior was sitting there and blood was just coming out of his face.
A spokesman for the county told us this minor incident and whether weapons were employed is under investigation. Insiders tell us the unit was not searched last night or this morning, but in a recent interview with me, the director insisted they have implemented enhanced searches.
We're doing the searches 2 shifts a day. I'm doing everything that you can from a correctional administrator handbook done.
And then there's the issue of officer training. Retired Correction Lieutenant Jim Teresi reiterated what we've highlighted in recent stories.
Took a 4-month officer with no academy training and we put her alone with 64 federal prisoners who she has no idea who they are or what they're there for.
In January, state law will require correction officers to go through the police academy before they oversee inmates. But in the meantime, the numbers are disturbing. Since March, before yesterday, there were 17 codes, inmate-on-inmate assaults or inmate-on-officer assaults. Ironically, yesterday's violence came on the same day that a jury found 3 inmates guilty of the 2021 jail beating of Jayshawn Boyd. 2 were convicted of attempted murder. Boyd suffered permanent brain damage. His family has filed a civil lawsuit against the county.
Are you surprised that there's still cases of violence after this happened to your son?
Yes. Yes, I am. They're doing nothing about it. Something needs to be done.
No weapons were found after yesterday's attack, but one inmate was seen trying to flush something down the toilet. By the way, in the federal case, the former rapper is scheduled to be sentenced later this month. He could face a maximum of 60 years in prison. From Newark, Sarah Wallace, News 4 New York.
Wow. My prayers go out to Casanova. You know, some people are speculating that it's because he has just verbatim said he is no longer part of the Gorilla Stone gang, that maybe either he lost his protection in jail or maybe now he's being targeted by that same gang. Because, you know, again, denouncing a gang, usually most of these gangs is saying blood in, blood out, like basically saying you can't leave. And Cass has indicated that he doesn't want to be a part of the gang anymore, okay? Is that the case? Is it because he said he doesn't want to be a part of the Gorilla Stone, or is it because he lost protection, or maybe he's just beefing with some random dude? I don't know. I wish him the best of luck, and you know, getting to again. I went out to eat with him, his beautiful wife. You know, obviously, I think the tough part that we all don't realize is that you leave a family behind, but such is the case with other people. I could imagine other people saying, like, whoever Dick Wolf is, they probably been like, nigga, we don't give a fuck if you the rapper or not. You was enjoying all this gang shit before, now you dropping it because you want to go back home to your family. We got family too. We riding with this shit. So I don't know. Send prayers for Casanova. Before we get to the Melly stuff, my boy Andrew Tate, he's been officially charged. Andrew Tate has been charged or I guess they call it indicted, but he's been indicted on human trafficking and rape charges in Romania. Now, according to CNN, it says the online influencer Andrew Tate and his brother and 2 Romanian citizens were indicted Tuesday on charges of human trafficking, rape, and setting up a criminal gang, according to a statement from a Romanian prosecutor. The Tate brothers and 2 Romanian female suspects are under house arrest pending a criminal investigation for the abuses committed against 7 women. Accusations have been denied. His first arrest came in the Romanian capital of Bucharest in 2022. They were detained until March. And yeah, we've been kind of following this for a while. I think what I could say at this point, I think Andrew Tate was very aware that charges most likely was going to come. They did all of this. They spent a lot of resources, and I'm not too sure how their system works. Like, for example, in the United States, if they're going to have such investigation into you, it's going to go before a grand jury, and a grand jury is going to make that determination if there's enough evidence to bring you to a trial, right? So it has to be a probable cause. Here, to be honest, I don't know how their process works. So after seeing the whole country expend so much resources in trying to not only keep this guy incarcerated, but trying to like make sure he didn't get out of jail. Give me a second. I simply just have to assume that this indictment was going to happen regardless, even if they still have nothing. And if they have nothing, he'll beat the case. If they do have something, we'll see if it goes the other way. But I think the government would have looked utterly foolish if there was no charges brought at the end of this process after they did all that much. Now, granted, they have what these charges evolved into because they had changed the way they call these charges. Let's go to Rumble. If you get on Rumble, go to Tate's speech, just type it in, and they kind of spoke about their charges for the first time, which I've never seen them speak about it before. Hold on. Or maybe it was actually, I think it was Tristan Tate's interview. So Tristan, he did an interview. I think he did an interview with PBP, and he basically just kind of Tristan Tate. I think this is.
Why did you get for the experience, Andrew? Opposite of mad about it. I'll come down in the morning, 7 a.m. Andrew's at his laptop. We'll go do. There's an exercise we hate doing. You put 30 kilograms on a burpee bar. Do the on a weight bar. You do a burpee, lift it above your head, and you do it 150 times. It's tiring. It's horrible.
Okay.
So I'll do them, and I'll say.
Essentially, he had said it was something about TikTok. He said they're locked up literally for some shit we do with TikTok. Let me see if I can find it.
The world with no who take care of them. We were going to do a very serious emergency meeting. Feel compressed. Trials and tribulations, and we understand that God is going to give them to us. And what wonderful. Now I could see what the evidence against him was. Show me. And they have to show their cards at that point. So if I go back to jail, or if I don't go back to jail, as I said, I trust the Romanian justice system, but there are miscarriages in justice in every single country in the world. If there is a miscarriage of justice, you will all know the evidence that proved I ran a gang that stole TikTok money, even though I have hundreds of millions of dollars from friends of mine who say that we never stole from them.
Absolutely. And this is very important. Today it's us.
But if any of you want to live the life that you're hoping to live, if any of you want to truly be people who are free and sovereign and free of mind and free of geographical area, and you want to be able to do what you want and say what you want, and even if you're a good person and you believe in God and you help people and you donate money to charity and you do all these good things and they still don't like you, you have to understand, you're not just supporting us. You're literally protecting yourself for the future, because we're getting to a level of insanity now where nobody is safe.
Yeah.
The BBC and Lucy with their story.
I'm so confused about this case because, again, you know, there's no central place where you could go read an actual charging document. And maybe it is, but it's probably translated in a different type of language, right? What language they speak in Romanian? So I'm hearing two different stories. Like, when I read all these like reports that come through Reuters and all that shit, it says, yo, they're charged with, look, just even look how CNN words it. They're charged with human trafficking, rape, and setting up a criminal gang. When I hear it from Tristan Tate, yo, they just think we finessed a couple chicks out of their TikTok money. That seems like two different things. Like, rape is rape. Human trafficking is human trafficking. This criminal gang shit, like, obviously we have RICO charges in the U.S., so it's like, that's like a floating thing to do with any type of organized crime. So I don't know what that means in Romania, but those are supposedly the allegations or what they're being charged with. But Tristan says, no, they think we have a gang that finessed women, and maybe that's where the human trafficking comes in. Because apparently human trafficking, let me look at the definition of human trafficking. Human trafficking. What the fuck? This a hotline just popped up. The fuck going on? Yo, a hotline popped up and Google popped up a thing saying, what's your location? What the fuck? Oh, nah. Let me get off this site before they think there's some other shit, gang. Human trafficking is a recruitment, transportation, transfer, or harboring or receipt of people through force, fraud, or deception. I think people like my like, you know, antiquated, just ignorant way of thinking about human trafficking is like, yo, a white truck pulls up, they open the door, they throw some bad chicks that was walking away from the bar or whatever the kid. They throw some girls into a vehicle and kidnap him type shit, right? Fucking duct tape them and fucking put some shit over their eyes. The next time they wake up, they're in fucking Zimbabwe, niggas. And then the guy said, yo, if you want to get back home, you got to sell some pussy and we'll let you back. We'll let you go free at a certain point. That's what I'm thinking human trafficking is, right? But apparently it's more nimble than that, right? It doesn't have to be through like force. It could be through fraud or deception. Now, the fraud or deception part gets interesting because with deception could be just lying, right? Now, here's the thing, and this is what I was always trying to like understand and listen to like the Tates to understand what they were doing. From what I got, and this is just my interpretation of what I'm listening to, like Tate. They said, yo, we definitely lied to some chicks now. Of course we lied to girls, but we lied to them to fuck them. We never lied to them about what they were coming to do to work, right? Now, apparently some of these girls would come over because they were in love with these guys. They call it like, you know, the fans or whoever call it like the lover boy method. Dudes lie to girls all the time. Like, yo, I'm in love with you, baby. Come on. Like, yeah, they're trying to fuck or whatever. Now, I guess they're saying the coercion or the deception kind of turns into, it's not only you're trying to just have sex with her, so you lie to her, right? Or you kind of like make her feel like you're in love with her. You now kind of have this spell over her, and now she's in a foreign country where she's uncomfortable. You kind of tell her like, hey, baby, I think you should get on this webcam company with me. You should start selling your body. We could make some business out here. So she don't really want to do it, but like, you know, like she's under this deception that this is what, I don't know. I'm just trying to think out loud with this shit. With the aim of exploiting them for profit. So I guess if you lie to a chick and you just fuck her, that's not it, right? Well, I can't even say that because, you know, women cry. If if you lie about loving a girl, right? Let's say you lied like, yo, baby, I love you, but you don't. You end up fucking her. As long as she consents to you fucking her, that's not human trafficking, right? Like, even if she went to another country to see you, right? It's only when you're now using the lie to turn a profit. So now if you're saying, baby, I love you, yo, let's go do these things, which might be criminal in nature or could gain you a profit. I guess that's what it is. I'm thinking out loud here, people. Men and women and children of all ages from all backgrounds could be victims of this crime, which occurs in every region of the world. The traffickers often use violence or fraudulent employment agencies and fake promises of education and job opportunities to trick and coerce their victims. I seen somebody in the chat say, well, there's a part of this that said that, like, if you can't leave. Well, could these women leave? Were they allowed to leave? Like, that's another thing I'm confused about in this case. Every time I've heard the Tate's talk, they said, yo, these girls could go wherever they want. They were like, yeah, there's times that they wanted to go into town. Because we have security at the house, we'll send the security with them. But it was never like, oh, yo, you can't run away. But it looks like that's what the government was alleging. Like, yo, they couldn't leave. Where's the evidence? I guess we're going to see it because they got charged. Somebody says, Andrew Tate is also, this is CNN. Andrew Tate has been charged with raping one of the victims, while his brother Tristan has been charged with instigating others to violence. That's a vague description of Tristan's allegations. He's been charged with instigating others to violence. They do Tate speech. They say every man needs to be able to protect themselves. They say every man needs to be able to stand up for their country, their community, or their household. Is that instigating to violence? I'm just thinking out loud here, people. I don't know. I don't know nothing about nothing. The Tate brothers will appear in Bucharest court Wednesday morning, 11 a.m. according to CNN affiliate Antenna 3. The court would then discuss their preventive measure or house arrest and set a date for the trial. Under Romanian law, the case will be sent to the court's preliminary chamber, where a judge has 60 days to inspect the case files to ensure legality. Prosecutors have said the Tate brothers recruited their victims by seducing them. I bet y'all can see it. Seducing them and falsely claiming to want a relationship or marriage. The Tate brothers' legal team said it will embrace the opportunity to fight in court and present arguments and evidence to prove they're innocent, according to a statement obtained by CNN affiliate, whatever. Okay. The legal team specifies that the referral to the case to the Bucharest court, the judge will set a hearing, and where they communicate the indictment to the defenders chosen by Andrew and Tristan, or set a deadline for communicating the indictment by post. At the same hearing, the judge will discuss whether a preventive measure against the defendants is necessary. The main objective will be to establish the truth and ensure a fair and impartial legal approach by presenting evidence and proof of the case. The referral of the case for a trial will allow us to present. Okay. All right. Jeez. The demeanor I got from Tate was that he was open to this going to trial, mostly because it was going to be something where the evidence had to be presented. Things would be more black and white and clear rather than in this gray area of investigation and holding you. Like it feels like kind of imprisoning you while they do an investigation that could be going on for forever. By the way, I think the clock was about to strike. So some people were like, oh, they knew they were going to be indicted. Well, I think they knew a decision was going to be made because remember, they had 6 months to complete this. So 180 days since their arrest, the prosecutors had to announce intent to go forward or pretty much just leave this alone. And essentially, what's 180 days about? It's about 6 months. We're in the 6th month right now. Yeah, it makes sense. It makes sense why the decision's coming out. All right, cool. Let's get on to the Melly stuff. So welcome to Melly Trial Time, We're gonna start first and foremost, and by the way, I'll pick
in studio with me.
Okay, court still hasn't started back yet. Apparently, it's gonna start in about 20 minutes, but we have enough time to go watch this YNW Melly interrogation video. So there's a video going around of YNW Melly being interrogated, and yeah, let me see if I could.
YNW Melly was involved in a shooting back in 2015 outside of Vero Beach High School. The shot was fired at about 2:26 p.m. east of the high school. 3 people told the police.
Holy shit, I like this guy already. Who's this guy? This nigga got the Google Maps. He's visualizing it for us. All right, my boy. I like this.
3 people told the police that Jamel Demons had fired the shot towards them, but no one was struck. He was charged with 3 counts of
Hold on, give me 1 second. Let me just tweet out for the latecomers here. Let me get people in Rumble to pull up on YNW Melly Day 5 trial. Interrogation footage. Here we go. Interrogation footage. Let's tweet this link. Rumble.com. Nice. Okay. What the fuck? That nigga Tfue just put up. Y'all probably don't even know who this nigga is. Y'all should know. He's a Fortnite guy. I used to watch him all the time. Just put up a video saying goodbye. Okay, anyway. All right, let me watch this thing. I tweeted it out. Let's go.
YNW Melly was involved in a shooting back in 2015 outside of Vero Beach High School. The shot was fired at about 2:26 p.m. east of the high school. 3 people told the police that Jamel Demons had fired the shot towards them, but no one was struck. He was charged with 3 counts of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, 1 count of discharging a firearm in public. Police said they recovered a semi-automatic weapon Monday evening after Demons told officers where it could be found. The 3 people who Demons was aiming at are students at Vero Beach High School between the ages of 17 and 20. So this is about the 2015 shooting that I've covered in the past about Melly. But now suddenly the interrogation video got leaked. Wouldn't surprise me if that was on purpose, to be honest, but now people are saying that he snitched a little bit in it, and I'm going to watch it back and see if he actually snitched a little bit. So let's see. Keep in mind this has nothing to do with the shooting he's on.
Okay, no disrespect to this guy, but I'm gonna watch the full thing. Chirac Rares. That's what it is? Chirac Rares. There we go. Where's the Melly shit? Chirac Rares Melly. Does anybody have a link to it? Full interrogation footage. I want to find the full one. Where's this full interrogation footage? Anybody got it? 1090 Jake put the full video in his comments. 1090 Jake covered it already? Don't give me no spoilers. Don't give me no spoilers. I want to watch it myself to make up my own mind on what's going on. Okay, here we go. The full video is not in here. I thought you said the full video was here. Oh, it's right here. Got it. Thank you. Thank you. Oh my God, it's 45 minutes. All right. Let's get into it. Footage was from when he was arrested. Okay.
High school to your mom, so hopefully we can see if we can help each other out a little bit, okay? Before I talk to you, I got to read you Miranda warning. Do you know what that is? That's what they tell you on TV, where you have the right to remain silent. I'm going to read it to you anyway, but that's very much what it is, okay? All right, you have the right to remain silent. You understand that, right?
How old was Melly?
Anything you say can or will be used against you in a court of law. Do you understand that, right? Okay. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. You have the right to talk to a lawyer and have him present with you while you're being questioned. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay, if you cannot afford to hire a lawyer, one will be appointed to represent you before any questioning if you wish one. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay. Now that you know that, You want to talk to me about what happened today?
Tell me what y'all know first.
That's not the way it works, brother. Obviously, no. I mean, we wouldn't be talking to you if we didn't know what happened. But I need you to tell me the honest truth. I'm here to help you, believe it or not.
Mm-hmm.
I know you don't believe me, but
It went down so fast. I just.
What happened? I know it was about a fight that happened yesterday, right?
No, I had nothing to do with it.
Well, I know you didn't have anything to do with it, but this is the reasoning why you guys got in an argument, right? Well, then help me set it straight for you. You tell me what happened.
It's just they've been messing with me, and they was, yeah, somebody was over there when I was walking through to get my food at the Plum Tomato.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know which one it was. It was at least 8 people out there. Somebody pulled a gun out. They pulled the gun out. I ran up to the blue apartment. Upstairs, they was looking at me, and then they heard a gunshot. And then I went downstairs, and I went to a people's house that y'all found me at.
Mm-hmm.
We just chilled over there, and then just heard the cops was there. Cops outside, helicopters, that was outside, so I was just like, dang.
Hey, you said someone pulled a gun. Who pulled a gun?
I don't know.
Okay, well, who'd you see with a gun? You know all those guys, right? You don't?
Nope.
You sure it wasn't you that had the gun? Okay, correct me if I'm wrong. What happened when the police found you up there? What were you doing in apartment 216?
Hiding under the bed.
Why?
Somebody said the cops were looking for me.
Okay, you didn't do anything wrong. Why do you need to hide from the cops?
Because I knew my name was going to be involved in it, regardless.
Why?
Because I had something to do with it.
What did you have to do with it?
The people I got into the argument with.
Okay. You want to tell me a little more about it? Now, there's more to it. I mean, I have a pretty good grasp of what's going on.
I ain't had no gun.
You know what we just did, right, with the photographs that you told us we could do?
Yeah, fingerprint.
No.
What?
Okay. The reason why she uses special lenses is to see if you have any kind of gunshot residue on your hands. Okay? You want to be honest with me and tell me what's going on? Now's the time, man. You what, 15 years old? You got to choose a path in your life right now. Either A, you're going to be honest with us, and we can see what we can do to help you out, or B, you're going to live a very tragic life. So why don't you tell me the truth of what really happened?
That's all I know.
Remember what I told you when we were out there, when we first found you? Okay, we talked about it, right? We talked about everything that kind of transpired already. Okay, now we have you down here. Detective Spence just explained to you what we just did. Okay. Remember all the factors we discussed? Okay.
So apparently he's 15.
What I told you out there about, witnesses and everything else? Now's the time to be honest, okay? Like I told you, a lot of the stuff we don't need because we have all this evidence already. Now's your time.
Really need to think about what you're going to do. Because now is the time to try to be honest and try to make things right. Okay? If you shot in self-defense or something, you need to let us know.
I did.
What happened?
Somebody at the Plum Tomato pulled out a gun on me.
Who?
One of the kids.
Somebody you go to school with?
Yeah.
Same grade?
Yeah.
What's he go by?
Trying to think. I think he goes to the alternative.
All right. What's his street name?
I know his last name, Gillespie.
Gillespie?
Okay. What kind of gun was it?
38 revolver.
How you know it's a 38?
I seen it.
How close?
I've seen him do it!
Okay. So what did you do then?
I ran away.
Where'd you get your gun from?
It's all right to be honest.
I don't know.
One of your friends give it to you?
Something like that.
Okay, where'd you put it? Because I knew you put it somewhere.
Did you give it back to your buddy?
Mm-mm.
Listen, we know you're trying to hide the truth from us. Just be honest with us and tell us what's going on. We can see what we can do to help you out.
There ain't no helping me.
There is helping you. This isn't the final moment of your life. Okay? Life continues past here, right? We make poor choices in life. Nobody's perfect.
You didn't kill anybody. You're going along that path, but you haven't done it yet.
All right?
It's not too late for you.
This is just a hiccup in the road. All right? Let's move past it. Okay? I know it's inside you. I know it's hurting you inside. You want to talk about it. Let's just get through it.
Those people at Plum Tomato said you're a good kid, and then how shocked that they were that they saw you do that. There's witnesses that saw you do it, Jamal. I mean, I'm not making this stuff up. Why would I have to make stuff up in order to talk to you? I mean, the case against you is very strong. I'm trying to help you out right now. Now, it's either you're going to help yourself out or you're not. I'm trying to help you help yourself out. But you got to be honest with us. Okay? So tell us what happened from the beginning. What happened today?
One of the kids pulled out a gun on me at the Plum Tomato.
Okay.
Ran to the south of the Blue Apartments.
Okay. Then what?
They had theirs pointed at me. And they had theirs pointed. I fired mine.
Okay. What happened when you fired yours?
I wasn't aiming at nobody. I just fired it so they could recognize when I fired it.
How'd you fire it? Did you go like this? Did you go like that? How were you holding it?
I shot up.
Okay. How many times did you shoot?
Just once.
Just once?
Do y'all give him a pass because he's 15?
Where'd you put the gun?
It's long gone. There's nowhere around here.
Where is it? That's a big part of it, Jamal.
Your parents seem like very good parents. The last thing I want to do is go to them one night and say that Jamal just got in a shooting and Jamal's dead. You realize this is the life you're about to lead, right? I'm trying to stop that. You've got to be honest with me. Where is that gun?
Did you give it to one of the other kids that left the apartment? Did you throw it somewhere? Well, it's one of the two. You still have it on you? No, right?
No.
So, I mean, it's got to be one of those areas. Either you gave it to someone, you threw it, or you still have it on you. We know it's not on you. But listen, it's where the gun is really not the end of the world. Just tell us where it is. We can get it off the street. Somebody doesn't else get hurt with it. Okay?
I don't know where it's at.
Who'd you give it to?
I don't know.
Did you give it to your boy that we already got? You sure?
He ain't had nothing to do with it.
That's not snitching, right? He ain't got nothing to do with it. So far, I'm gonna be honest. If this is a snitch meter, he's only told on himself. I shot. I mean, he did say some dudes pulled out a gun on him, but still, he said I shot. You know what I mean?
Did you give it to your girlfriend?
Sure.
You gave it to your girlfriend.
Mm-mm.
You want somebody else to get shot with that gun?
Ain't nobody gonna get hurt with it.
How you know? There's got to be a reason why you're saying that. Well, how do you know?
Because I know.
So that means that you think that it's in a safe place to where A, nobody's going to find it, or B, that person isn't going to do anything with it. So that being said, you need to know where the gun is, Jamal. Look, you're already in trouble anyway. It's not like if we find the gun, it's going to make it any different for you. Okay? But what you can do is, by telling us where the gun is is we can say that you were honest with us and you cooperated with us rather than us trying to do a manhunt basically for where the gun is. Look, being honest is the best way to be on everything.
Can I explain something to you, Jamal? All right. You know we found the shell casing from the scene, right?
So am I.
You just told us you fired the gun.
That's not my shell case. That's not none of mine.
Okay, what kind of gun did you use then? You know what kind of gun it was, come on. Did you have a revolver too? If you're going to be honest with us, be honest with us. I mean, you already told us you fired the gun. Which we knew anyway. Listen, don't be half-truthful. If you're going to do it all the way. That way I can call your parents and say you're completely cooperative and honest with us. Because I know you care about that. I can tell by looking at you when you're talking to your parents.
I don't know where the gun at, though.
Yes, you do.
Why don't you tell us? What are you afraid of? What are you afraid of by telling us where the gun is? And I'll try to help you figure it out.
I don't know how much time I'm even facing right now.
What does it have to do with you telling us where the gun is?
That might make it worse.
I'm telling you it's not. It's going to be the same charge no matter what. Biggest difference is I can put in the paperwork that you told us where the gun was and that you were honest about everything that occurred.
Remember over at the scene what we talked about with trust? You know, we're a small portion of your life, okay? You talked to mom and dad, right? Your trust with mom and dad goes on, right? We'll be out of your life before you know it. Mom and dad will always be in your life, right? Mom and dad were pretty upset about this whole ordeal, right? We talked about trust. Your parents have to trust you. And part of rebuilding that trust is you being honest. Like Detective Metz just explained to you, okay? That trust goes a long way. We talk to mom and dad and we tell mom and dad, listen, your son made a mistake. He did something foolish. He's learned from it. How do we know you learned from it? Because you're honest with us. Okay? You're not a criminal, are you? Are you perfect? Nobody in this room here is perfect, right? We've all made our mistakes. We've all done foolish things. Okay? The difference is people that learn from their mistakes usually go on to lead good lives. People that hide behind their mistakes continue to make those same mistakes. Right? You know, I can tell by talking to mom and dad that you're a good kid with a good household. All right? People care about you. That means you have an opportunity to go far. Even if you make...
Hey, by the way, I reached out to the guy who put this out, the Chicago Rears guy. I'm talking to him now. And I asked him, I said, bro, level with me. How did you get this? He says, bro, the police sent it to me. I swear. I'm like, what? That's what he said. I don't know if he's capping to me, but I said, how'd you get it? He said, the cop sent it to me. He said the police department of whatever this is sent it to him.
Made a mistake. Don't hide behind foolishness now. Let's kind of figure out what's going on so you can move forward. We don't want to live in this and just keep having this hang over our heads. You understand that? Let's just kind of get this figured out so we can move on. So we can all start kind of rebuilding our lives, getting back to where we should be. Part of that is telling us where that gun is, though.
Somewhere in the river.
It's in the river? Where'd you throw it? Off the bridge? Jamal. That's not rebuilding trust. That's hide and fill. You worried about getting somebody else in trouble?
I ain't that type of person.
What?
I ain't that type of person.
What's that?
I can't tell nobody else.
Somebody else? Did somebody else throw the gun?
I ain't that type of person. I can't tell nobody else. You stay solid to me, chat. Solid, my boy, stay solid. What's the verdict? What's the word?
The river for you? Did you throw the gun in the river? So then why do you say the gun's in the river?
There's got to be a bottom line answer to this. You can't kind of keep dancing around. If you want to be honest, let's be honest. You said the gun's in the river. Okay. Where? Location.
Y'all got the footage.
What's that?
Y'all even got the footage.
Footage of what?
Me?
What do you mean, footage?
It's nothing but witnesses.
There's a lot of stuff, Jamal. Like I said, I just took you in there to take photographs of your hands. Okay, that shows what we call gunshot residue. Okay? You understand what that is? You shoot a gun, right? What's going to be all over your hands is going to be what we call gunshot residue. Okay? The special lenses that she was using and everything helps her show what's there. Okay? There's witnesses that saw you there fire. Okay? Also witnesses saw you pull the gun. So, I mean, there's no way getting out of this one way or another.
And you didn't go to the river, Jamal?
You didn't have that kind of time. Long way to the river. It does make a difference to people if they're going to either be honest with us or lie to us.
No, I just ain't telling you.
What's the difference?
You're not getting any street cred for that. That doesn't make you a better person. You know what that makes you?
What?
Foolish. Because you can't be honest. And like I said, that goes back to trust. You understand that what happens with that gun? God forbid somebody else gets their hands on that gun.
Your fingerprints are all over it. Somebody uses that gun and whatever it's going to be and your prints are on it, people are going to come and looking for you again if the police get involved. You thought about that?
It wasn't my gun, though.
Doesn't matter. Your prints are all over it. You obviously held it and fired it, did you not? So then your fingerprints are going to be all over that gun. You going to help us find the gun, or are you just going to kind of not say anything?
I ain't going to say anything about the gun.
You at least going to tell me what kind of gun it was?
Don't know.
You don't know other than you just shot it. That's what you're going with. Myself and Detective Kransky are sitting here trying to help you, and the best you got is, I don't know, I just shot the gun. That's as honest as you're going to be with both of us. After we're sitting here trying to help you, have you getting in a lot of trouble? Okay, you're still getting arrested. We can't control that. But there's a big difference in us writing in a report saying that you were honest with us, or that we found it on our own.
There ain't no gun to find. Y'all not finna find it.
How would I not find it?
You just not.
What, one of the guys downstairs take it from you when you shot and you came down?
Nobody around the Blue Apartments had anything to do with the gun. Off the streets, off here, off Ain't nobody finna have their hands on it.
You realize what you started today, don't you?
What?
Those guys you shot at, you know what's going to happen, right?
What?
They're going to come after you and your boys. It's just a matter of time.
I don't got no boys. I'm by myself.
All right, let's talk about this, Jamal. The magazine that's underneath the bed with you.
Yep.
Why'd you strip the mag?
Strip the mag. I didn't
What?
strip no mag.
Why'd you leave the magazine or take the magazine with you?
When? I ain't had no mag. Y'all ain't gonna find my fingerprints on them. Wasn't in my possession.
So the magazine that you were laying next to underneath the bed wasn't yours.
Was not mine. I don't live at that house.
So why'd you go there?
My friend lived there.
I guess you don't want to be honest with us.
I was honest with y'all.
Not completely. Look, I want to help you, I truly do. But if you can't be honest with us about it, you know, everything, and there ain't a whole lot I can do for you. And I even told your mom that I'd help you out any way I could as long as you were honest.
Yeah, I'm being honest. I'm telling you the truth. I don't know where the gun is.
Okay, who'd you give it to? Tell me the truth on that.
I don't remember who I gave it to.
You gonna play this game, huh?
Ain't a game. I'm being dead serious.
You know who you gave it to. Well, I definitely know you knew what kind of gun it was. Let's start there. You knew he had a .38 revolver, so what did you have? Huh?
Do me a favor, pick your head up for me, please. Sit up. You're a big boy, right? Let's act like one for a second. What kind of gun did you have?
.38 revolver.
So you both had .38 revolvers.
He didn't have a gun, did he? So what did he have then?
He didn't get it back.
He what?
He never got it back.
What do you mean he never got it back?
You took it from him?
He was trying to shoot me. Respect.
Why didn't you tell us it to begin with?
Pick your head back up. Come on.
Talk to us.
He upped the gun. I immediately reached for it. When I snatched it, they all started running towards me, so I took the cut. Because I knew they had more guns. I took the cut all the way to the top of the blue apartments to see what was going on. They had one aim, so I shot one back.
So you run to the top of the blue apartments, over to your buddy's house. You run up on the balcony, and that's where you take a shot back from. Alright? So you're up there. You took his gun from him. So you got your gun and you got his gun.
I don't have no gun. My gun was his gun.
You took his gun. So you took his gun and you shot at him with his gun.
Okay, what'd you do with the gun after that?
Threw it back over there. One of them went and picked it up.
Threw it back over where, Jamal?
To where they was at.
Would you throw it at him?
Yeah.
That
Come
doesn't
on.
make any sense.
Now you're being foolish.
One of them had to pick it up, though.
Where'd you throw the gun?
They got it.
How you know they have it?
Because they went and picked it up.
How you know they went and picked it up?
Because when I ran, they was running back after they heard the one shot.
Did you chase after him?
I went for it. I started to, and then I just dropped it, and I seen one of them pick it up.
Who? You know those guys. Which one of them picked it up?
I don't know the one, Gillespie.
He's the one that picked it up? Are you sure?
So you stole the gun from Gillespie, and then he got it back? That's the story you want me to believe? Save the nonsense for somebody else. That's not what happened.
Kyrie, what up, nigga? Wait, what you say on that stuff? Hold on. Yeah, they're trying to pull teeth by trying to get this guy to say something. He switched his story 5 times.
No clue. I'm not a judge.
I can tell you this much. We tell the judge that this kid's...
Okay, so let me just stop right here, because I see Kyrie say, Ack, what's the word? Are we freeing all the rats or not? The chat needs to know. I don't think what he's doing is cooperating. I think y'all keep thinking that somebody sitting in this room means you're snitching. Snitching to me, well, I don't even know why I even say snitching to me, because I don't even think people don't give a fuck about my opinion on snitching. Here's the thing. If he's not writing a statement on one of them niggas he was having a shootout with, even though, to be honest, I think you owe your enemies nothing. Or if that gun they keep talking about, if he says, yo, my man downstairs that y'all got, I gave him the gun. He's the nigga who shot. That's snitching. But I'm waiting to see, like, and I can't see it yet. Somebody tell me that the trial is back on. So let me see, look at the trial. Where's the trial at? Actually, not gonna watch this. Okay, finally, we're back.
Okay. I don't like it either.
Noble Ice said my nigga Melly is snitch. He gave a name point blank, period. Bro, so saying a name is snitching? I thought getting somebody locked up was snitching.
Gary. Yeah.
Thank you. Miss Manuel's coming in, Council. Pardon? Miss Manuel's going to come in now.
Okay. Thank you.
Yours, Zachary. The jury's coming in now.
Hey, Ms. Manuel, thanks for coming back in. Let the record reflect the approach of the defendant, his counsel, the assistant state attorneys, as well as one of our jurors, Ms. Manuel. Counsel, please be seated. Ms. Manuel, please be seated. Ms. Manuel, why I brought in is my bailiff indicated to me that when we weren't able to start this morning, that he was escorting the jurors out, and you approached him and asked him about what happened with the mistrial or something to this effect. Is that right? So that's a yes. All right. So I guess my concern is what you may have heard about this alleged mistrial and where you heard it from?
The last day I was here, and the defense attorney jumped up and said mistrial.
Okay. So that's where you heard it from?
Yeah.
Anything other than that?
No.
All right. Was there any other research that you may have done or looked at newspapers or any kind of article about the motion for mistrial, anything like that?
No.
Anything on the news, any news media?
No.
About a mistrial? No. And last but not least, did you speak with any of the other jurors about the motion for mistrial?
No, when Gary came in and asked us this morning, did we have any issues, any questions? And I didn't want to ask him in front of everybody, so I waited till we got in the hall and I pulled him to the side and asked him that. If he asked me, we have any concern.
Okay. All right. Okay, that's what we're trying to clear up and find out. Because there's an admonition that I say every time we break, don't discuss the case, don't form any opinion about the
It was
case.
said in here.
That's what we're trying to find out.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate it.
Okay. So it looks like that's one of the members of the jury.
Thank you. Let the record reflect the juror stepped out. Counsel remain while defendant. Anything you wish to make regarding?
Okay, so one of the jury members, approached today and said, "Yo, what happened with the mistrial?" Right? Now, keep in mind, remember, the jury's going in and out of the room. Anytime they're talking about this mistrial or some of the nuances of the case, the jury can't hear these discussions and these sidebars, so they'll let the jury leave. Theoretically, this woman should have never heard about mistrial. Why? If you're hearing that the case is nearing a mistrial or is a possibility of a mistrial, automatically you get kind of biased to say, oh, this is some bullshit. This is some bullshit right here, right? So, since she was out the room with the rest of the jurors, and she shouldn't be online looking at articles, looking at blogs, how the fuck does she know it was supposed to be a mistrial? That's why they asked her, yo, where'd you hear about the mistrial? Okay. It looks like this is going to slow up the starting of this case because they need to figure out what they're doing with this jury, right? They're probably going to talk to the prosecutor and say, hey, do you feel comfortable? And the defense.
Okay, counsel, I'll bring you in. Is that all right? Yes, sir. All right, let's put the jury.
Okay, so I guess they said they feel comfortable with that juror continuing because otherwise they could have dismissed that juror. Usually there's alternates as well, but it looked like they're going to keep on with that juror. By the way, just hearing how that juror talked, she a black woman. I think she on Melly's side.
Thanks, Tom.
I did.
Jury entering.
please be seated. Let the record once again reflect the presence of the defendant, his counsel, the assistant state attorneys, and as well as the ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Ladies and gentlemen, sorry for the late start. Hopefully everybody's all right. We appreciate your patience. We also appreciate the fact that you're all here, and we thank you. But we're ready to begin again. When we left off last week, the state was still on its case in chief.
Tio Tyler, by the way, thank you for the $5. You said, I'm glad you're not throwing your reputation behind them like everyone else. What are you talking about? Are you talking about this Melly case? I'm not too sure what you're talking about. Hey, listen, what I've learned, bro, yo, I'm going to just be frank with y'all. Listen, you know, any journalist or however way people want to go about doing, oh, damn, she got a little ass over here? Oh, holy shit. Wait, hold up. Fucked up my whole train of thought. Is it a little ass? Is it poking? Nah, that's that woody. That's that white girl booty. All right, back to what I'm saying. Listen, for me, there's nobody important enough. Like, I like Tory, but I'm not one of them niggas who be like, yo, because I thought he was innocent, I'm gonna just fucking just act like I'm gonna be in denial forever. Bro, at the end of the day, my nigga, like, you start to look foolish and clearly biased. So, you know, even with this Melly situation, I'm like, yo, I love Melly. I want him to come home. But I'm kind of trying to analyze it. Let's see. Also, the same thing with Tate. I think that was probably meant at the Tate thing. Yeah, no. The manosphere niggas got to throw their reputation behind Tate. Now, the reason why they got to throw their reputation behind Tate is like Tate is Big Daddy. You feel me? Like, if they're not 100% with Tate, they lose part of their own audience. You get what I mean? Like, me, I don't know what happened. I'll figure it out.
For T-Mobile?
A total of 26 years.
And what do you do for T-Mobile?
I am a manager within the legal emergency response unit.
This is the GPS. Remember I told you GPS was coming? GPS is here, baby.
Companies?
Yes, I did.
And what were those?
Don't get T-Mobile. They snitch on you.
Wireless.
And how long did you work for AT&T?
5 years.
How long in total have you worked in the telecommunications industry?
31 years.
So you indicated you were part of the manager of the emergency response?
Legal emergency response.
And what does that mean?
That means that we respond to subpoenas and other legal demands from various agencies across the United States.
And when you say a legal demand, what would you mean by that?
Subpoena or a court order, search warrant.
In terms of the records when you work with them, how often do you work with them?
Every day.
What do you do with the records?
So we're able to retrieve the information from our secured computer database and then send the response back to the agency that's requesting.
And I know this might sound silly, but what type of company?
I ain't gonna lie, somebody say she look racist. Look at them eyes. That's the eyes that's done seen a lot of racism right there, man.
Any other wireless carriers?
We did acquire Sprint.
How long has T-Mobile been the parent company for Sprint?
April 1st, 2020 is when we acquired them.
A nigga said she looked like a tired raccoon. That's crazy.
By T-Mobile. Do you keep...
Yo, chat, remember when...
Yes.
Remember when niggas hacked my shit and it was tweeting out bad baby got big titties and talking about, oh, Drake did all type of gay stuff about Drake and then 6ix9ine got locked up? You know what cell service I had? Because they got into my cell shit. You know how they did it? Sprint.
Intel reports will show...
Nigga, I went to the store, nigga, I had to say, I'm leaving this company now, nigga. Close that fucking account.
Does T-Mobile keep that information as to when data is used?
Yes.
Will a data phone call or video call show up in call detail records?
No.
Does the information show for who is being called?
Yes, it will show the transaction of the outbound or inbound phone call on the call detail records.
Does T-Mobile keep the cell site information for the call that the outgoing non-T-Mobile subscriber?
No.
What's the purpose of collecting this information at T-Mobile?
Billing purposes.
Is there any consideration as to the health and optimization of the network?
So we keep what is known as timing advance records, which is solely for engineering purposes, so that they are able to check up on the network, yes.
When a phone call is made from a cellular device or handset, can you describe from the network perspective what happens?
Sure. So what happens is the phone reaches out to the tower with the strongest signal, which is not necessarily the closest tower. So for example, we can have a tower on top of the building, or we can have one down the street. However, the one down the street might be the stronger signal and would pick up that call. At that point, it's transferred to our switch, and our switch is what records all the information that you will see on the call detail records. At that point, it's then transferred to a landline company, and it's the landline company that actually delivers the call.
So you mentioned true call data. What is that?
So true call data is for the network. It will show where the phone is connected to when it's not in use, as long as it's turned on.
Does Sprint also have a similar type of data?
Yes.
What is per call measurement data?
Correct.
Is that the same for true call, but the Sprint analogy?
Correct. That's Sprint's term.
In terms of subscriber information, what types of subscriber information is kept?
So the subscriber information, we have two types. One would be a prepay, and then the other would be a monthly account.
So the prepay, what type of information could you have?
So prepay, a customer is not required to provide their information, but they could provide a name, address, and date of birth.
On the postpaid or the billed type, what type of information do you have?
So we would have the name, the address, date of birth, social security number, and we actually do a credit check on that individual.
In terms of the individual using the specific phones or handsets, can you testify to that?
No.
How many times have you testified in court before?
Over 1,000 times.
Damn!
Were you, as the records custodian for T-Mobile, provided legal process, I'm going to go through them one by one, under reference tracking number for T-Mobile, 214-6318.
Yo, they said she's the epitome of the saying that white women age like milk.
43769158.
Yes.
As the T-Mobile records custodian under tracking number 2192645, where you provided records or requests and legal process for 3 phone numbers, 561-720-3210, 772-713-9807, and 954-376-9158.
Yes.
As the records custodian for T-Mobile under T-Mobile tracking ID 2081851, where you submitted.
Yo, she not looking down at no notes or nothing. She just saying yes to everything.
9081.
Maybe her memory's that good. If I'm the defense attorney, I'd be like, yo, repeat those numbers without looking down at anything. How the fuck do you know what you were saying yes to?
Phone number 954-376-9158, where you provided a legal process to obtain the records for that issue?
Yes.
Were you also under tracking number 205-8127 asked to provide for legal process phone number records for 772-713-9807?
Yes.
Was Sprint at the time part of T-Mobile under the phone numbers for
772? My man Rendig Special on Rumble said, yo, she a professional snitch.
95 under Sprint tracking number 2018-221418, provided legal process and requested to provide records.
Yes.
Was Sprint under Sprint case number 2019-15821 asked to provide records with regards to phone number 225-529-5054?
Yes.
Prior to coming into court today, did you have the opportunity to review the records that were provided?
Yes, I did.
Are these records made at or about the time they are created by a person with knowledge?
Yes.
Are they kept in the regular course of business of Sprint and T-Mobile?
Yes, they are.
Okay. Is it in the regular practice to keep such records?
Yes.
You're at this time approaching with what's been labeled as states 000 for identification purposes and previously shown to defense. Ms. Johnson, do you recognize this USB?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
My initials and today's date are on the USB.
And does those USB fairly and accurately represent the records that were provided by T-Mobile in response to the tracking numbers that we just discussed, as well as to Sprint and the tracking numbers and case numbers they just provided?
Yes.
Here, at this time, the state would offer states 000 as state 63.
Any objection?
Yes, Judge. Objection. Relevance.
Sure, why don't you come sidewalk here?
All right, so this woman who looks like soggy milk, she's been on the stand 1,000 times. She's definitely a professional at this. What she's going to basically do is explain the triangulation that was done by experts. I would imagine that there's going to be another person as well. There's going to be another person as well that comes in to testify for, it's going to be an expert. So she's not an expert. She's a legal person that kind of deals with these requests from law enforcement with subpoenas, this and third. So what she's going to testify is that, hey, we did get a subpoena pertaining to these numbers. And what we could verify is that they were in these areas or they hit these cell towers. But the triangulation is going to be a little bit more complex. That's why I think they're going to bring in a real expert to kind of map like a route. You get what I mean? So she's just there to kind of, hey, listen, who opened the accounts? It's very important. Keep in mind that Melly's legal team has denied or has not admitted that is his phone. That's that number that was connected to Snapchat. Remember that Snapchat shit got thrown out. So there is still a possibility Melly's team could say, yeah, y'all tracking his phone, but that wasn't his phone. Remember they even introduced, yo, all these guys were on the same cell plan. They all had a family plan or whatever. Maybe the phone was just left in the car. Anything could happen. Now, they're going to do a few interesting things because there's a few calls that happened. The FaceTime with Fredo Bang and Melly. FaceTime with Melly and the girlfriend. And Melly supposedly leaving in another car. That supposedly was Fredo Bang coming to pick him up. So, again, she probably could help with what cell towers, what T-Mobile or maybe Sprint at that time, cell towers did that call hit off? Did it hit off this cell tower, whatever? Then an expert probably comes in afterwards to kind of really map it out to say it's 90% possible or it's 90% likely they were in this area. All these like identifiers of your phone were all together in the car, which is the 4 phones from the 4 individuals. They're all together in the car at this position. Then one person gets out here. We believe that's where the murder was done. He leaves. The murder happens. They drive to another spot to stage the shooting, right? Because they staged the shooting, and then allegedly, and then the guy, which is Melly, leaves with somebody else. And they're going to show the timing to basically said Melly was with them after the shooting happened. The medical examiner, did the medical examiner testify already? They basically, did they? I told you they're going to have to basically testify, yo, the person should have been dead at this time. The bullet that killed him, well, I think they did. Went through the back of the head, came out the front. All of that type of stuff. So that's kind of what's going to happen, and we're kind of waiting for that to happen right now. So while we're waiting for this, we're going to go back to this interrogation footage. Here we go.
Down a path, and we ask him to push it as hard as he can.
Thank you. So,
okay, we're back.
Objection overruled. It will be admitted. What's the next number?
63.
63 in evidence.
Permission to publish?
You may.
If you ask me why the defense objected, they're probably saying objection, Your Honor. Like the phone bill is not in Melly's name, but yet y'all are admitting into evidence information about a phone that the state has yet to prove was Melly's. Y'all don't know that phone was Melly's. How could you accept this flash drive with evidence that's claiming that's Melly's phone data? You get what I mean?
In this particular file, 2018-221418-6155597.
This would be the subscriber information.
And in terms of looking at this particular one, I'm going to zoom in. What is the billing name for this?
Chris Thomas.
And going to the second one, what is the billing name on this one?
Dontavius Withers.
The first name is Dontavius. Last name is Withers. Withers.
At the top of this screen capture,
She didn't want to fuck up the name. She just spelled it.
EAN number. Do you know what that means?
Yes.
What is that?
That would be the account number.
Does that correlate with the other data that's been provided?
Yes.
Going to now the same Word document file name. What are we looking at in this Sprint document?
This is also subscriber information.
So you had mentioned that billing account number, that BAN number?
Correct.
If you can touch the screen in front of you, you can write on it and it will show up on the screen for the jurors. So if you could point out where the billing account number is here. Okay. And then what is the phone number that was being used by this account, or the subject number?
772-713-2341.
And is this again for that Chris Thomas billing account?
Yes.
Okay. Scrolling down to the next billing account number. Is this the other account that we just looked at the subscriber information on for Dontavius Withers?
Yes.
And what is the phone number that's associated with this particular account?
954-371-7895.
Okay. Going on to 2019-158-210-6566861. For the phone number in question on this particular record, is that labeled right here?
Yes.
And what phone number is that?
225-529-5054.
And looking at the Microsoft Excel viewer, can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what we're looking at here?
These are the call detail records with cell site information for Sprint.
Going over to the T-Mobile records. Just for demonstrative and illustrative purposes, when you are looking, this particular one called Timing Advance LTE and UMTS _ TN 772-713-9807. Then it has another underscore IMSI. What is an IMSI?
That stands for International Mobile Subscriber Identity Number, which is the number that's associated with the SIM card found in the back of the phone.
And the first, the 772-713-9807. What is that?
That would be the phone number.
Are all of these records provided by T-Mobile?
Yes.
In terms of completion codes, is that something that is reflected in these records?
Yes.
What is a completed successfully completion code?
So that means that the call went through the network successfully.
What is an abnormal completion?
An abnormal completion means the call did not go through. Perhaps the user hung up prior to the call connecting, or a dropped call.
Okay. In terms of what time frame are all of these records kept in?
We keep them in UTC time, which is Coordinated Universal Time. So depending on what time of the year it is, you would have to subtract either 4 or 5 hours from the time that you see reflected in order to arrive at East Coast time.
On October 26th of 2018, how many hours did you have to subtract?
It would be -4.
The cell site locations indicate latitude and longitude of the cell site. Is that now there's also a physical address. Is the physical address always the same as the latitude and longitude?
No.
What could the physical address sometimes show?
So that's what we refer to as an administrative address. So we use that for 911 purposes. To get the exact location of the cell tower, you would take the two coordinates, the latitude and longitude, plot it into a mapping program such as Google Earth, and that will give you the exact location.
Oh, she do know a little bit about GPS. I thought she was just legal. Okay, go ahead, girl.
So nothing further of this witness, Your Honor?
Counsel, is there any cross-examination?
1 second, John.
Oh, if she said nothing further, they're gonna bring a real expert then. So the expert's gonna plot it in and all that type of shit. Attila, yes I am. Yo, Swiggle, what's good, boy? Thank you for the 5, my nigga. I'm on every chat at the same time. I'm on YouTube, Rumble, Twitch. I just went on Facebook.
So, the technology that you just described for identifying locations, how is that verified by T-Mobile itself?
That you would have to ask an engineer for.
So you don't know how that's done?
How it's verified?
Yeah.
As to what tower connected to? Is that what you're asking?
Yes.
So it's done with a radio frequency, is how the towers work. It's a signal.
Okay, so but you were telling us earlier that the phone does not necessarily connect to the nearest tower.
Correct.
It connects to the tower with the strongest signal.
Correct.
So how is it that you know to approximate, how do you know how far the phone is from the actual tower?
I don't.
Is there no way to tell that?
No. Not through me.
Not through you?
Correct.
An expert's gonna tell. You're gonna be able to tell based on how long it takes. It's all data. How long it takes that phone to send to that tower. It's gonna tell the distance, and it's gonna tell an approximate circular radius. I guarantee it.
Or signal.
That would not be a question for me.
See,
you would
not
have
for
to
her.
ask an engineer.
Engineer.
How would you know whether or not a phone defaults to a stronger strength? If you have a tower with a strong signal and another tower with a not so strong signal, or a signal that's not as strong as the other. You with me so far?
Yes.
How would you know at what point the signal disparity is strong enough for it to default to the one that's further away as opposed to the one that's closer?
Again, that's a question for an engineer, not for me.
So you have no way of helping us understand any of this information that you just described?
Correct.
You just...
She knows account access.
When you're subpoenaed and you provide.
Correct.
And you're not familiar with the technology at all?
Not the questions that you're asking, correct.
Yeah, okay. One second.
Sure.
Uncle Drip, you said why her face all melty? Boy, I don't know, man. She looked like she got stung by a pack of bees, but I got puffy cheeks too. I think it's just her eyes look sunk in. This dude should save the good questions. They're gonna bring the real expert, my nigga. I'm telling you.
Is it correct that the data location information, the purpose that you worked with Sprint and with T-Mobile at some point?
I'm a T-Mobile employee.
And you were a Sprint employee at some point?
No, sir.
You were somewhere else? No?
AT&T.
AT&T.
Correct.
The purpose that AT&T, and in this case now T-Mobile, collects this data location information is for billing.
Correct.
That's its only purpose.
And network. Engineers collect to optimize the network.
Okay. It's not used for identifying the locations of customers' phones beyond the purpose of just billing.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. Is there any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Johnson, counsel asked you, how do you know how something didn't happen? Is that a fair question?
Objection.
Sustained. Rephrase.
With regards to these records, are they accurate?
Objection.
What's the objection?
Lack of foundation, Chief.
Why don't you come somewhere?
Lack of foundation. All right, we're getting some really interesting news that's coming down right now, chat. Boosie allegedly has been granted bail. I don't think the major outlets have reported it yet, and nor have I seen paperwork on it. Matter of fact, I got Boosie's paperwork up here now. Let's see if I could see if he was granted bond, but it's being reported he was denied bond before. Boosie was denied bond previously because he was listed or seen, or there was an initial check mark on the warrant saying that he might be a flight risk, and the judge denied bond, but obviously he would get a chance to explain himself, or his lawyer would explain himself at a hearing. You know, Juneteenth, all the federal courts are closed, so today the federal courts were open. So let me look it up to see if this is true. Torrance Hatch. Now, I don't know if it's going to be immediately inserted into this system I'm looking in. Let me see. Yes, so actually, it does not show that he's, I probably gotta look at the inmates shit. Hold on. Where is he at again? He's in California? Okay. He's not. All right. I'm guessing this is true though. I'm guessing it's true. So I can't imagine. Apparently, this gun charge for Boosie's. I'm seeing it from the most unreliable sources, so I don't want to stamp it. But they're saying it has a mandatory minimum of 15 years, and that would be a heavy and hefty mandatory minimum if Boosie has to, go through that process. Which, by the way, you know how it works in the federal court system. You can't go, if you get found guilty, no judge, no discretion could ever be given unless you snitched. So again, if he's going to take this to trial, which I imagine he probably has to take this to trial, because of his previous record as a felon, he's facing 15 years. And I'm not too sure if it's 15 years. I got to do my own research on that. But let's say it's 15 years. Usually, sometimes the gun charge for a felon is like 7 years, at least federally. But this ain't his first rodeo, and he got a bunch of other shit that's his criminal record's long. So if it's 15 years, should Boosie tell on a nigga? Like, keep it real, like, yo. And this is telling. Remember, you already said in an interview one of his partners is supposed to take the charge, like. Shit, how about you just tell on the security? Man, that's a security gun. Fuck is y'all talking about? That's a security gun. Fuck y'all niggas talking about, man. But regardless, it looks like Boosie will be coming home soon. I'm going to make it a prediction. I think Boosie and Vlad interviews are going to stop. And by the way, I don't think Vlad has nothing to do with his arrest. But Boosie now under an indictment that is federal, or not indictment, but a complaint that is federal in nature. it doesn't behoove him to keep speaking on everybody's shit. Now, granted, this is easy money. He's like reportedly Boosie getting like 40, like a little 40 piece or 30 piece for these interviews. That's, you know, I mean, he's getting bags for these interviews. So imagine getting that twice a month just to do a 2-hour interview. Niggas don't get that on stage. And Boosie doing most of these interviews sometimes from his crib, just a different room every time. They send a cameraman over, Vlad just talked to him. That's easy bread. But you have this charge that is super serious in nature, and I think he might have to, again, I don't think him and Vlad are locked in. He never going to fall back from Vlad, but like maybe fall back from the public always speaking on certain shit, because you never want none of that shit to come back to bite you, because the things that he speak about the most is criminal shit. Now you have a criminal case that's very, very important. All right, let me get back to this YNW Melly case. Let's go. Okay. Okay. So this is who I got to believe is an expert. You don't.
Thank you.
He's going to introduce himself.
Anything else, counsel?
No, Judge.
Bradley, if you're ready, you may proceed.
Yes. Okay. Detective, how are you today?
I'm good, thank you.
Good. Where do you work?
I work with the Miramar Police Department
How long have you worked for the Miramar Police Department?
for 23 years.
What do you do for the Miramar Police Department?
I'm a detective in the homicide unit
And how long have you been in the homicide unit?
since 2009.
Prior to going into the homicide unit, what other hats have you worn for the Miramar Police Department?
Several. One in particular is the forensic, digital forensic examiner.
Okay. What is a digital forensic examiner?
So what I do is we'll stick with the cell phones or cellular phones or devices of that nature. I do the extraction and the analysis for it.
And when you're doing an extraction, can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what types of software or tools you use to do an extraction on a cellular telephone?
Okay, so what we use is a software and hardware from a company called Celebrate, and this is specific for conducting extractions of cellular devices.
Chat, am I a genie or what?
How many different trainings have you taken in the use of Celebrate systems?
I've taken a few. Each of them consists of 40 hours of class training and exercises, and obviously the exam as well.
What about, have you taken training with the CAS team of the FBI?
I have.
Have you taken, you said you also do analysis of the cellular forensics or digital forensics. What do you mean by that?
So, depending on what type of case it is, I will actually do the extraction and I'll also do the examination of it, the analysis for it, and go through it and look for items that potentially could be considered evidence.
And in terms of to do the analysis part, what information do you need?
I need to know what the case.
In this case that we're here on today, Miramar Police Department Investigation 18-10-06269, were you the lead detective?
I was not.
What was your role in this case?
Doing the analysis or the extraction of the device.
Did you do any analysis of the device?
I did not.
In terms of the extraction of...
Okay, so we need the guy who did the analysis. So he did the extraction. We're going to get to the expert, guys.
Attached to it of 772-713-9807.
Yes, yes.
Prior to coming into court today, did you have
By the way, this is
opportunity
Henny.
to review the digital copy of that extraction?
I did.
Okay. I'm showing defense counsel what's been marked as state's triple P for identification purposes, showing the witness. Detective Zeller, do you recognize this thumb drive?
I do.
How do you recognize this?
My initials and my ID number on the jump drive.
What is that thumb drive contain?
This is the generated report of the generated report of the cellular device that was extracted,
And is that in the same or substantially same condition as when you performed that extraction?
Yes.
Here at this time, the state would request to move states triple E in as state 64.
Objection. Yes, sir. Name. Sure.
I ain't gonna lie. Melly's lawyer objects to everything. Like, Melly's lawyer objected to the last person analyzing the data about the phone. Just to say, hey, the phones that we were looking at, one's owned by this guy, one's owned by this guy. That's where the plans were under. They haven't even got to individual phone identifier details. They haven't got to, okay, this was an iPhone 9, this was an iPhone 12. They haven't gotten to none of that. They say they just want to put that into evidence. Objection, Your Honor. What are you objecting to? How we know this Melly's phone? Why is this relevant? Right? So again, they keep putting the pressure with these objections. I think it's definitely gonna be overruled, right? It's gonna be overruled. But the defense is doing as best a job as they can to try to prevent all of these things that is going to contextualize and try to paint a digital forensic picture of what Melly did. So they're going to object to everything. I believe it will be overruled very, very easily. And, you know, sometimes the objection is not about just having it, will it be overruled or sustained? This objection is also going to be put on the record that potentially when it goes to, let's say he gets found guilty, which we hope he does not. We hope he didn't do this. But if he gets found guilty and they go for an appeal, these are things they're going to mention in an appeal. Hey, listen, we objected in court that when they try to show evidence of a phone that didn't belong to Melly, we set objection and the judge let it go. That was a severe, misappropriation and mishandling of our client's rights. So that's for, sometimes it's bigger than this trial. It's potentially for later on in a appeal setting. You get what I mean? So it is what it is. I ain't gonna lie. The more I watch these trials, man, I feel like a fucking lawyer. I kid you not, gang. I gotta hire a big act. I go into people always told me from when I was a little kid. I wanted to be a doctor when I was like younger. I'm Jamaican, so like it's two occupations in a Jamaican household where your father is a principal and your mother's a teacher. There's two occupations you could do: is lawyer, doctor. There's nothing else. Like you can't be like I'm gonna be like a mechanic. Like you're gonna be a what? Lawyer, doctor, nigga. Pick one. So I'm like, all right, fine. I go the doctor route. But people always said I could talk a lot, man. They say you talk a lot. You're very persuasive. You can make a very cohesive argument. You should be a lawyer. I just looked at the coursework. It looked stupid to me. But I think I could be a ghetto lawyer, man. Would y'all hire me? I think I could get y'all off a case. I think I could get y'all off a case. I'm gonna keep it a bean with y'all. I'll get y'all off a case. I have zero. I've never taken a criminal. What's this class called? Criminal justice class. I've never taken those in my life, or whether in college. I was taking only math classes. But I read hella indictments. I watch these things all the fucking time. I really learned law through hip hop, and unfortunately, hip hop seems very adjacent with crime. So like by covering hip hop, you end up covering crime. And a lot of these storylines in the last 2 years is coming out from court. I was talking to my guy, Lord for Workers, recently, and I said, yo, I remember realizing when I felt like old media was dead. I'm going to tell you when. Bobby Shmurda gets indicted December 17th, 2014. That's when Bobby Shmurda got indicted. The whole GS9, all right? And I found the indictment papers, and I realized that everybody else in media was too lazy. Nobody read the whole thing through. It was 88 pages. And I sat there on my bed and I read the whole thing through. And some things I didn't fully get, but I got enough to realize there were, as a media entity, a personality, and also who runs a media company, like there's 15 different stories in here. Yo, you could talk about this whole, like let's say I was making videos and everything. You could talk about Rowdy Rebel getting into a shootout, then going to the Barclays and performing. That's crazy. Wow. Nigga was in a shootout in the same shirt. He's caught on surveillance in the same shirt he performed with. And that was the moment I realized I'm like, yo, listen, niggas is lazy in hip hop, bro. Just put a little bit of effort in. That's why I love these guys who go get the surveillance or the interrogation footage and all that. I love that for y'all. Like, these are all publicly, like, it takes 2 inquiries, maybe like click 4 buttons, pay $5, and you get something that everybody's gonna talk about for like weeks. So that's kind of how I've kind of learned all this. Obviously, I have legal friends myself who have, you know, brought me up to speed a little bit, but I feel like I'm a ghetto lawyer, dog. I feel like I could definitely beat like a case. All right, we're waiting for this to come back. Not too sure what's going on with it. Let's get over here back to this is the interrogation footage with Melly. This is, I believe, from 2015. If we look at his age in 2015, he's 24 now. He was about, I think they're saying 15. Yeah, this is almost 9-10 years ago. He's 15, 16 here. Okay. By the way, to keep you up to speed, they're asking him about possible shooting. He kind of admits in this thing that he shot at somebody. Now they're asking him where the gun is, and he's trying to spin them, but he's also spinning himself.
If the judge listens to us, so don't be against our side. My suggestion is help us out, because the judge is going to look at you and say the same thing. Somebody else gets their hands on that gun, and you didn't have the opportunity. You weren't smart enough. You weren't willing to help us. He's not going to be courteous to you. I suggest you start telling us where that gun's at.
They're trying to find out where this gun is at.
No, it's not an answer. Don't shrug your shoulders at me, okay? You want to be a big boy, act like a big boy.
Come on, Jamal, you gotta tell us where the gun is. Quit wasting our time. Quit trying to think of another bullshit excuse to tell us. Just tell us where you put the gun.
I don't know where I put the gun.
Look at me for a second, Jamal. Pick your head up. All right. It's irrelevant where the gun's at, okay? The mere fact that we don't have the gun doesn't mean a whole lot, okay? We understand what happened already. Okay, we're past all that. The gun is insurmountable, okay? Unless something bad happens with that gun.
Ain't nothing bad gonna happen.
Did you kick it in the drainage canal?
Hmm?
Did you kick it in the drainage canal? Sewers? Is that where it is?
Okay,
4.
here we go.
What's the next number?
64.
Thank you.
So, Detective Zeller, can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what an extraction does?
So the extraction consists, or it's done in order to obtain whatever's on that phone and to put it in a legible or readable report that's easy for someone to look at. And some of the things that you would get also by doing that, you may get items that have been deleted, and so on and so forth. And that's why we do those types of extractions.
Nothing further from this witness, Your Honor.
Any cross-examination?
Yes, just briefly. How are you, sir?
Good news, sir.
You said you did a phone dump here of a particular unit that the state referred to.
That's correct.
And you have not analyzed it?
No.
You don't know if there's any relevant evidence on it at all?
That's correct.
Okay. And you don't know who it belongs to, do you?
I do know who it belongs to.
How?
Obviously, I'm in the office. I know who it belongs to, but
How?
as far as the contents of it, I don't know.
You don't know. You don't know who uses it.
I do not.
You don't know who it's registered to.
I do not.
Okay. One second. And as to any contents of that phone, you don't know if they're texts, who authored them?
Once again, I don't know the contents of it.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, Your Honor, we'd like to come sidebar if you permit.
Another sidebar. By the way, again, I think Melly's lawyers are filibustering right here, and that's a term that's usually used in politics proceedings. But filibustering is something where you kind of stall people out to kind of not get to the eventual outcome in a way, and hoping that kind of subsides whatever thing that was gonna happen. I think Melly's lawyers are doing as best of a job they can to try to continually throw it in the air. Yeah, okay, so how do y'all know this is Melly's phone? Because the Snapchat shit was thrown out earlier, and I could imagine they're having these conversations consistently in the sidebar. I could imagine Melly's lawyers saying, Judge, why is this being presented? They didn't do a good enough job to prove that Melly was using his phone. They did not. Now, the prosecutor's going to say, well, I think we did. Melly was giving out his number, giving out that number of that phone to many people that month. We looked at his Snapchat memories, but they can't really use that as much because all of that shit was thrown out. Snapchat memories was thrown out. So we're going to see this happen a lot. And I'm going to be honest, it's going to be annoying for y'all as the viewer, but it's actually a really good thing for Melly because what it's telling you is that his lawyer ain't letting nothing slide. No, motherfucker. No. Y'all don't know it's his phone. Don't even act like it's if we're talking about a random phone, cool, we talking about a random phone. But here's the thing, though. Don't present this in front of the jury and claim it's Melly's phone. We're going to consistently ask, whose phone is this? How do you know? They asked the dude said, oh, we talk in the office. That ain't a criminal investigation. Y'all talking in the office is gossiping like bitches. How the fuck you know this is Melly's phone? You don't have no proof that's Melly's phone. Clearly they would say different, but the judge threw out the stuff that would prove it's Melly's phone. To keep it real, this whole part of the trial is really facilitated by the fact that Melly Melly was on a family plan. If this phone was in Melly's name, if this phone had no other, possible people that had access to it or could use it or whatever the case is, Melly would be in a lot deeper waters than he is right now. Right now, they're trying to say, yo, all these guys use each other's phones. No phone belonged to nobody.
Counsel remain along with the defendant, Mr. Deans. Defendant, you need a restroom break? Need a restroom break? Nope. All right. Thank you. And what is it you all want to share with the cases?
Okay, Your Honor, and I can hand them up as I discussed them. I don't think I left one with the court. The one that I referred to first is RLG versus State, 322 Southern 3rd, 721, a third DCA case.
Back muted again. Okay, all right. Let's just go right back to this Melly footage. Here we go.
Is that a yes or a no? Don't play games. Pick your head up and act like a big boy. Which one is it in?
First one you see.
The first one where?
Walking when you come in here.
Pick your head back up, please. The first one you're walking in where?
Into the blue apartment.
From the road or from the ditch?
Road.
So you guys ran around the corner, past the gas station?
Howard went with me there.
Say it again?
Howard wasn't with me there.
Okay.
Howard ain't had nothing. He was just at the wrong place at the wrong time.
Right by the tennis courts there? Is that what you're saying? Or basketball court, I mean? Are you sure?
This is an app on a phone that purports
Here we go.
to account for the number of steps that someone takes. In addition to these cases, I have several articles. There have been lawsuits about the accuracy of the data that is...
The jury probably is out of the room again.
...by this type of app. Because what it's doing is it's assessing verberations. So for example, one of the experts we spoke to indicated that his wife plays the piano at church. And every time she goes to church and comes back, she's taken 20,000 steps because she's doing like that. So the fact is that whether or not this information is reliable is yet to be determined.
He's arguing about the data that's on his cell phone. Like, for example, remember I told you the health app will tell you how many steps you took? Well, if I'm just sitting here, right? I'm sitting here, but I'm y'all hear that? I'm just stomping my feet. Are those steps? It's interesting to note.
Developed as a result of the technology, because we don't know if that technology is accurate. Whether it is or not, I'm not taking a position at this time. I know I've read a lot of articles that indicate that it's not. However, the state has the burden as an authentication hurdle to, as a foundation, establish that that technology is a reliable one, because she is going to now, and she's introducing the matter for the truth, told the jury in opening, Mr. Demons, who she believes had the phone but has no proof of that to begin with, walks 70 steps. Says who? Says an app. What app? The one in his phone. Is it reliable? We don't know. Why? Because she has not established the reliability of the technology as a predicate to the admission of the data. So that is our number one foundation argument.
The case that you want me to read?
Yes, sir.
I'm happy to take a look at it.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Here, I'd first start with citing back to State versus Maximit, which is a 1967 case, which was the earliest time in which I could find a pedometer being mentioned. And at that point, it's important to note this is a well-established technology that's been in use for hundreds of years, initially done by train conductors to measure out distances. It's also allowed under the Florida statutes and used to be used to measure out distances for determination of 1,000 feet from a place of worship, a school, or anything else, for measuring distances for enhancement on drug penalties. So I'd start by handing that one to Your Honor. Then I also have State v. Birch, which is a Wisconsin case in which similar information was admissible and used in a homicide case. Then also in the issue of cell phone dumps, and that's at 398 Wisconsin 2nd 1. And then even more recently, this was a federal case, United States versus Rigo, R-I-E-G-O. I just have a Westlaw site because it's 2022, it is not yet. This is 2022 Westlaw 175-46714. And again, those discuss all of the location information and the activity and Apple Health data that was admitted in those cases. And I'll be happy to email copies of those to defense counsel now.
Thank you. All right, we're in recess. I'll remove.
Your Honor, may I also just direct your attention to a few articles?
The judge is tired of this nigga. You can tell he's not even looking at him.
Here, the reliability of the registered distances, however, depends on a number of factors, including walking speed and walking style of the subject, and can deviate up to 30 to 40% from the true value. That's one of the several articles here. And what I will do is I will compile the articles and send them all back for your review while you're considering the issue, if you don't mind.
Sure, and the state would also submit in terms of law review articles, including a 2016 wearable device.
Yo, you know I fuck with this nigga right here. Not only is he because he's Jamaican. I'm talking about this guy. He's fucking annoying. You need an attorney that's annoying. He ain't trying to be friends. He's trying to win. Be annoying. Hey, judge, no, I got this other shit. Judge, no, judge, no, judge. Before you go, judge, wait, judge. Yes, and but like again, but being annoying in a constructive manner, because we all know. Remember that guy from X's case? He's annoying, but he was just saying bullshit. This guy got every supplement. Look,
representation that all the cases she's citing to do not require that a witness establish the reliability of the technology. It's just put in.
It has been admitted, and I have some. I'll send everything that I'm giving to His Honor as copy to you as well.
Okay.
Thank you. We're in recess.
Thank you, Judge.
Nah, he going crazy. He going crazy. Why y'all saying I don't know what's going on? Bro, he's objecting after everything is being admitted into evidence. Hey, we're going to admit this flash drive. with the data we pulled from the phone. Objection, Your Honor. Whose phone is that? Hey, I'm the guy or I'm the person who could tell you about the accounts. Objection, Your Honor. Who the fuck are these niggas? They not on trial. What is this relevant? How do we know it's his phone? So that's the first big issue. The second big issue is that they're using the health app. The health, like, open your phone. You can do it with me. Open your phone and go to the health app. When you type in health, what it's going to show you is going to show you how many steps you took for the day. There's actually, when they pull that data from your phone, so when Cellbrite pulls it, they then send it to the people, they extract it. They could kind of like look at it, match it with GPS positioning a little bit, and say, well, if you took 15 steps, or let's say you took 100 steps, granted you weren't on a treadmill walking in place, you were walking a direction. Now we could figure out what direction based on what cell tower your phone hit. So we're now creating a map. They're creating a map of where Melly went, right? What the guy is saying, this technology of the health app is just, it really is an approximation of what you're doing in terms of physical activity. It's not really meant to be what she tried to say in a 1970 case, a pedometer. A pedometer is supposed to track steps, but how accurately does your phone track steps? There is certain type of technology in here that marches with rhythms. So for example, if I walk in place, it still counts as steps. Now granted, the GPS positioning does not, it won't match that because I'm walking in place. But the phone matches how, like, the way the phone moves. Like for example, you know, if you put your phone to your ear, it, like, especially if on a call, it'll go black. Why is that? It detects you're on a call, and rather than you had your phone here, when you have it here, like, it could save the screen because you're no longer looking at the screen. The phone has a rhythm of how people walk. So when somebody's walking, right, like this, it tracks your steps based on how up and down it goes. You get what I mean? How close to the earth it goes. It's like a rhythm of how people walk. But does it mean you're going somewhere? No. So again, that's what Melly's lawyer is arguing, which I think is a great argument. Let me go back to this. Sorry.
So now, I don't know what you want me to do about that, but that's the question that was posed.
Judge, we need to have her name on the record and find out how she would have any knowledge of that, because that was never stated in front of them.
I think it was. I think there was it was done on the record by Mr. Howard the other day. Is Mr. Howard here? No?
No, he's not.
Oh, I apologize. I thought we were all here.
He's coming right now, Judge.
Mr. Howard, I'm sorry.
Oh, no problem. I heard it all inside the media room. So no apology necessary. Thank you. Apologize for not being present.
No.
By the way, I'm only talking as much because I got to explain what's going on. They're back to talking about that jury who said they heard about the mistrial. So they're trying to figure out how the fuck did she hear it? Did she hear it in open court or did she do some research, which she be tainted?
So I don't know exactly what you want me to do. Who the juror was?
That was Miss Manuel.
Miss Manuel. So I guess one of the things that is, my recollection, and I could be wrong, is different than yours, Ms. Bradley. My recollection is that there was a motion for mistrial that was made out loud, and Mr. Howard came sidebar. But the juror's been instructed not to read anything about the case. So I don't know if there's something in the newspaper about that. That's a different story, but I don't know what you want me to do, if anything. I bring it to your attention, any real interaction that Gary has with them, something that may seem inappropriate, we always bring it up and let you know.
And should I assume that for future reference, you'd rather I make those motions outside the presence of the jury?
Just come side.
Okay.
But that was my recollection. I thought you, at one point, I don't know which, there was two motions for mistrial. I don't know at which point, but I believe at least one point you stood up and said, I have a motion for mistrial.
No, actually there was a question asked. I said objection, move for mistrial. and
An open
called the
court.
sidebar and asked me to hold it until the end. And then at the end, after the jury left, Mr. Alistine and I articulated motions for mistrial on independent basis. And that's how it trended. That's how it went down.
But it was announced in open court, correct?
Yes, it was announced.
I said, objection, move for mistrial. You called
That's
the
my
sidebar.
recollection.
I remember coming sidebar and there being, that being said in sidebar. I don't recall it being said in open court.
I thought it was said in open court.
It's a fact that I said it.
So again, that's, I don't know what you want me to do, if anything, and, you know, the jurors, is that juror here, by the way?
She's in the reception area.
So, anyway, I'll leave it to your discretion. It was announced in open court, there was a motion for mistrial. Gary obviously didn't answer the question. And, what did you respond, Gary?
I told her I didn't know anything about that. And then she asked me, weren't you there? I said, I don't remember that.
Anyway, that's where we're at. So, you think it over. Let me know if there's any inquiry you want me to make. Madam? Same
Yeah, I
thing, both
think
of
you need to, the state's position would be that she needs to be brought in. Your Honor needs to inquire if she's seen anything in the media or any coverage of that, because that was discussed online, is my understanding.
What do you think, counsel?
Well, to the extent that the court's inquiry of this jury is because of the state's faulty recollection that I didn't say move for mistrial in front of the jury, I know that not to be the case. I did say objection, move for mistrial. You then called a sidebar, and the only thing you said was, please reserve that to me.
That's my recollection.
Yeah, that's what I.
But again,
Damn, they violated her. Said this bitch got Alzheimer's.
Because it was said that you think I ought to inquire.
Your Honor, I think that it's at defense's peril if we go forward and if they're going to waive any inquiry of this witness, if she's been looking at any of the other items or anything online that defense brought to Your Honor's attention earlier. Because if they thought was laboring under the impression that there was some sort of cessation of trial and then started looking at media and news reports because they thought their jury service was over, that would be a problem. Do you agree?
Better to have more information than less, so we have no objection to that being the procedure that we employ.
So you want me to bring her in, indicate to her that I was advised by our bailiff, Gary, that you asked him a motion for mistrial and what had happened, and just ask her, how is it that you're...
By the way, chat, I'm exclusively checking the Rumble chat right now. I'm interacting with y'all in there, man. We got 7,000 people over at Rumble. Please, get over to Rumble, please.
She's got and about it and where she heard it from. Is that the end of the...
Also, they front paged us on Rumble.
Conveyed any of that to any of the other jurors.
Anything else?
No.
Unless the court wants to say, unfortunately, I denied that.
So we're going to ask... what she heard, where she learned it from.
If she did any outside research afterwards.
And if she inquired or asked any of the other jurors concerning that topic.
Wait, am I tweaking on that? All right, let's get to the interrogation
The roadway.
footage.
All right, Plum, whatever the name of the place is, Plum Tomato is right over here. Here's that little ditch line canal. Runs right here. All right. You come back over this way, back up to the road. You pass in front of the convenience store. Show me where you dumped the gun.
Right there.
Oh shit!
You pushed it through the grate. This is the convenience store right here, right?
That's behind.
I'm sorry, the convenience store would be right here technically. This is the ditch. This is the pool area. Okay? So there's a grate right here, and that's where the gun's at. Are you being honest with me right now? I can't hear you. You can talk to me. I'm talking to you. You can talk to me like a big person, okay?
Yeah.
So you dumped the gun in there. What type of gun is it?
I don't know.
Does it have a cylinder or does it have a slide?
It was a revolver.
It was a revolver.
You sure? You sure the magazine they caught you with does not go to this gun?
No, not at all.
So where did that come from?
I don't know. I don't live in the house.
Is that from Howard?
No. I don't live in that
Let me
house.
ask you something,
It could've
okay?
been somebody, because I think the mom had a license for him. I don't know.
You take the gun from over here, right? From Plum Tree or Plum Tomato. You run all the way back over to here, and you shoot from over here. How does the gun get back over to here?
Do the math.
What?
After you pull the trigger from over here, you run all the way back to here?
No. I was in the front, right here.
You shot the gun from the balcony, yes? Sit down.
Hey, he's confused on where you're saying you're at.
Here's the back apartment. Here's the balcony. Okay? You understand that? So you're over here, and you shoot that way, right? The grate is there. How do you get from here to back to here?
I'm not talking about... Hold up. Bro, you got me confused. Bro, I'm talking about right here, and then this pool right here. The ditch over here.
Right.
The one right there.
Yep.
There's also one coming right here. That's the one where it's at. Y'all confusing me.
All right. I'm going to help you out here, okay? Here's the center of the apartment complex, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's all hollowed out, so you got like a gap in between both sets of apartments.
Mm-hmm.
Here's the community pool over here, right?
Mm-hmm.
Behind the community pool is the tennis courts, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're over here on this balcony. You shoot in this direction, right?
Mm-hmm.
Up in the air. You're not trying to hit anybody.
Mm-hmm.
You come down from the balcony. Yes?
Mm-hmm.
You come back over this way, and there's a grate here.
Mm-hmm.
Is that what you're telling me? So it's in the community, is the grate.
Is it by the blue apartments is what he's asking.
Do you pass the pool?
Yeah.
Do you go back towards the store?
Like, I'm right here.
So you're like right here. This is the entranceway.
Yeah.
Here's the entrance to the community. You can come in off of 14th Avenue, and then you pull in. This would actually be most people come around this way, and they come through this way, right? So you're saying there's a drainage grate right here, somewhere in there?
Hold up. Is this where my friend house at?
That's not where you were found. That's the one where you shot from.
Oh, yeah. When I shot from, I went this way. Bro, I can't do this on the paper, bro. When I shot, I went this way.
You shot this way towards Plum Tree, or Plum Tomato.
Why would I go this way?
I'm asking you.
This way to the one over here. By where I was at.
Here's the apartment you were found in.
Yeah.
Okay?
Around the corner.
So you go around the corner towards the main entrance of the community.
Mm-hmm.
And you're saying there's a drainage grate over here.
Mm-hmm.
Here's the cemetery. The cemetery's kind of up over in this area.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm talking about? Can you see the cemetery? And over here there's some homes. There's like a fence line that runs right here.
Mm-hmm.
You saying there's a drainage grate right there?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yeah.
And that's where you drop it?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Look at me for a second. Is that where the gun goes?
Yeah.
Are you lying to me right now?
Sure you put it in the grate, not the dumpster?
I wouldn't put it in the dumpster.
So if we send someone over there to that grate, if there is a grate in that general vicinity, you're telling me that's where the gun's going to be located?
That's where I put it at. I don't know where.
Can anybody else go and get it?
I don't know.
It's not a trick question.
They shouldn't be able to.
How big was the gun?
But
Did
am
you
I
have
going
to-
to get charged with the gun too?
We're told you, right? Your charge does not change, right?
Yeah.
We're not lying about that. The charge is the charge.
What is the charge?
Aggravated assault, right? You fired a gun, at somebody, or at least in a general direction. Okay?
That's what it is. It's not going to change.
I think they're lying to him.
I don't believe you want to kill anybody.
Yeah.
Right? You don't want to kill them, do you? You want to scare them. I believe that.
Sure it's in the grate?
Yeah, that's the way it should be at.
No.
Is
If
it
you
what
put
it
it there, then that's 100% where it is.
You know, he's young. And by the way, this is a scary situation anytime you're questioned by law enforcement. But one would probably think, and we have the luxury of time and sitting here and just looking at this, you know, and we could ask the questions like, well, if my charges won't change, why am I even talking to y'all? Yeah, I can't, you know, they said some bullshit shit like, oh, well, we could put it in our report that you helped try to find the gun. It will help you later. Nigga, what? So now you're going to put it in the paperwork that I told.
Yes.
Yeah.
Which one is it? It should be, or it is?
It should be.
That means it's not there.
Did anybody know to go pick it up for you?
Ain't nobody see me.
You had a phone with you, didn't you? Did you tell someone to go pick it up?
Mm-mm.
You know we can find that out if you did. I'm just being straightforward with you.
I know.
mean, I'm being as honest with you as I can right now.
I know.
You put the gun. Do you push it between the slots in the grate? The grate is flat, correct? Do you push it between the slots?
It just slid right through though.
It did or it didn't?
It did. It slid right through.
How big was a revolver?
Snub.
Snub nose?
When did you put it there?
Right after it happened.
So you fired from here, and you run all the way past your buddy's apartment that you guys go into, around the corner of the building.
This defendant, this counsel, the assistant attorneys, jury's still in the jury room. Counsel, you've raised several, I guess, objections regarding the admissibility of evidence that I've already admitted, and you gave me certain articles to read. Both state and defense did. It's probably an inch thick, the cases and the articles. I haven't read them all, have not, definitely not digested them. I scanned some of the articles, but it seems to me that what you're talking about is you're questioning the reliability and methodology, and that's really a dollar issue. That wasn't done pre-trial, just as the state challenged a defense expert prior to trial on a dollar issue. I said it was too late, it's untimely. This is the same thing. It's too late, it's untimely. And to be candid with you, I already admitted the evidence. It's in evidence.
Man.
And that's my ruling.
Okay, all right. May I just put our position on the record with respect to time?
I thought you did. You didn't. This is not something that you parties knew about for the last 2 years?
May I?
Go ahead.
The Darwood, we made a Darwood motion of our own because the state presented an expert and said this is expert testimony we intend to put in. We took issue with the expert, or at least the expert, not even the method, and so we raised the Darwood issue. We gave notice of an expert. The state took issue with it, raised a Darwood objection to it at that time. This is not a situation where the state presents us an expert. And we can't anticipate that the state is going to try to admit evidence before they admit it without the necessary predicate.
Yeah, I'm about to take a piss. If I miss anything important, spam when I come back.
The objection being made at the time that it is sought to be introduced. As a matter of fact, some of those cases rejected the appeal because even though the predicate wasn't made, the objection wasn't made at the time the evidence was sought to be introduced. The state sought to introduce evidence without laying a foundation. Our objection is objection foundation. We're not making a Darwood objection to an expert who's testifying. He doesn't purport to be an expert. This is not a Daubert situation, Judge. This is a lack of foundation situation. And the fact that that foundation needs to be presented by somebody with expertise and knowledge doesn't make it a Daubert question. It's a foundation question. And before the state, I think those cases are clear. If the state is planning to put evidence in that relies upon a technology, they first have to establish the reliability of that technology. And that's the basis of our objection with respect to this stepdad. We've also made a relevancy objection to the fact that there is a wholesale dump of information coming in through a witness who said, I haven't even looked at it. How do we know that the information in there is relevant? How do we know that the information that has been introduced is not more prejudicial than probative, even if relevant, on a 403? How do we know that it's not doesn't contain 404B evidence that's inadmissible? The state has to establish the relevance of the information they seek to put in. They can't just put in everything from a phone and pick through what they think, and then the jury has in its possession a host of majority information that's not relevant to the proceeding, which is prejudicial. So that is the other basis for our objection. Also, a lot of the information contained in there is hearsay. They said, well, it's his phone, so there's no hearsay objection. There are texts between people. There's also evidence that we have that establishes that that phone was being used. The phone comes up as the name Sack Chaser Howard. Sack Chaser is the nickname of one of the decedents. That phone is used interchangeably so much that when you dial with it, it comes up with one of the decedents' name as the identifier. It's in the name of Jamie King, not Jamel Demons. It was retrieved from Jameson Francois, not Jamel Demons. So it's neither in his name, it wasn't retrieved from him, and it comes up with an ID. It was being used after the defendant was arrested. We have information here that indicates that, definitively. It shows the phone being used to call. It shows the same step data from that very unit after he is incarcerated. So it's obvious that it's being used by several other people. So we can't even say that it's his phone and the information there is therefore all relevance, all information on it is non-hearsay because it's statements of the defendant. Not only is it being used by others to text, to call, being carried by others, it's in somebody else's name, retrieved from someone else, and this witness has not analyzed a single letter, all the information they're seeking to put in. So there is a ton of irrelevant evidence that is being introduced, and a lot of it is going to be prejudicial, 404B and 403 evidence, and that's why we objected before. I didn't wait until after, because one of the points that the court made is you already let it in. We objected before, Judge, and you told us, overruled, let it in. It's still a problem right now, and we're trying to stem the damage before it goes too far. And we think that the issue has to be addressed before this information is used and it goes forward, both on the foundation issue, on the technology issue, authentication issue, relevancy issue, 403, 404B issue.
Thank you. The relevancy issue is relatively low, counsel. My understanding, where's the phone located at, counsel?
The phone itself?
Yeah.
That will be introduced through the detective.
No, where was the phone located?
The phone was located, it was taken from the defendant's manager on February of 2019. The defendant was providing the passcode and information via jail calls to his manager to use it on that. And the phone also authenticates itself in terms of every single photo that is on that, whether it be a selfie, a screenshot of a FaceTime conversation, or anything of that, goes back to this defendant.
Then they have to establish it before they put it in, not after the fact, on this notion that they possess information that makes it relevant. If they do, present it, and then it's relevant at that time. We have, Your Honor, indications of this cell phone and this Instagram account that the state has introduced. The Instagram account is being used to
post pictures days after his arrest, up to and including pictures of this very trial last week. This Instagram account is being used and accessible to a number of people. This notion that, oh, it's his account, he's an artist. It's a public account that several people have access to.
This is the Tory Lanez lawyer trying to make the same thing. Like, oh, Tory Lanez account is not only him using, it's multiple people.
An inch worth of things to read, cases to read, articles to read, saying it's how it's not, the methodology is, and basically the Daubert issue on it, it's not clear, it's not been established, all those types of things. That should have been done pre-trial. I haven't seen what's on the account. I don't disagree with that. Counsel's telling me it's relevant because of X, Y, and Z there. You're saying it's not, but I don't know what is the 403 analysis, what's more prejudicial and probative. I haven't seen anything about that. I don't know what it is. I haven't seen it. You haven't made me aware of it. You're just saying something's more prejudicial than probative. If it is, I'm more than happy to go through one at a time with you and find out. But as far as who used the phone, what was it being done, counsel's saying it's relevant to establish his phone. So I've made my ruling. You've made your objection. So everybody knows where they stand on it. All right, so it's admitted.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, bring the jury back in.
He really trying to tell the defense attorney, shut the fuck up and let's get on with this. He's sick of this shit.
Or you have additional questions? Yes.
I don't think he has any relevant information. He said it.
So you're finished?
Bring the jury.
Let me ask a few.
Melly be looking like the devil sometimes, dog.
Jury entered.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Sorry for the delay. Please be seated. Let the record once again reflect the equivalent of the defendant, his counsel, the assistant state attorneys. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, our witness remains on the stand. So you have questions, counsel?
Yes, I have a few more, Your Honor. Thank you. You did, sir, 2 data dumps from the device in question.
I did 2 or 1?
You did 2 of them, did you not?
I did on this device, I did 1 extraction of it.
You only did it once?
If I recall.
Okay. Did you have the data verified by any third party for completeness of the download?
No.
And you made that decision, was it your decision whether or not to do that kind of verification?
Yes.
Okay, and you elected not to?
Correct, I elected not to.
Did you have an engineer review any of the data that you retrieved?
No.
And have you validated that the Cellbrite extracts in the data that you did were in fact complete?
The extraction is the extraction, and that's what I got out of it. That's what the machine gave me, yes.
Okay, and how did you verify that the machine gave you a complete download?
I understand when you say a complete download.
You said you don't understand what I mean?
No, you can elaborate on that.
How did you verify that the machine, the Cellbrite software that you used, downloaded the contents of the phone in its entirety? How did you go about verifying that?
That is not something that I can verify. That is whatever the data that comes from that phone and appears on the software. That's what I have. That's what I can deal with.
Okay, so you can't verify?
I cannot, no.
Is there a process of maybe testing, is there another, first of all, software that you can use to download the information?
Sure, there's other software.
And you only use the Cellbrite?
Correct.
And if you used another software and compare the downloads, that would be one way for you to test it, whether or not the download was complete, right?
In theory, I guess so, yes.
In actuality.
All right, I'll stipulate that.
Okay. So when you say there's no way to do it, it is what it is, what you're saying is there is a way to do it, and you didn't do it.
If that's what you want to call it, but it's not true. That's not correct.
Oh, so you did test it on another software?
No, I did not, but this is the only software that I have available to me.
Okay. So it's not that you had another software available to you that could help to verify the completeness and accuracy of your results. It's that you can do it, but you didn't have that software available to you.
Well, correct, I did not do it, no.
This boy a little sassy
Do
on
you
this
know
thing.
anything about the testing of the technology of Cellbrite as to its efficiency and operability?
No, I don't. I'm not an engineer for them.
So you, pardon me?
I'm not an engineer for them.
Okay, so it would take an engineer to do that?
Or somebody from that company, not me.
Okay, so it's like any kind of software, if you have the software and it doesn't work in totality or it doesn't work completely, you're stuck with the answers.
I'm not understanding what you're trying to get at, but if you rephrase it one more time, I'd appreciate that.
If that Cellbrite did not give you a complete and accurate download, you would have no way of knowing it.
That is correct.
Okay, because you didn't have comparable software or similar software to test the results against.
Correct.
Okay, so you're just trusting in the faith, you're just having faith that the Cellbrite.
Sustained.
You are relying upon the accuracy and completeness of the Cellbrite technology, right?
That's correct.
Even though you don't know anything about whether or not it works properly.
Correct.
Okay. Have you ever done a data dump from a phone more than once? Any phone?
Yes.
On Cellbrite?
Yes.
And was it a phone that left your possession and then you regained possession of it?
When you're saying left my possession, I'm sorry.
In other words, it left the custody, strike that. In the instances when you have downloaded information from a phone on using Cellbrite more than once, I presume you did it for a reason.
So one of the reasons why I probably would do it is maybe a software update from Cellbrite.
Okay, that's one of the reasons. What else? What are the other reasons you might do it?
That's the only reason that I would use it for.
Okay. Can I have one more, John?
Yes.
So it is your testimony, sir, that you didn't do an extraction from this phone in June? What year is this? And then another at a later date?
I don't recall.
Or at an earlier date in April?
I don't recall.
Well, you have any information there before you? Any of your reports that would indicate that?
I have one that was completed on February 28th. of
February 28th.
2019, I think it is.
Okay. Nothing further. Thank you.
Counsel, is there a redirect?
Briefly, Your Honor. Detective Zeller, counsel asked you whether or not Celebrate is accurate.
Correct.
In your training and experience, can you speak on that particular subject?
Objection?
What's the objection?
This witness has already testified that he can't speak.
Sustained.
So Detective Zeller, in terms of you have used Celebrate numerous times.
That's correct.
Approximately how many?
Hundreds.
Have you found any instances in which Celebrate added data to a forensic download or dump that wasn't on the phone itself?
I'm sorry.
Objection.
What's the objection?
You would have no way of knowing that.
Overruled.
Can you ask it one more time?
That's a legit
Have you ever
objection.
had
He
an
would really have no way of
instance in
knowing.
which Celebrate has added data to the forensic extraction or data dump that was not on the phone itself?
That was not on the phone. Not that I'm aware of.
In terms of the way to physically review, how would you do that on a cell phone and compare it against a Celebrate extraction?
Well, there's a couple things I could do. I could look at the different artifacts that are extracted, meaning, so I would look maybe at a particular phone call was made at a certain time and date, or a certain picture that was there at a certain time and date, or a video, or so on and so forth, whatever that's there. That's one way of doing it, yes.
So I want to make sure I'm clear. Are you saying you would look at outside evidence from the phone and see if it agrees?
Correct, yes.
In terms of the information and the data that's put out there, what is the purpose of taking it off the phone?
Well, you also don't want to use the original, and you're pretty much making a copy of the phone so that you don't ruin anything, delete anything, or compromise the device, or anything of that nature. So you work off that copy.
In terms of when the phone is brought to you, are there steps that are taken to make sure that there's no outside or internet or network access with the phone?
Yeah, so usually the phones are put in what's called airplane mode, where you disable all cellular connections.
And in terms of the type of extraction that was done in this case, what type of extraction was done?
This is called an advanced logical extraction. So,
what does that mean?
So there's different forms of extraction. The advanced logical pretty much gets, for the most part, when I use the word everything on there, when I say everything, meaning the context, the pictures, the videos, the communications, any sort of communications that are on there, deleted items, specifically deleted items.
Okay. And in terms of to get the advanced logical extraction, what information do you need as an examiner?
Meaning, I'm sorry?
Do you need the passcode to the phone?
Yes, you do need the password, correct, yes.
Oh, nothing further, Your Honor.
Is this witness excused?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. You may step down. You're excused.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Call your next witness, please.
Brendan Collins.
He's out of there. Going back to work.
Thank you. You, Brendan Collins.
Yes, sir.
Welcome, this is our witness stand. Can you go over here, please? When you get there, just remain standing for a bit. Raise your right hand and be sworn.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall give in this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Please state your full legal name for the record.
Brendan Collins.
Please spell your first and last name for the court reporter.
My first name is spelled B-R-E-N-D-A-N. My last name is spelled C-O-L-L-I-N-S.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Please be seated. Mr. Collins, that microphone in front of you, adjust up or down, but doesn't move back and forth.
Thanks, sir.
You ready?
Yes, sir.
Counsel, you may.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Collins. How are you?
Good afternoon, I'm doing well.
Where are you employed?
I'm an FBI agent, so I'm employed by the Federal Bureau of Investigation, and my full job title is Supervisory Special Agent.
And how long have you held that position?
This current position, about 18 months. I've been employed by the FBI for since 2012.
And as far as education, what types of degrees do you hold?
I have a bachelor's.
And is it in a specific area?
I was a history major in college.
Were you employed anywhere else prior to working for the FBI?
By the Army.
And how long were you employed by the Army?
About 6.5 years. I had a couple different jobs.
Okay. Going back to where you're working now at the Federal Bureau of Investigation, what are your responsibilities as an FBI agent?
Well, agents do all sorts of different things. Generally, agents are all investigators, and in the FBI, we investigate a myriad of crimes, from violent crimes, economic crimes. We also have national security mandates. Me specifically right now, I'm the supervisor of a squad that focuses on transnational organized crime.
So do you also have an ancillary assignment?
Not right now, I used to.
Would you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what is the CAST team?
The feds in here, gang.
So CAST, for the Cellular Analysis Survey Team, is a group of specially trained and equipped agents and task force officers who do cellular analysis or mobile device location analysis.
This is the
When
expert.
you say that, what types of records are you working with?
Usually records from phone companies or other service providers.
Okay. Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what is historical cell site analysis?
Sure. So when someone uses a phone or a mobile device to do something, to make a call, to send or receive a text, to check a sports score, or check their email, post something on social media, has to connect to the cellular network or through the internet. When you connect through the cellular network, there's a record that's generated by your phones, by the phone company. So if you have T-Mobile, gives you service to your cell phone. When you make a call, you'll see records on your T-Mobile sheets about that call. Historic cell site analysis is using those records to answer questions.
So what's the purpose of historical cell site analysis?
To help with investigations.
And what are the main components of a historical cell site analysis?
Well, if you're being asked to do like a location analysis, in other words, the case involves trying to determine where a particular device was at a certain point in time, you really have three things that you need. First, you need the records for that particular device. That will say that the initial records, like a call detail record, for instance, will sort of look like a billing statement that you might get from a phone company. It will say, this date, time, this phone number, place this call to this other number, etc. Except it will also have additional information. It will say a cell tower that the phone connected to when it made that call. So you need that record about the device. You also need a record of tower locations that says, okay, the tower the phone connected to is located at this particular point on the earth. You put those two things together into some sort of mapping software and it plots it, and then it will give you a general area of where the device was at the time that it connected to that tower.
So you said device. Can you testify a specific person was in a specific area?
No.
Why not?
Because the records I have are just about devices.
Okay. So there are limitations to your testimony.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I'm talking about devices, not people.
Have you received any specialized training to become an agent that does CAST as
Yes.
well? What is that?
To be CAST certified is pretty extensive. There's
several stages that the certification process is broken into. The first, so I started my initial training in 2017. The first phase of training is the CAS basic course, and that's a 2 or 3 day course where agents and officers from our local, state, or other federal agencies are exposed to what cellular analysis is and how to do it at the basic level.
Do you use the CAS work in your day-to-day cases? Before you became a supervisor?
Yes.
And so is this a required assignment to go to the CAS team?
No, I don't want to interrupt, but there's a lot more training than just that 2-day thing. Is that okay?
Let's start with, to do that first 2-day training.
Yeah, so the first
is that
2-day
mandatory for the FBI?
Yeah.
To go on past that, is that something you have to apply for?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, and to explain after that first initial training, what happens? What's the next level of training you complete?
So the next course is called the advanced course, and it's a week-long course, and that's just a more in-depth dive into each of the networks. So specifically, what are the uniquenesses of, say, Verizon or T-Mobile, AT&T, Sprint when it was a standalone provider? What do their records look like? What are the uniquenesses of the way their network's designed, et cetera. After the advanced course, then we have a sort of a test. It's like a week long. When I went through, it was a mix of part in the classroom and part in the field, where it's all scenario based. So you, for instance, you'd be like a kidnapping scenario. You'd be like, hey, this child was abducted. Maybe your job as the asset going through it to try and use the records to develop a search location and say, hey, I think that we need to go here to try and recover the child. You do a portion in the classroom, you do a portion in the real world where they have test phones set up in different locations, and you validate the results right there. So you either find the person or you wouldn't, and at the end you either pass or fail. So I passed, and I was allowed to continue to the certification course, which is a 4-week course. The first 2 weeks are very academic. We have a week that's basically a semester's worth of material condensed into a week. It's put on by professors from the Florida Institute of Technology. We bring in representatives from all the major cell phone providers in the U.S., both their law enforcement relations and records custodians personnel. We talk about these are the types of records that we keep in our specific record, our specific company. We also bring in personnel from the network engineers, so the people who build the network, who design it. We go to infrastructure, so I've been at the Sprint Network Operations Center where they oversee the management of the whole network across the country, et cetera. And then at the end of that, there's a test, and you either pass and are certified, or you don't.
Okay, so Special Agent Collins, are you certified in CAST analysis?
Yes.
How long have you held that certification for?
I got certified in September of 2018.
Is there continuing education or recertification that's required?
Yes, so to keep your CAST certification, every year you have to attend a recertification course.
Okay. Is all of the training specifically from the FBI?
No.
What other agencies and I guess companies do the training for you?
Yes, we have partnerships, or not partnerships, but we'll bring in educators from a lot of different companies. So obviously the different telecommunications companies are critical. So we have them come to the recertification conference every year. We've had a range of other people. We've had Apple, Qualcomm, Oracle, people in the field of GPS, cellular engineering, vehicles for vehicle telematics, anybody that's sort of involved in that ecosystem.
Okay, so you mentioned Apple, Qualcomm. What are those?
Those are different manufacturers.
Is there also specific as to cellular technology and how it works, training on that?
For what?
In terms of being a CAST certification.
After recertification?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. How long have you been specializing in call detail records analysis?
So, call detail record analysis.
They got to establish his history, chat. They got to make sure like he's the guy. He's going to be breaking out a lot.
Since I started,
I might have to go get some Henny for this one. I ain't going to hold you.
It's when I first really got exposed to working call detail records or CDRs.
Okay, and approximately how many times have you done this type of analysis?
I've done more than 130 cases, and that have included more than approximately 300 sets of records.
When you say a set of records,
Yeah.
what does that mean?
Like a call detail record or an engineering report, some sort of data report, some sort of report from a phone company about a particular device.
And in terms of the types of cases that you've worked, what have they been?
Again, violent crimes like homicides or shootings, white-collar crimes, and then public corruption, crimes against children, terrorism.
Okay. Have you worked cases where you've been called upon to determine the location of a cell phone?
Yes.
How many?
I mean, for the 130 so cases that I've helped with,
Yes.
The vast majority of those have to do with location, historical location of the phone.
Have you had the opportunity to validate your historical call data reconstructions, or that you do?
Yes.
And how do you do that?
Well, as we mentioned sort of during the, when I was talking about the train up, if it's a situation, a case where we're trying to find someone who we believe is in possession of the device, and you do an analysis and you say, I think we need to go to this house, and we go there and the person and the phone are there, that's validation. If we have a case where we have some sort of other evidence that corroborates it, like in a crimes against children case, and there's metadata on media that was produced at a specific location, and we have cell site that says, okay, we know this film or something was produced here, and here's what the cell site looks like, and that corroborates it. A couple of examples.
So when you say metadata, can you explain what that is?
Yeah, I mean, that's outside of what I do with CAST, but that would be something that would be in a media file, perhaps, that somebody else who, if you extract a file from a phone using a physical extraction device or a computer or some other device, sometimes there's metadata embedded within the image or video or whatever that will tell you different things, such as when the picture or movie was produced, where it may have been produced, or the picture may have been taken, etc.
Here at this time, I would offer Special Agent Collins as an expert in the area of historical cell site and cellular technology, and offer for Wadar.
Hey, you want to come side for a second?
Okay, happening once again. All right, we're still back to this.
You put it in the grate. Then what do you do?
Come back.
I'm
You
gonna
come
move
back
this
to
on
here.
a little bit.
What's you're part of the youth paper soldiers, right?
No.
Or young paper soldiers, something like
that? No game. Check my Facebook. Check my day. I ain't never.
I didn't say it's a gang. I said a group. You guys could be making music.
I ain't in no group with nobody. Solo. My career is solo. Everything about me solo.
Sure about that?
Positive.
So what you're saying is you don't know nothing about nothing.
I don't know nothing about none of that street beef, none of that. I just got into this incident with you.
Sweet.
There's got to be a reason why you guys got an argument with them. Sure.
Yeah.
Help you out here.
We'll be in recess.
Okay, another recess. Jesus Christ. All right, we're going to go to part 2 of this thing with Melly. It's 3 parts, actually. So they leave the room. Melly's just standing around. Guess he got some chips.
What you doing?
Just chilling.
How's that honey bun?
Good.
Good?
Damn, they gave him a honey bun. What does that mean, chat? Not the honey bun. He was standing on the top of the chair eating a honey bun. What the fuck?
Good? Alright. You want some drink? What would you like?
Anything.
Tell me what you like.
What do you got?
It's not 7-Eleven. What would you like?
I'm trying to every single one.
Coke, Sprite. Sprite? Non-cola. The non-cola. Alright, I'll get you Sprite. I'm gonna ask you one last time, I want you to be honest with me. Is that gun gonna be in that grate?
I don't know.
Did you drop it in that grate? You didn't drop it in the grate, did you? See? I'm trying to be a nice guy, and you're lying to me.
They offered him food. This is like a classic situation. They're offering him food to find the gun. And the guy's like, all right, what you want to drink, bro? You want some Sprite? Nah, I got you on some Sprite. It ain't cold, but I got you, though. I was just ask you one more time, because we finna go look for it. Like, yo, is that gun supposed to be over there? Nigga, you ain't drop it over there?
Where's the gun at? Where's it at?
Nigga took another bite of the honey bun.
No, yeah, I'm trying to think. You know where the gun's at.
I ain't worried about it. I can't.
You can't what?
I can't tell y'all what's gonna happen.
Why? That's how the relationship's gonna go south now?
No, it can't go south, because I kept it real with y'all from at the beginning.
You ain't telling me where the gun's at. You lied to me. That makes you a liar.
Oh, shit. That honey bun was hitting, chat.
That means you're wasting my time, you're wasting your time. Where's the gun? I told you no additional charges. But I need that gun.
I don't know where it's at.
You're lying to me.
Honest.
No, you're not. Who'd you give it to?
I don't remember their name.
You know who was there. Where's the gun? And you lied about the type of gun. Is that what you are? You're a compulsive liar? You ain't even man enough.
The gun won't go no. Y'all ain't got to worry about that.
Where is the gun?
Can't tell you, don't know. That's not, bro. You're not finna.
What are you scared of? You need that gun for safety? Is that it? You don't want to give the gun up because you need it for protection?
I'm not finna let me even stay out here no more.
So where's the gun at? Did you give it to somebody? That should be an easy question.
Did he just drop the honey bun rapper right here?
I'm not saying no name.
That nigga in here barefooted, man.
Okay,
Cool it.
so that's not what I asked you. I asked you, did you give it to somebody?
Then you gonna ask who I gave it to.
All right, can we get through one thing at a time? Let's not get questions ahead of me.
No.
Oh, never mind. He's still on the honey bun.
Respect you, but can't do too much talk.
Why not?
It's not me.
It's not you?
No, I can't. Cause then that's getting somebody else in trouble.
It was a yes or no question. We'll wait for the next question. Then you can tell me you're not going to tell me that part.
Then you're gonna think it's gonna be.
I already think you're a liar. What's the difference?
Alright, then if you think that, then I might as well not even talk.
That's how you want to be remembered then.
I ain't coming back here after this.
What happens here is just one part of your life.
They was talking like I'm finna get 10 years.
Nope, I didn't say that in the slightest. I'm not even talking about that in regards. I'm talking about when you talk to your parents. And when I talk to your parents and say, you know what, your son couldn't even be honest. That's the trust issue I'm talking about.
I'm honest with my parents, though. When they book me.
What's that?
I'm going to the 10.
You're going Fort Pierce.
Me?
Huh?
I'm going to Fort Pierce.
Mm-hmm.
Dang. Why I can't go to Indian River?
Because you're juvenile.
Oh, that's where it's at. So there ain't one down here? Oh. I need to hurry up.
You need to be honest. So everybody needs something. Where's the gun at? Did you give it to somebody, yes or no?
No. Ain't nowhere at the blue apartments either.
What's that?
Ain't nowhere at the blue apartments either.
Is it close to the blue apartments?
Nope.
How would you know?
It's gone.
How would you know?
She's coming.
What kind of gun was it? Hmm?
It's like pulling
These
teeth.
are all sorts of full lies.
The witness as an expert. So they still have to be indicated to the jurors that this person can now testify in opinion form and they're being offered as an expert. Whether or not they choose to believe or disbelieve or accept the expert's credentials is something that's addressed in jury instructions at the end.
And that all is true. I don't want you saying this is, again, it's going to be what the argument is, what the witness says. My question, and that's all I was trying to bring up. I don't know if you have questions regarding the witness about their expertise. You're going to board out of the witness?
No, Judge.
Okay, so they're not going to board out of the witness. All right, that's all I wanted to find out. All right, let's bring the jury.
Oh, just one thing before we go further, I'm going to give Your Honor a copy of the order that was discussed about the report that was done by Judge Siegel. This was signed on April 4th of 2022. Sure.
Are you intending to seek to admit the report?
Yes, and that's what that.
Admit the report?
Yes, and that's what that.
Should we just object now, Judge? Reports are inadmissible.
I don't know what you're speaking of.
I don't think we admitted to admitting the report. We said we would
Excuse
agree.
me, I only want to hear from one. Whose witness is this going to be?
This is my witness, Judge.
All right, so you make the objection. So this is an order on the admissibility of expert witness testimony by Federal Bureau of Investigation Special Agent Brendan Collins. Let me read it. This is your order to judge. Says here, defendant stipulated to the admissibility at trial of the expert testimony of Special Agent Brendan Collins in the area of cellular phone forensics. This stipulation includes Special Agent Collins' testimony regarding the cellular analysis survey team cast report.
What the fuck?
And based upon the defendant's stipulation, it is ordered and judged that Special Agent Collins' expert testimony in the area of cellular phone forensics and on the cast report is admissible at trial. What's the issue?
So I believe counsel is trying to state that we are going to object to the admissibility of the cast report. We had stipulated to his testimony after deposing him. And then I will also bring to the record, she's trying to bring in 3 different cast reports when we had deposed Agent Collins. We only had deposed him as to 1 cast report. We had extensive conversations about whether the state would be bringing in the additional cast reports. We had agreed at that time, if they were going to bring in those reports, she would let us know and we would depose him again. That never happened. We were always told it would be the 1 report of the 2 phone numbers. And which we are objecting to the admissibility of those reports based on hearsay. Also, they are misleading, and also the information in those reports have not been properly validated by an engineer.
Okay, so as of April 4th, 2022, what report was in existence as far as Special Agent Collins?
So the first one that was with regards to Anthony Williams' cell phone, as well as Mr. Demon's cell phone. That one was done.
What other reports are out there?
The other ones were generated in May of 2022 and immediately turned over to defense counsel, and I have a very different recollection of that. This was listed at the same time as Mr. Zeller that we just had, so there was never any additional request to depose this witness. But Special Agent Collins has been available for the last however long if they so chose to do so.
And Judge, I would just for the record make an objection to her characterizing that particular phone that is actually registered to Tate King as Mr. Demon's phone. I don't believe that has been established.
Thank you. So, what is the report?
Judge, I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
I asked for the report. I need to know what the report says. I'm not familiar with it.
Yes, sure. So they're all substantially similar. They do different cell phones at different times. That one is the one of Mr. Demons and Mr. Williams, explaining how the cellular...
Objection again.
Explaining how...
I don't understand. I'm asked for what the report is. I want to see it, and you say objection again. What's your objection?
My objection is to the characterization that it's Mr. Demon's phone and Mr. Williams' phone, actually.
Finally get a look at the gallery.
Yes.
At least one side of it.
Emailed it to Miss Liberty.
Can we see anybody who's Melly's family? I guess the mom would be sitting up front. Why does white girl over here look like Woe Vicky? Right here.
Thank you.
Who are these people? Can't really identify anybody in there.
So what is Agent Collins going to do?
Agent Collins would testify as to how he does the analysis, how he generates those timing advance bands, and what it means as to the location of the cellular.
Oh shit, Chad, it is Woe Vicky. Look right here. You go to her Instagram. I think it's I'm Woe Vicky, and you'll see she was hanging around everybody with the trial. Look, this is her page. You're gonna see her with the YNW family soon. Here we go. YNW Jewel and Woe Vicky. She's taking, you know, women. She had the courthouse taking photo shoots. What's the problem?
It's as bright as I can get it.
Ooh, the review.
Melly fighting for his life. She getting Instagram photos. You know, she broke up with Boonk, so she, you know what I mean? This is her.
I wish I had a bill.
Okay, I guess these are the other people. Okay. B Slime is there. B Slime has the colorful dreads? Which one's B Slime?
Give him
They attack Bortland.
And let him feel your Holy Spirit and have an experience with you, have an encounter with you, and give him the peace of God only can give, and give him.
We're on a recess, so it's pizza time. Okay, I see. All right, okay.
That we were told in court that they would not be used. There was a question if James and Francois' CAS report would be used. She didn't give us a definitive answer. We finally rested on the fact that she was not going to be using Mr. Francois' phone. So it is a little bit of surprise that is now being introduced at trial. And the other one, I believe, with Withers, we never ever discussed it.
Hold on.
Yes, Judge.
Hold on.
Yes, sir.
I don't fully understand this order dated April 22nd. It says, ordering the judge of Special Agent Collins' expert testimony in the area of cellular phone forensics and on the CAS report. So he's going to testify. I wouldn't normally admit a CAS report. I don't see why it would come in here. I don't see this specifically saying it's admissible. I see it's saying Special Agent Collins' expert testimony in the area of the cellular phone forensics and on the CAS reports in this lawsuit. He can testify. He's here. You can ask him questions that you want, but I don't believe I'd be letting this into evidence. It's just, he's here. His testimony is the testimony.
And so, with regards to that, the necessity
Finally,
of the maps,
a win for Melly. Small win for Melly. They had multiple reports that this guy kind of like did or whatever. They didn't tell the defense they were going to admit it. Now they're saying, oh, we want it admitted and we want to have him like testify. They're like, no, you're not admitting it. Just ask the nigga questions, man.
Well, he can show it as a demonstrative aid if that's going to help him illustrate his testimony. I don't have an issue with that. That's a different question for me. Typically, we don't just admit an expert's report. The expert's here is going to testify.
Yes, sir.
And it's not clear for me from this order that that's what Judge Siegel anticipated, that the report was coming in. I don't have any issue regarding his testimony. They're not even, defense indicated they're not even going to board to hire him regarding his qualifications. So, he's able to testify. But as far as the report coming in, I don't read your order that way, respectfully.
Understood. So, Your Honor, then if I can show the admissibility of the maps with that on there, then you would evaluate them as they're offered individually.
I don't have an issue. I mean, if he's able to identify them and talk to them, that's a different issue. You're wanting to admit the whole report in as the way I understand it, as substantive evidence. And typically that's not the way it's done. I mean, the testimony is the testimony of the witness, not the report. Otherwise it's cumulative, it's be duplicative of whatever he was going to testify to. I don't see, the order talks about a date. in April. This report was given after that date. I don't know if this is what the judge intended. You said there were some amendments. I don't know what the amendments are. I don't know if they were approved by the defense. They're saying they're objecting to it. Typically, that's just not done the way it's being done, putting in the document.
So, Your Honor, there are quite a number of cases on that specific issue, which I'm happy to provide the court.
What specific issue? About a report coming in?
About the maps and the mapping being admissible. So that would be...
I'm not concerned about the mapping. I'm concerned about the report per se.
Well, I just want to make sure we're clear on what specifically. So some of them, this specific items are demonstrative on that. So for example, when and I can put it up so everybody can see, so it's clear. So Special Agent Collins, I would anticipate, would testify that, for example, there is cell tower usage and how that would be displayed on that. So that wouldn't be confused with cell site usage. So that's because there could be the possibility that a juror would think, well, this is showing that the phone is somewhere in this purple area, which would not be correct, as opposed to, for example, a timing advanced illustration, which in this case, the witnesses can testify that the phone is somewhere in this band, based on, and then as well as, so in terms of the way the mapping is then done, to make it clear and understand that these red dots are not the specific locations, but rather the towers that are used. I think it's important for the jurors to understand that and have the first part of that analysis there so that there can't be any sort of improper recall by the jurors on that. So then as to the locations on those, then this would be one of the timing advance. So if they don't have the other first part,
Judge, I think it's renewed again.
Excuse me, counsel. I don't think she's done.
Okay, sorry, Judge.
so it's more so the fact that the timing advance data and the way it is done, I don't want there to be any confusion to the jurors to saying that this is overstating the evidence. So if I just put in these particular items without the full explanation, because I don't think it is appropriate to do so without the jurors understanding the limitations of the testimony and what the different maps show. So on that would be the specific parts the state would be seeking to introduce, because the locations of the towers are important to how the math is done.
My understanding is the defense is objecting to that exhibit. Is that correct?
Yes, Judge.
Does that include the maps?
That does include the maps, Judge.
So they're objecting to it. So I guess you have, in some way, it has to come out how it was done.
Mm-hmm.
And you have to talk to the witness and see if he can, authenticate it. Originally I was thinking that you were using him as demonstrative, and I would ask him if that helps illustrate his testimony or not. But if you're saying it, you're not concerned with that, you want to admit them into evidence. So the objection is, what's the objection?
That it's irrelevant. I would also object to the fact that
It's not relevant?
It is not relevant. It's also referring to Mr. Demon's phone. Nobody's established that number was his. It's referring to Mr. Williams' phone. You've got no testimony that establishes that it's Mr. Williams' phone. If we were to go to the other two reports, I don't know how the court's ruling on them. Again, she's referencing phone numbers, assigning them to people. We have had no testimony or evidence before the court that those actual phone numbers belong to those individuals.
Thank you. So I haven't heard any phone numbers being assigned to any individuals.
If I may, Your Honor,
Sure.
that is why the state introduced the phone slip that has been brought in through the defendant's fingerprint, that he endorsed that as his telephone number, and as such the state can now argue that. As to all of the other individuals, those are coming in from the phone records themselves. For example, Dontavius Withers and Chris Thomas, as I went through with the Sprint records custodian.
So let me start. What is the phone number that's on that pawn sheet that you're saying is Mr. Demons?
772-713-9807. And that's why we had the fingerprint analysis done, and they came in and identified that as the fingerprint of the defendant.
Thank you. And what's the next phone number?
The next two phone numbers that are the easiest ones to go through, Your Honor, are the phone numbers of Christopher Thomas, 772-713-2341. And if Your Honor recalls...
713-341. Should be another number.
772-713-2341. And I can bring up here for Your Honor the specific information on Mr. Thomas's phone that was brought in earlier through the Sprint records custodian. And there's the phone number at the top of the screen, 772-713-2341. Billing address for Chris Thomas.
All right.
Going down in the same records, because they were produced at the same time. In addition, the email address with it is Chris Thomas 86. Again, consistent with Christopher Thomas. The next phone number that is on this particular is 954-371-7895. And that is belonging to an individual by the name of Dontavius Withers.
Are there any other phone numbers this witness is going to be testifying on?
Yes, Your Honor. He would also be testifying on the T-Mobile records to the individual by the name of Jameson Francois, and to go to the subscriber information for Mr. Francois's phone. This is related to Miss Adria Scott, which there has been testimony that Adria, or AA, is the wife of Jameson Francois. In addition, that phone number for Mr. Francois, 954-376-9158, is consistently in the phone download of Mr. Demons and is listed as track. And there are plenty of photographs and things of that nature that would show and illustrate that Mr. Jameson Francois, also known as Track, is the owner of that phone number.
But it's actually in his wife's name.
Correct. And if the rest of the subscriber information also says it is a family plan with multiple lines.
All right,
Rate plan, family, unlimited, 2 lines included.
On the subscriber information for the first phone that you're suggesting is Mr. Demons, what does that subscriber information reflect?
That comes back to his mother, Jamie King.
Let's go back now. What's on I don't know what the exhibit number was. Did you print out anything on?
Hey, spam if I miss anything. I gotta go get coffee. I gotta order coffee. All right, I'll be right back.
Full printouts on the phone, not all of which have been entered into evidence at this point, Your Honor.
But what's in evidence so far?
I can pull that up and just take a moment.
4.
This is the extraction.
That's correct. For example, 95446. Three seven six 9158. There are 1,129 messages between the phone owner, Mr. Demons, and other individuals in which Mr. Francois is a participant in those conversations.
So again, you indicated this is Mr. Demon's phone. You just told me the subscriber information reflects that it's his mother's phone.
This is, the plan is paid for by his mother. His mother's phone is in here. She is listed under Brazy, B-R-A-Z-Y, lady, and that's the 772-501-6942, which is listed as an additional number subscriber on the phone for Mr. and the phone records from T-Mobile for Mr. Dimmons.
Judge, I just want to point out, she's saying that these are messages between Mr. Demons and various people. This cell rate actually tells you, like she stated, like it's going to track, but it's coming from young Sat Chaser Howard, and he's registering as the owner of the 9807 phone, which in these reports keep going back to Mr. Demons, but under cell rate is showing young Sat Chaser Howard.
And so in further showing as to who owns the phone, we can look at all of the videos and images of Mr. Demons, of which...
Okay, real quick. Breaking news. We have a sentence that has just been handed down. The podcaster known as Taxstone has gotten 35 years in prison. Okay? He's gotten 35 years in prison. This is for the shooting of Troy Ave. This is for killing Troy Ave's bodyguard. A lot of people expected him to get around the 20-something range. This is a huge deviation from what has been put down. Now, let me speak a little bit on this. This was something that we should have always expected to be handed down with force. I'm going to tell you why. Y'all brought in a gun into a nightclub in New York City, in a place where guns ain't even allowed. You're not even allowed a gun in the city. Within city limits, you ain't allowed with a gun, period, unless you're a law enforcement officer. Trust me, I know. Because when I travel and I fly and I got to check my guns in, I don't even go to the airport that's in New York City, because they ask you so much questions, they want to lock you up just for traveling through it with your guns carried the right way. Much less toting a gun walking around the street, much less going into an establishment. And most cities have this provision. Even if you have a carry permit, you cannot bring a gun in venues that serve alcohol. So New York City don't allow guns, period. They also have these places that serve alcohol, that are concert venues. I always thought this case, they were going to come down unnecessarily hard because of where it is. Everybody was saying, well, Tax been locked up for 4 years, 5 years. He's going to get 20 years. So you take the 4 off the 20. It's like 16, but then he only got to do about half of that. He'd be back in 8 years. Clearly not the case. This 35 years is, you can't bring a gun in casino, no matter what carry permit you got. You can't bring a gun to a school, casinos, anywhere alcohol is served. You also can't bring it to a church. Actually, let me stop with the church. But there's certain places, but it differs for what jurisdiction. Regardless, I only say that to say, not only aren't you not allowed a gun in New York City, you ain't allowed one normally in a nightclub, nor a performance venue, and because there's so many people there and they serve alcohol, the judge is not going to have mercy on you, okay? I'm going to see if I can find out a little bit more details about this. I seen some people, I don't know if you guys were like shocked that I referred to Taxstone as a podcasting legend. He absolutely is. Like, he created a whole lane. He brought a whole different audience, and he established something that wasn't there before. He didn't establish podcasting, but he established a type and a different audience that cared about podcasting. Gillian Wallow benefit from that, and you have to show respect to Taxstone for that. That alone makes him a legend. Okay? Let's read a little bit more about it. The rapper Taxstone Daryl Campbell was on trial. Okay, whatever. After the guilty verdict on June 10th. Wait, the guilty verdict wasn't on June 10th. Oh, on June 10th. Okay, on June 10th, inner city press went back to sentenced to 35 years incarceration. First, 3 family members spoke. The mother showed his photo. His sister described him saving a woman on the Brooklyn Bridge. The prosecutor quoted Campbell about getting a Connecticut lobster roll at Red Hook Lobster after the shooting, said his anti-gang podcast talk was too little too late. She noted on the ongoing federal case, blah, blah, blah. Judge said the consecutive sentence. Oh, she gave him consecutive. That's why. Because the max charge for this manslaughter was supposed to be like 20 something. That's what I'm like, how did he get 35? They gave him consecutive. Wow. Here we go.
In New York State Court, where Daryl Campbell, a.k.a. Taxstone, was just sentenced to 35 years of upstate incarceration. This was for the manslaughter, the death of Ronald McFadder, 3 of whose family members spoke at the sentencing, and also the injuring of Troy Ave, and 2 others. At the end, after the legal arguments were done, after it was determined that there would be consecutive sentences, after Judge Klott said that he wanted them to be consecutive to show that 4 victims additional time upstate, Daryl Campbell spoke, and he said it was all Troy Ave's fault, that Troy Ave attacks anyone that attacks his music, that he's a jokester, that he only took a gun into the club in Irving Plaza to protect himself, that he always has felt that he would be attacked, therefore he had to have a gun. There were people sitting on both sides of the audience. There were supporters of Taxstone on one side, and there were the supporters mostly of Mr. McFadder on the other side. I was in the middle. And I have to say, 35 years is a long period of time. We're going to continue to follow it. There was reference made to the federal case, which is pending before Judge Schofield. It's a felon in possession case. He did plead to that, and the prosecution said he only pled to that because of the potential larger exposure in federal court for not pleading out. We're going to follow that as well. Will that be on top of the 35 years? In any event, here we are. Intercitypress.com. You'll find it online. To be continued.
God damn.
Matthew Russell Lee at New York State Court. This is going to be a short one. Daryl Campbell, a.k.a. Taxstone, was just sentenced to 35 years in prison for the death. It was called manslaughter at trial. The death of Ronald McFadder, the injuring of Troy Ave, and of two others. He blamed it, Daryl Campbell did, all on Troy Adams for attacking those who criticized his music. He said that he only took a gun because he felt under threat. Three family members of Mr. McFadder spoke, and the Judge Clott imposed 35 years. Longer report to follow. InnerCityPress.com. Here we are, Matthew Russell.
Wow. Wow. That is, I know New York Daily News is gonna put it up pretty soon, but they be hating. Them niggas be like, oh, tearing your ad blocker off. No, nigga. See? Fuck out of here. God damn. 35 years. Lesson learned. Let's talk about lessons learned from this situation. Lessons learned from this situation. Taxstone should not have been at that venue if he had any idea that Troy Ave was going to be there. Should not be there. Troy Ave also, with his ego, initiated possibly an altercation that at the end of the day still got somebody killed. That doesn't make one less innocent than the other. The argument that, oh, well, Troy Ave set it off, so you got to blame him. That's not how it works in the legal system. You wasn't supposed to have a gun in that venue. I believe the harsh sentence is because it's New York City. There's going to be several lawsuits to follow. By the way, Troy Ave is suing Live Nation. Live Nation, they were running the event. A gun got brought in the venue. Apparently, Taxstone was going from left to right, trying to figure out a way how to get in the venue without being searched. So he deliberately carried that gun. Banger is dead. Troy Ave also, even though he cooperated, he will be serving some time. And for all intents and purposes, Taxstone's life is over. Just like that. Very horrible case. This Taxstone case has taught me one thing, and I knew from the jump. I rather a lot of times when niggas say, "Oh, you not outside," niggas want to see you crash. You ever heard any of these motherfuckers say, "Yo, Ack, you not outside"? No, you don't see me with the rappers. I go outside. But if I'm critical of motherfuckers, or I'm over here, like for example, I'll give you a quick example. Dirk, me and Dirk, we've been texting, we cool this and third, right? Dirk came to Jersey to perform 2 days ago. Dirk was performing in Atlantic City. On the bill is Metro Boomin. Now, really, I don't really got no problem with Metro Boomin, but clearly he don't like me. I know if I say, oh, Dirk, give me some tickets, I know I'm going to be backstage, being in the mix, whatever. But here's the thing. I'm a fan at that point. I'm showing up to your concert. Metro Boomin's on the lineup. He is a performer that's going to be on the lineup. I say, why even put myself or even him in that situation? Now, granted, maybe it's I think there's a great likelihood nothing happens, but why even do that? Why even do that? You get what I mean? So I said, you know what? Nah, I'm gonna catch Dirk on one of like his solo performances. Because that's how that Taxstone Troy Ave thing happened. Troy Ave's he's invited by T.I. to perform. You're a blogger hanging out in the back with the cool guys. Well, eventually, you know it's gonna come to a head. Yo, y'all seen each other? Y'all been talking shit about each other and nothing happened? These are decisions you gotta make. This is the reason why I personally pride myself on not hanging out with rap niggas. And that might be used against me because people look at it like, well, maybe you're just not cool enough. Nah, I get invited to everything. I just make that decision not to go. Because when you go, you got to be aware of, and I'm not sitting here as woe is me. I'm sitting here as people like me, Charlemagne, Taxstone, anybody who talks and actually has an opinion, or you could call it talking shit. You got to be aware of this. There's some niggas that won't, like, put it like this. If they said Freddie Gibbs and I don't know, whoever was doing some shit, and I wouldn't just show up there unless I'm planning to fight it out with them. It's just not going to happen. You get what I mean? You can't just go to places thinking it's just, so again, you have to make sure you're moving accordingly, especially, these are the risks you take, but these are also the precautions you have to take as well. Now, I say that to say this. I know Tax was a little bit newer in comparison to in like a lot of shit with the industry, but Tax knew what he was doing. The moment Tax said, I needed a gun to go in there, Tax knew what he was doing. That decision, along with another man's ego, who probably said, yo, it's three of us, it's one of him. It now led to one person dying, Tax getting 35 years. Again, I'd rather they say I ain't outside because you don't see me. And by the way, you do see me with like rappers at times, but shit, I make sure I pick my spots, nigga. I'm not everywhere with everybody. Because again, when you run into some of these people, like for example, let me give an example. Okay, when me and Meek wasn't seen eye to eye, there'll be events I'd be invited to that Meek I know was going to be there. And here's the thing, is one thing if you're showing up as a guest, so like, oh, he might just show up as a guest. If Meek is scheduled to perform, my nigga, like at that point, like, what are you doing? Like, I'm not a rapper. I'm not getting on stage to rap. You're a visitor. So at that point, like, nigga, you got to move around a little bit, my nigga. Especially if you're going to where the nigga's about to work. That's why I use the Metro Boomin shit. Like, nigga, I don't think Metro on shit. But you're going to where that nigga finna work at. And that's why I think, you know, some people contextualize this like, oh, no, Troy Ave was doing a lot of fuck shit back then. That's a fact. He was getting people to beat up journalists. He was getting people to drag McConan off stage. That's a fact. But that doesn't mean you go to where he's invited to come perform, which is work, and you got a gun on you and there's a confrontation. So again, that's as much. I don't want to get into the nitty gritty of the whole shit. I'm going to be honest though. When Tax was out here, and I got to say this because I don't want to be a hypocrite, niggas like me was looking at Tax like, yeah, Tax. Because Tax was like the gangsta blogger. Like, yeah, Tax, show these niggas they pussy. For real. I remember when he got into it with Meek and he was like, nigga, yo, my show's in Philly, nigga. I'm going to Philly. I'm like, yeah, Tax, go Tax. But such is the case with the whole internet. The things that a lot of people loved about Tax, look where it's ended with him being at. And you know what all them niggas gonna say? Oh yeah, we still listen to his podcast. Okay. I'm gonna send my prayers for Taxstone. I'm gonna send my prayers for Troy Ave. I'm gonna send my prayer for banger, and the other 2 victims, the person who got shot in the back, also the woman who got shot in the face. Okay? Prayers for anybody else who was there who were affected and got PTSD because bullets is flying by your head for this crazy situation that happened. And, as we go forward in the future, listen. We hope that these things don't repeat themselves. Okay? Let's leave it at that. All right, let's get back.
There are over 1,000.
Oh my God. All right. So there's another mute. So let me just back up a bit. They were showing a bunch of stuff on this is a Cellbrite reader right here. I don't know if you can see it. So it says Cellbrite reader. They're just going through the phone and whatever. So this is where I moved off. Okay, here we go.
These are all videos, actually. If you want to go to the selfies, I can go to the 10,963 images to show some of those.
I don't know how she's determining your selfies, Judge, without a testimony to such.
So, for example, in this particular image, it's a screenshot of a FaceTime conversation in which the large image is going to be the person who is on the other line. The local device is going to be the tiny picture up at the top, which is of Mr. Dennis. This is just one of many, many examples.
Can you go back to the main subscriber information page?
In terms of this one?
So where does it show who the subscribers are?
This is from the device itself.
By the way, another pause again, chat. Am I not right? I be right on the button, nigga. Gonna a gift and I'm typing the tweet out right now. A curse is on pace to sell 78K first week. Didn't I say it's gonna be between 60 and 80? Come on, man. Big act don't fail, man. I'm telling you, I'm tapped in, nigga. Tapped in, nigga. I'm tapped in, nigga. Where my tweet at, man? Let's put this shit on the fucking screen, man. Oh, the tweet ain't... Oh, I forgot. Yo, Twitter has this 30-second delay when you send a tweet now. I guess, like, in case you want to think about it and, like, delete it or something like that. Actually, I think it's a good thing. I ain't even gonna lie to you. I think it's a good thing. Okay. Gunna, a gift and a curse is on pace to sell 78K first week. It's in the range that I expected. I'm gonna be honest. It's on the high end of that spectrum, which was telling me people are really rocking with Gunna. No radio attention, no industry love, still sell 78K. Granted, I think, I don't know how the future might be if he still gets no support consistently, but not a bad offering, I can't lie. Not a bad offering. By the way, the album's growing on me more and more, so that's good. But yeah, 78K for one. Is that a W or L for y'all? Gotta be honest. This money's gonna be used to fund some YSL legal defenses. Shit, it is what it is at this point. I think Gunna is gonna take the approach of, I'm gonna fight back with music. I'm gonna still talk my shit. I don't know who's gonna associate with him. I don't know if he really cares. If he continues to do this well. And by the way, I'm going to be honest about the industry. This industry is all dick riders. I seen everybody post Thug's album. Man, these niggas don't even know, like, Gunna know Thug more than these niggas. Like, you know what I mean? Like, everybody's acting like they're all in solidarity. They were just waiting to see if Gunna was going to flop. 78K, it's kind of decent. You know what they're going to do now? Yeah, Gunna, we could put out a song now. Man, niggas going to want to collab with Gunna now. The industry's dick riders. 6ix9ine Snitch, yo, nobody want to collab with him. They seen 6ix9ine on Instagram with 2 million people live? Nigga, send me a song. The industry's dick riders. Gunna, you gonna be just fine. You gonna be just fine, Gunna. Just get out of Atlanta. I don't know if he can still move around Cleveland Avenue like that. I don't think Cleveland is gonna tolerate him the same. But it's clear Wanna gonna be all right. Now remember, he did 150, which is about like double this. But you gotta imagine he dropped with 1 week notice. I think it only had 12 tracks, right? How many tracks did that shit have? Let me talk about it. Gunna, here we go. Gunna, Gift and a Curse. No, 15 tracks. No features. No big name producers. Nobody reposting it. He leads with a song, Bread and Butter, which is not a club song. But he's talking his shit on it. He's explaining himself. He didn't do no interview. He still claims he's keeping it P. I think 78K is not that bad. Again, I'm telling you this right now. The reason why the majority of artists ain't speaking out against Gunna is because most of these niggas are trying to go with where the wave goes. So if the ocean wave starts going that way, they go that way. If it goes that way, they go that way. They're trying to see, is Gunna literally drip or drown? If his career goes down, they'll be like, oh, we're good. Yeah, we don't fuck with snitches. Wait, Gunna still lit? Then they're going to look over and be like, is King Slime getting out anytime soon? Oh, 10 years? All right, he'll forget about this collab by the time he get out. Yo, Gunna, let's do the song. That's what's going to happen. So I got to say, I think this is a W for Gunna. And we'll see how he plays it continuing now going into the future. I think that, I don't think he's going to do an interview. I think if it was a time to do an interview, it would be with this. I've seen some people say a rollout. You're like, come on, bro. Like, again, it's not like he was trying to, this was a album to get shit off his chest. It did pretty decent. I think he's going to save any comments he has until the conclusion, or at least a little bit more into the YSL case, that he could not look as so crazy as people, because no matter what he says, people are going to be like, but you left Thug in there. So he's just going to explain through music. And honestly, when he explains it through music, instead of like talking, because Gunna's never really been great with interviews, if you ask me, people like it. People love the flow. People like his voice. People like his music. Shit. Good shit, Gunna. All right, back to the Melly case.
This is an extraction from Celebrate That phone in terms of information as to user accounts that are on this particular phone. You have YNW Melly booking at gmail.com. You have YNW Melly a Twitter account. You have YNW Melly an Instagram account. You have Melly.Montana, the Snapchat account, which the Snapchat is already in evidence of showing that one. You have Jamel.Demons, a Facebook account as well on that. In terms of the content of the messages themselves as well, show that this was Mr. Demons' phone and that he is sending out information and things personal to himself on this. So there are multiple different types of information to show them.
So just if we were to actually go through all of these, I've informed the court before, you're going to see messages from both of the decedents to their girlfriends, to other people. There's no question that our client had used his phone, but so did all his friends. So this was a phone.
By the way, not to like go back to a topic I just kind of finished, in the Taxstone and Troy Ave thing, from what I'm hearing, the judge came down extra hard on Taxstone because, again, just think about even the Tory and Meg situation. Imagine if Tory's defense was, I ain't shoot Meg. Meg shot herself. Taxstone's defense was, Troy Ave had the gun. Troy Ave did the shooting. So essentially, they were blaming a victim. Troy Ave got shot. So Troy Ave is technically listed as a victim, even though he got charged too. Right? So he got shot in the initial incident. He then committed a crime by chasing Taxstone out the room with the gun in his hand firing. So I think the judge was especially, harsh because when you blame the victim for shooting himself and shooting and killing his bodyguard, you're playing in front of people's faces, right? Like, come on, bro. Like, you think we're just gonna go with nigga shot himself and killed his man's like just randomly? So I think from what I'm hearing, that's part of it. Anyway, let's get back in court.
Was Mr. Demon's phone, that's the 713-9807-772 area code. Then she had, there was one that was listed as a Christopher Thomas phone, another one as a Mr. Withers phone, and another one as Francois, also known as Track's phone. I haven't seen one as being on Mr. Williams. Am I mistaken?
Yes, Your Honor, there was one on Mr. Williams that was on the initial report. That is the 954-248-9081.
954-248.
9081.
And that's Mr. Williams, one of his students. You're saying
Yes.
it's his phone?
Correct, that phone, and defense counsel is well aware of the fact that the phone that Mr. Williams had at the time of his death was recovered, and a full file system extraction was done from that phone that shows it was his phone on that, and as well as the fact that the celebrate extraction that we just went through also has Mr. Williams saved under the name of Twin in the phone of Mr. Demmons, in which there's discussions back and forth that identify the 954-248-9081 phone number as that of Mr. Williams. And that there's discussions, for example, that they have gone on trips recently. They had gone to, I believe it was Detroit. And there's then again photos of Mr. Williams on the phone of Mr. Demmons in Detroit that are sent back and forth on that.
Regarding this witness, is he going to testify regarding Mr. Williams' phone?
He's going to testify to the locations of that particular cell phone,
And
yes.
they're going to be identified by phone number?
At both.
All right. Anything else?
No.
Anything else?
Just, if you're going to let it in for demonstrative purposes, I would say at the very least that the names are stricken from the reports and redacted, sorry. And we refer to only the phone numbers, not to the individuals.
Thank you. So we're going to bring the jury in now. As far as that demonstrative, I'm getting conflicting information. I don't want something going before the jury about this is Mr. Denman's phone or this one's phone. There's circumstantial evidence to that effect, but I'm not putting that in evidence that way. Just show the portion that shows the maps, and you can talk about the maps and the other things, but leave out the portion that has at the bottom, or I forget if it's the bottom or top, that identifies Jamel Denman's phone. Chris Williams, just use it by the phone number.
Use it by the phone number. Okay, that's not a problem. So I think I would need just a couple of moments to adjust that.
Go ahead.
Okay.
We're in recess.
Thank you, Judge.
All right. Anyway, what's also happening in the sphere is Melly's lawyer. There's a viral mugshot of Melly's lawyer that's going crazy right now. So this lawyer right here who's been standing with Melly, and talking to him pretty much a whole trial, and they've been communicating. Not too sure what her role is on the team. I know there's another lawyer who's African American, or not African American. He black, but he might be Jamaican because he talks to this lead lawyer a lot. He looked like he's almost like maybe, I don't want to say a paralegal, but he's like a researcher. He comes with some facts. He always try to give him on the side that he could present in court. What she does, not too sure, but she seems like the third in command, right? The second is the white dude who's been saying objection at least the last trial date or on Friday or Thursday. But this woman, she's been here like really kind of looked like she's been keeping him in high spirits. I mean, I kind of knew. She gave me that type of vibe like, yo, you know, she'll smuggle a perk underneath her titty. Like that's the vibe she give me. You feel me? Like she'll come through with some, you know what I mean? She come through with some loud. You feel me? Whatever you need, man. You need some yerkies. You need some, like, whatever you need. She got it. You know what I mean? And she do got like a big rotund, you know what I mean, backside. So you know what I mean. She might be having, you know what I mean. But anyway, I don't even know why she got locked up. But it wasn't recently. This is like an old mug shot. But I think this is a good thing though. I'm gonna tell you why. This proves to me that she's been on both sides of the law. Here she is defending YNW Melly, who's accused of a double homicide. But here she is probably accused of something herself. So she knows how it feels to be in that tank. She knows how it feels to being incarcerated. She knows how it feels to go through the system and how shitty that could be. And I think that probably, listen, I'm not somebody that, I don't want no fucking angel. It's like, you want somebody who could at least understand a little bit. So I think this is a good thing. So I'm not shaming her for it. You know what I mean? So kudos to her. All right. They've been taking recesses like crazy. All right. Let's see if we go live again. All right. We're waiting live to see whenever it comes back. Wow. This is still shocking to me. Troy Ave really sentenced to 35 years. No, Taxstone, I mean. Let me see if I can get some other sources. It probably is going to be coming in. Oh, here we go. Complex with an article. Mark Elliott. Here we go. Sean Soterio says he's sentenced, blah, blah, da, da, da. Okay. I'm hoping to see something soon on it. Yeah. Wow. Okay.
Here we are, Matthew Russell Lee at New York.
Okay, let me see. This guy, it's AGTV. He's been like really good in like covering this stuff. By the way, did y'all see this video? They said this is his new. They said there's a glitch in the Matrix. There was a bird just suspended in air, not moving.
That's freaking weird, man. Isn't it? Yeah, like there's someone else taking a picture.
They said that's the bird. And it's not moving. It's not flapping or nothing.
It should be moving. Yeah, I don't see any, like... I don't see anything, like...
Alright, well, I'm ready to drive.
Yeah. What if it just dropped all of a sudden? Wouldn't that be freaky?
Okay, well, let's go before it just drops on us. That's so weird.
Yeah, that's kind of odd. Anyway, I'm waiting to see. What the fuck? By the way, Andrew Tate, the guy who interviewed Andrew Tate, is back. The hell?
Nu să mă filmeze pe mine. Dați-vă mai în spate. Back privat.
This road is public.
Nu e public, e privat. Police, privat.
Okay, we just want to ask some questions to Andrew.
No, it's not possible.
So we need to give him the right to respond. Andrew, I know you can hear me, so I'm just going to ask it one more time. We've seen internal chat logs from the Warren's Telegram group.
No.
That demonstrate that the Warren... What's that?
You have my chocolate.
Sorry?
Do you have my chocolate?
I'm asking you about the internal chat logs from the Telegram group of the Warren that demonstrate that the Warren is actually a society that trains men how to groom women. So do you maintain that this is all still a matrix?
Is this today after it was announced that he's being charged? This kid is like obsessed.
Attack and that there's no evidence, or what's your position on the indictment?
Oh, it is today.
What's that? Talk to us tomorrow? Chocolates? You must realize how silly that question sounds alongside my question, which is about human trafficking.
Nu filmezi, asta e stradă privată, băi nebunule, dacă tot vrei să mă înțelegi.
You know I don't like how this dude carries himself? again, I don't like to call myself a journalist or whatever, but like being someone in the media, like never come across like the super bottom feeder nigga. Like, bro, you're outside the nigga's house. Bro, you're just like there trying to annoy him. Like, dog, you got your interview with him like twice. Like, bro, just fuck off. Fuck off, my dude. Like, you just look like a nuisance. Like, are you just staying in Romania just hoping to get, like, looks like, bro, come on, have some pride about yourself. Nigga, have some pride about yourself, dog. Let me see what Andrew Tate has said since he got indicted. Here we go. Ooh, here's a 13-minute video. Okay. Are we back on the Melly trial yet? Nope. All right, good. I'm watching this 13-minute thing. Here we go.
So I just wanted to have an informal conversation. I was going to put a suit on and do this formally, but I think it's better if I do this informally. Highlighting some of the things that everybody already knows about how the Matrix operates and what they're trying to do to me and what I believe is going to happen next. It's quite interesting that they are attacking me and attempting to vilify me at the exact same time, whereas real predators, which work for the media establishment, are being ousted. So it's really interesting to do a juxtaposition and do a comparison, right, between how they will treat Philip Schofield, who is confirmed as a groomer, who is admitting he has committed sexual crimes, and how they'll treat me, a man with no convictions and no admission of sexual crimes. Look at the differences in the headlines. Look at how soft they are in their interviews with him.
You've had quite the week. How are you?
Look at how now, after only 2 or 3 days, the headlines are saying we should forgive him and feel sorry for him and let him off. Whereas me, who's been under constant media assault for over a year, they never let up. They never change. Someone sent me a clip yesterday of Philip Schofield saying he's going to kill himself and how sad he is.
Last week, if my daughters hadn't been there, then I wouldn't be here.
Why do they keep pushing me? Why do they keep pushing me, playing the sympathy card? And all the headlines are now like, yeah, we can't keep attacking this poor man. For 1 year they've attacked me, and they will not stop. And this highlights the difference between the people who are on the side of the establishment and the people who are not on the side of the establishment. I've been offered to sell my soul very many times. I want everyone at home to understand, you do not become the most Googled man on earth, especially amongst a demographic of young men which have money to spend, without very large companies and corporations becoming extremely interested in you. I've been offered $50 to $60 million by companies I'm not going to name. All I had to do was shut up. Shut up, take the money, wear the stupid hat, wave around the stupid drink, whatever it is, and continue to agree with whatever the Matrix says, regardless of my own personal feelings, my personal views and beliefs, and just push it on the minds of young children. And I refuse to do that. I refuse to sell my soul. If I would have sold my soul to a large corporation, and then this attack happened, which I very much doubt this level of Matrix attack would have even happened to me, but if it did, then this large corporation would speak to the media, and the media would be treating me like they treat Philip Schofield. They wouldn't be treating me as an enemy, they would treat me as an ally. All I had to do was sell my soul, and I refused. The recent BBC interview that took place, I don't think most people understand genuinely how snaky that interview was. The reason I had to destroy her so ruthlessly is because of how the interview was set up. When I was in jail, the BBC was constantly trying to get me to give an interview over the phone, and I refused. When I left jail, the BBC begged me for an interview, daily, begging me, and for 3 months I refused. Eventually, once I understood, after my 3rd month of house arrest, what the Romanian government is going to do to me, which we're going to discuss shortly, I thought now would be a good time to get an interview. BBC begged me, saying that Romania has one of the most corrupt justice systems in Europe, that there's serious problems with the case, lots of evidence that's been leaked shows Andrew's innocent, that Andrew's side of the story hasn't been heard, that we're interested in fair and unbiased journalism, that we don't want to come there and do a hit piece, we want to speak to him and try and find out the truth of what's happening. In fact, we're going to send you the questions we want to ask in advance. I'm not a coward. I never ask for questions in advance. I don't care, because I'm a professional, and I will destroy anyone instantly. But they sent us a list of questions, which was shown to me, and I was like, well, those are actually interesting questions. What's my mental health like? What's Romanian jail like? What's it like being in a courtroom where everyone's speaking a language you don't understand and having your liberty deprived of you? I thought this is going to be an interesting interview. I agree. The BBC, all nice smiles and all lies, sent us this entire spiel, turned up, turned the cameras on, sat down, and attacked me.
Have you ever put any and applied any psychological control on any of the women you dated?
No, and I respect women. This idea that that I'm so much smarter that I can hypnotize somebody, I think is extremely misogynistic idea. I think your idea is misogynistic to believe that women don't have their own free thoughts and free minds. They attempted to sucker punch me. They attempted to shake my hand and knock me out with a sucker punch once the cameras were on, to hit me when I was off guard. They expected me to be off guard, ready to talk about my mental health, and hit me with these questions and me make a fool of myself, unaware that I'm a master of Aikido. And when you attempt to sucker punch me, it simply misses, and I destroy you.
I think we're done. Yep.
Unmatched perspicacity. Just because I'm the best there's ever been, and me, with my quick thinking and nearly incomparable wit, can sit and destroy a professional reporter and her entire research team's preparation, just because I make that look easy, doesn't mean I should be forced to succumb to these unfortunate circumstances. 99% of the population, if they were tricked the way I was tricked, would look a fool on camera. They were very prepared to try and make a fool of me. But I'm the best there's ever been. Did they do this to Philip Schofield? No. Where was the BBC's outrage when Rolf Harris or Jimmy Savile were touching children? They don't care. Where's the BBC's outrage when certain other people, high level in society, members of the royal family, are caught having pictures with minors? They don't care. But they will continue to try and convince you that I am something I am not, on repeat, over and over and over again. These people are worse than disingenuous. They are worse than simply liars. They are evil. They are a club. And if you sell your soul and join the club, they offer you protection. And if you don't, they aim to destroy you, which is what they're trying to do to me. The reason I decided to give the interview to the BBC is because I now believe that the next step, and I'm going to call it, because I've called everything that's happened to me so far. Look at my old interviews. I said, stage 2, they're going to try and put me in jail. I understand that you get 3 strikes in this game. Strike 1 is they try and shut you up and discredit you, which I've just been through. Strike 2 is they try and put you in jail for no reason. And strike 3 is they kill you. The truth is this. So I knew it was coming. I absolutely not knew it was coming because of how orchestrated it was. The only thing, and I'll state this at the beginning, the only reason I'm upset by being canceled is because I've expired one of my lives. I mean, I'd never kill myself. Don't fucking try. But, bruv, because that's what's next. That's what's next. It's scary. I'm telling you, everyone thinks I'm paranoid. Everyone thinks I'm crazy. So it's like every single organization on the face of the planet is corrupt. This is what I say to people. I say, listen, and I'm going to say this on this podcast now because I say it on every other one. I would never, ever kill myself. I truly believe they're going to come and they're going to try and kill me on a long enough time frame because they tried to shut me up and I won't shut up. They're either going to try and put me in jail or they're going to kill me. And I would never kill myself under any circumstances ever. And the reason I say this, and I say this to people, and they go, but what can they put you in jail for? And I'm like, how ignorant are you in your ignorance to believe they need a reason? You believe it's fair. You believe I can get a lawyer and prove myself innocent. That's not how it works. They decide you're guilty long before and they find a reason why. And it doesn't matter what you do about it, you will pay the fucking price. It's not fair. None of it is. Every single system's corrupt. It actually annoys me when people say that to me. Well, just get a lawyer. Why? They can't put you in jail if you're innocent. Yes, they fucking can. And that's what people don't understand about the world. They can and they do and they fucking will. And that's what's scary. I'm going to call what's going to happen next. The Matrix is extremely angry. And they are angry because their weapons aren't working. I remain unfazed. This is the first time in history someone who was cancelled became more popular than before. This is the first time in history where a full broadside of media lies for over a year across every single outlet that they control has failed. Nobody believes them. Nobody. So now what do they do? Well, I believe the UK is going to try and raise charges against me. Don't know what for. I've done nothing wrong. Something's going to appear from nowhere. In fact, I will say that I have some very high-level friends and some whistleblowers who are confirming exactly that to me. That they've looked at me and thought, we have to get this guy. What's he done? Nothing. Find something. Who cares? Get some papers, move some papers around, get a judge who'll stamp them, and put him in jail. It doesn't matter that I've done nothing wrong. I also want to say that I believe the Romanian government is going to charge me. They're not going to charge me because they have any evidence, and they're not going to charge me because I'm guilty of anything. They're going to charge me because after a 14-month investigation, 6 months of arrest, which is the maximum they can possibly give me without charge, I don't think they can just drop this. Imagine they just drop this tomorrow. Oh, we made it all up. Imagine that. What choice do they have but to charge me? If they charge me, I have to go to trial. Now, of course, I still believe in Romanian justice. I really, truly believe that even with Romanian justice systems or matrix-controlled justice systems, I will be found innocent. Because I know the case file, I know what's in it. But that's going to take years. They're going to waste 1.5 to 2 years of my life, make me go to trial. Then when I'm found not guilty, it's been years. Who cares, right? Distance from event. If they drop it now, it's the biggest story in the world. They can't drop it. They're going to charge me. They're not going to charge me because I've done anything wrong. They're going to charge me because that's how the Matrix works. Unfortunately, I'm up against an enemy which I can't really, truly beat. I can't beat them. All I can do is continue to discredit them to the point where nobody believes them anymore. And I cannot do that without having perspicacious, intelligent people at home who are analyzing the situation and truly understand what is happening to me. If I have to martyr myself, if I have to some degree sacrifice my liberty and the quality of my life to highlight how the Matrix operates, how the legal system and the media work hand in hand to try and convince the populace somebody is guilty before a judge says they are guilty because they have pre-decided to say this person is guilty because of his wrong-think. If I have to sacrifice myself to do those things, then I guess at least my imprisonment is a noble one. And I'm a man. And although Romanian jail is as close to hell as you can find on planet Earth, if I have to suffer it, I will do that because I will not sell my soul. The point of this video is only to highlight and make clear the differences in how the people inside of the club are treated versus the people who are outside of the club. And also for me to predict the future for everyone to understand. When new charges come, when new countries attempt to attack me, when the Matrix unrelentingly continues to print lies about me and try to convince the world that I am a bad person, I hope it does nothing else but show the world that I am a good person. These people are liars. The people they tell you are good are not good. The people they tell you are bad are the good ones. Do not believe a word that they say. All in all, my predictions for the future are not certain. My future is certainly not certain. Whether I'll continue to breathe or continue to be free, nobody knows. But the one thing I can guarantee to absolutely everybody at home, and anybody who believes in me and my message,
this nigga's a great fucking talker.
And anybody who listens to me speak, I will never sell my soul, I will never be controlled, and I will never lie.
Nigga, I'm going to topg.com to sign up, nigga. This nigga knows, like, this nigga could talk. The free Tate shirt, $100? That's it? To fight the Matrix? Oh, hell, man. Chat, what size y'all think I wear? I'm at an XL. Buy 2 of these bitches. Wait, there's only 967 left? Come on, man. I'm going to put this in after. Y'all niggas going to steal my credit card info, man. I wish this was in black. Topg.com. Free Top G. Oh, there's a website on the back of it. freetopg.com. Let's go. freetopg.com. It's like he almost prepared for this. Oh, shit. It's like the Matrix. Put your email in here. realchatnigga@gmail.com. Let's see. Let's subscribe. Confirm. Okay, let's confirm. Okay. All right. We gotta fight this fucking Matrix, gang. Tate's such an amazing talker. I kid you not. I think he also tweeted about like the things that was like taken from him. Apparently, he had $380 million taken from him in crypto, which sounded crazy to me. I ain't gonna lie to you. I thought the nigga was capping a little bit how rich he was. Nigga, I didn't know he had $380 million. Nigga, I thought he was capping. Where is it at? Let me see if I can see it. You've been tweeting a lot today. Jesus Christ. Here we go. 380. I'm trying to search it. Look. Update. DICOT noted in their indictment to confiscate over $300 million US from the Tate brothers in cryptocurrency. 15 luxury cars, 14 luxury watches, 15 lands of buildings. Oh my God. Nah, these niggas was having it. Lord. 380? God damn, my boy was eating good out here. All right. Again, I'm going to be honest with you. I can't tell if this is... I know, by the way, he's drawn a really interesting parallel between this Matrix conversation, the actual movie, and, you know, what some people might just be like, these are just bigger entities and governments who might, you know, see him as a enemy to the state in the fact that he's influencing young men. You know, I try to leave room for just all possibilities, right? Maybe his fame has drawn attention. Like, put it like this. If you do a hit and run and you're relatively unknown, you might get away with it if they don't have everything to catch you. If you're like one of the most famous people on earth, it's hard to get away with crime. I always said there is no famous criminals, really, right? Like if you're a famous criminal, it's only a matter of time before the government comes and gets you. So is it Tate's actual crimes that's coming to catch up to him, or are they that threatened by him? Right? The Matrix terminology is a cool one, but I you know, when I hear him talk about that, that's tongue in cheek for me. I move that to the left. It appears that his fame has probably not helped him because, well, obviously it's helped him in terms of luxuries and money he got, but it looks like if you have all these places investigating you for the same crime, right? It's always some human trafficking shit. Do I think he's guilty? I don't think so. But I would think they would be a little bit more creative to make up some other shit. Like, if you're just trying to just lock the guy up, make up some other shit. And by the way, I'm also saying that to say they might make up some other shit later. Because once you hear they take $380 million, the next thing they usually start saying is, did he pay taxes? So again, I feel, you know, I feel bad for them. But also, I guess I don't know. It's interesting when Tate says, you guys hear their side, you don't hear ours. I'm going to be honest with you, Tate. We only hear y'all side. We don't speak Romanian. We don't even know who the victims are. We've never heard the prosecutor make any statement, ever. We just hear what's kind of coming out in news reports. So really, I'm taking the Tates at their word, mostly. When they said, yo, there are no victims, and then the other side is saying there's 7 victims, I'm like, well, they said there's no victims. Like, what's the truth? I don't know. Regardless, it's clear that Andrew Tate was planning for this day all along. I'm guessing they had some indication that this was going to happen. I wonder what's going to happen with their home release. I hope that they don't go back to jail. I don't think these guys are going to flee. And by the way, if there's a big push to get them back incarcerated when they have done nothing wrong while being on house arrest, this is where you get me to start putting on that tinfoil hat, and I'm saying, yo, they want these guys to shut the fuck up. And the reason, and the fact that he's now free doing interviews, very back, publicly engaging with the masses again, they want him to be in a dungeon. And that's where I might agree with him with his thought on, even if it takes a couple years and he beats the case, at least they get a couple years of getting him out of the public's eye. Like, just shut up, get away. Let's lessen the influence. And I'm hoping that's not the case, but, you know, history hasn't been too nice with us just thinking that there are no nefarious objectives when it comes to shit like this. So I'm just keep my eyes open. I just don't know. Anyway, let's see if we go back to Melly's situation. Let's see what's going on. Let me see. Law and crimes. They might be done for the day. I think they're done for the day, aren't they? Yeah, they're probably done.
And to go.
Yeah.
To connect the dots with various pieces of evidence in order to get that before the jury and prove your case beyond a reasonable doubt. But I want to shift now to the defense side. When you have, you're confronted for your client with a circumstantial case from the prosecution, you want to sort of pick apart the evidence and seek to exclude whatever points of evidence that the prosecution is looking to put forth before the jury so they can't connect those dots. What do you think with this piece of evidence? What do you think the goal is for the defense with this particular piece of evidence? And do you think if they are able to get it excluded, that's going to be a significant, blow to the prosecution's case?
Yeah, so a few things, okay? Number one, I want to jump back a little bit because all of this should be viewed in the context of Melly's life is on the line. This is a death penalty case. It doesn't get any more serious in the United States of America. And so I want to push back a little bit because when people are talking about body language and they're talking about laughing in the courtroom, they're talking about professionalism. And you can be a good lawyer and you can still slip up. I've seen very, very good lawyers become, friendly with their clients or have a rapport with their clients, which we need to have. But the courtroom ain't the place for it. Go talk to them at the jail if you want to laugh. So it has nothing to do with her gender. It has nothing to do with anything nefarious. That is severe. You are not.
All right, we'll get back to this in a second. Really, they're done for the day. It's 5 o'clock. The jury ain't coming back in. They're done for the day. We do got some shit here. Russell, we got you here, buddy. You see, Russell, you was just cooling out in Bali, gang. But clearly you wanted to be the subject of some conversation when you started talking about me. Don't worry. You can talk about me because I like talking about people too. All right? Let me see if I can find your ass on this bitch again. I'll go to here. Hip Hop DX. Here we go. Russell Simmons, $100K court loss to ex-wife comes to light amid family drama. What's this? Now, they claim that Radar Online reported about this, and I got the link here. Russell Simmons, not Westbrook, was ordered to pay his ex-wife, Kimora Lee, $100K months before daughter's accusation of verbal abuse and erratic behavior. That's interesting. Let's read. Russell Simmons suffered a huge loss in court in the disgraced former music exec's battle with his ex-wife, only months before his daughter's. Hold on, let me just make this a little bit smaller. Okay. Now, I didn't know this. Aoki shared a video, but I forget all that. This is the interesting part. As Radar Online first reported, Russell sued his ex-wife and her investment bank account spouse, accusing them of stealing 4 million shares that he owned in the energy drink Celsius. By the way, I hear Celsius is booming. I think that's what Flowrider owns, right? So he sued his ex-wife, claiming that she stole 4 million shares that he owned without his permission. He claimed the duo used the funds to pay for legal fees associated with Tim's federal case. Kimora's husband, what the fuck? Kimora has a husband that pled guilty? Guilty in 2018 and was ordered to pay back $43 million as part of his sentence. Holy. In his lawsuit, Russell's lawyer says, knowing full well that Tim would need tens of millions of dollars to avoid jail time, stay out on bail, and forfeit monies for victim compensation, Tim and Kimura engaged in blatant fraud to achieve that nefarious and unlawful goal. In response, Kimura denied all allegations of fraud. Her lawyer said at the time Tim and Kimura used the Celsius shares for the purposes of bond connection with a federal case. Kim understood it. Okay, that's cute. All right, still. Who owns Celsius? Celsius Energy Drink owners. We got to figure out who the owners are. Oh, let me see. Oh my God. So John Feely owns it. I thought Flowrider had some shit to do with Celsius. Celsius Flowrider. Rapper. Let me see. He won $82 million in a lawsuit. What was that for? I forgot. In his lawsuit against Celsius, the American rapper and singer Flowrider, for his well-known singles Low and Right Round, was granted more than $82 million. They were found guilty by jury of violating a sponsorship. Oh, it was a sponsorship agreement. They concluded that the company deceitfully withheld information from the man. Oh, okay. Yo, Celsius is booming now. Holy shit. According to Forbes magazine, Flowrider signed an endorsement deal with Celsius in 2014 and renewed it in 2016. In 2021, he sued the brand, claiming he was not given stock options. Oh, he didn't get his stock options and other bonuses he was promised in the contract. These bonuses were promised if certain sales were met, but they said that the contract was vague, which prevented him from cashing in on them. Oh, shit. I don't know if you ever seen that nigga in court when he was in the Celsius court proceeding. Flowrider, Celsius, my bench. Look, this nigga was jamming out in court, man. This nigga was having a good old fucking time. I think this was the testimony right here.
You know, he seemed very trustworthy.
Was he kind of the top dog at the company? Okay, so let's put up 245. The bottom of these.
My boy won 82 mil.
Experienced by the fact that I, grown up in Miami. The fact that it said he.
Music that you hold on. He hasn't finished.
I want to show him bump into a song. Look.
And low, can you go ahead and just put a 10-15 second clip of that, whatever you have there?
That's how you do my collect your money. How do I think I'm bopping on the stand? $82 million will have you bopping on the stand. That's a fact. 82 mil will have you bopping on the stand.
And then I think you also mentioned Right Round, and that you said.
Perform that bit. He going in.
Would like to play a couple.
Nah, that was crazy. That was crazy. Anyway, that was that Celsius thing. So, apparently Kimura's husband is down bad after like some fraud shit with Celsius. Damn. Okay. I've been looking into the Celsius drink shit recently. When Vic Mensa came on the show yesterday. By the way, if you're wondering when the episode is going to be released, it's going to be released. He's dropping an album, so like we're working with him. It's whenever his album's coming out. Otherwise, I would have dropped it today. Anyway, he was saying that Celsius is like I tasted it one time when I went to the UFC event, but apparently Celsius is like it has way more caffeine than anything, but it don't make you feel like how like pre-workout feels. That's what everybody keeps saying. I don't know if y'all fucked with it. Anyway, Troy Ave just dropped a video. Look at this shit. He dropped this an hour ago. Troy Ave, if daddy goes to jail, the official Dear Hater I won. Taxstone 35 year. I can't laugh at 35-year sentence diss. How are you dissing a sentence? A concert in New York City turned fatal when a shooting in the venue VIP resulted in 4 major injuries.
Roland Collins, a.k.a. Troy Ave.
Brooklyn rapper Troy Ave.
You see him take aim and open fire.
The one squeezing off shots in this surveillance footage inside Irving Plaza Wednesday night.
You niggas never been in real life street situations? Like, I'm really shooting that shit on camera. You niggas just talk about that and have opinions on it.
I'll definitely say if anybody else, especially if it was a rapper that was liked, that was seen doing that, they'd be like, that's a real step.
So what's gonna be so overall, how y'all gonna feel if dad go to jail?
Sad.
Sad because of what?
Because you're gonna be in jail for, you said maybe 8 years, 22, and that's a long time without seeing you.
Again, I know Trav ain't really liked, but I do like the fact that he's been showing off his kids recently. He's been showing off the reality part of what all this shit is about. Everybody's like fighting for relevancy in this hip hop world, but what really matters is your family. Like, you're trying to gain all this money for your family, to live good with your family. And I don't know, hopefully this was a wake-up call for him, because I've never seen him showing off his kids in like just regular life like that before.
Baby boys, daddy's gotta go, but you remember, I'm in a box, but not the type to keep you colder in December. I'm on.
Oh, I think Troy Ave's sentencing is happening soon, so I think that's why he probably dropped this.
But the key is it won't be gone from you forever. In my absence, I present you with these gems, forget them never ever start trouble, but always finish. End of the day, you got a brain, use that to mind your business. Keep several, come up or break even. Most time you at odds, and crown don't really pay like that. You better off working jobs. It's 24 in a day, don't use 8 to chase pay. Catch up on sleep in the morning, thank God for another day. It's important to pray, I don't care about what nobody say. And at recess, wear a hat and zip up your coat while you play. I love you.
I'm gonna miss my daddy if he goes away. I'm gonna miss my
Nah, this cold.
daddy. I need him to stay. I'm gonna miss my daddy if he goes away. I'm gonna miss my daddy. I need him to stay.
Man is real important, make sure that you stay grateful. Simple things like yes sir, no ma'am, and saying thank you can take you a long way like a wrangler. Run the mileage up, but make sure you ahead of the pack. Don't be a follower, lead your people with love. Evoke fear if you must, cause every smile ain't a smell. Be careful who you trust. Never use drugs, maybe weed when you older, but on occasion always get money. But know with that paper come people hating. Most of them ain't blatant. Try not to make decisions with your heart, and don't cry. If nobody's dead, you can always hit restart. It's important to pray, I don't care about what nobody say. And at recess, wear a hat and zip up your coat while you play. I love you.
I'm gonna miss my daddy if he goes away. I'm gonna miss my daddy.
I'm fucking with it.
Him to stay. I'm gonna miss my daddy if he goes away. I'm gonna miss my daddy. I need him to stay. So 8 years is like half that bad, but 22 years, awful.
What are y'all gonna do? Like, how y'all gonna remember everything that I taught y'all? Like,
Yes. Wait, but how are we gonna spend our money on our credit cards?
you can still spend your money on credit card, baby boy. You know,
But how are you gonna pay for the credit card bills?
easy. Like when you a real man, you always make sure, no matter what or where you at, whatever you're responsible for, whatever you made, I made y'all are mine. So I gotta make sure that I care for y'all, whether I'm in jail for 8 years, 20 years, or 100 years. Y'all gonna be taken care of like that. But the main important thing is that I'm not gonna be there all the time to enforce certain shit. Like when I tell you, hey, make sure you got your coat zipped up so you don't get a cold. You know what I'm saying? Make sure you look after your little brother. Make sure you're not on YouTube looking at a bunch of BS. Make sure you don't get in trouble. Hey, do your work in school and play after. Different stuff like that.
Yes,
this video kind of humanized like the whole entire like thing. What people don't realize is that, you know, today I think we're all kind of saddened for Taxstone, but man, 3 of Banger's family members testified. Like every time I hear people who love Taxstone speak, they're always saying nothing that has to do with Banger's family. I'm gonna be honest with you, Banger's family look like they're rocking with Troy Ave now. You know why? They wanted justice for their lost relative. They testified at Taxstone's sentencing. 3 of them. That's why he got 35 years. Okay, AGTV's like I think
years. I'm sure he does. I'm sure that's going to be applied to his sentence, right?
Hey, by the way, if tell these guys I'm watching them. You know, I mean, I like to shout people out. I don't want people to think I'm just taking the content.
After another, which means, of course,
here we go.
He believes that that's what happened. The judge in this case firmly 100% today said, you know, Tax tried to get people to lie on the stand for him.
Wow.
Which obviously the judge, you know, it wasn't up to the judge. The judge wasn't going to say what he thought. That was up to the jury. So we hadn't known the judge's take on this before.
Right.
And I just want to say to one commenter, Dartmouth, did he have a good lawyer? Yes. Kenneth Montgomery is a fantastic attorney. He's had a number of great cases defending all sorts of people, including other people in hip hop. I have a tremendous amount of respect for him. He's incredibly smart and a great attorney. You don't win every case, you know? And so, yeah, the judge basically said, look, there was one point the judge is kind of talking, and at one point he says, look, I'm going to give this guy a sentence that will allow him to get out at a very elderly age, but not before that.
Damn!
So it was at that moment that everyone in the room knew this was going to be a very serious sentence. He hadn't said the number yet, right? But as soon as he said this thing about he's going to be in prison until a very elderly age, we knew it was going to be decades.
Wait, can I stop you right there? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I have to ask. When he said that, did you notice Tax's side, the people who are there to support Tax, the expression on their faces?
I didn't see faces because I was writing so quickly. I will say the air went out of the room. It was at that point the quietest room I'd ever been in. Wow. You could hear a pin drop. Everyone was dead silent. It kind of knocked the wind out of everybody.
Yeah, basically he getting out at like 65, 70.
Announcement of the number of the 35 years.
Continue, please.
Yeah. So he basically ended up getting. So there was this whole issue, like I said before, are the sentences going to be concurrent, run together, or will they be consecutive, one after another, which means, of course, you end up serving more time.
Right.
And basically almost all of them, except the gun charges, were consecutive. So on 4 counts, 3 of them for 10 years, 1 for 5 years, they all ran consecutive. The gun charges ran concurrent. So that's how you get 35 years, right? And when he announced that number, again, you could hear a pin drop. I will say Kenneth Montgomery explicitly objected to the judge saying that Tax had procured false testimony. Montgomery said explicitly there was no procurement of false testimony. Tax, after that, basically he just had just about enough time to, people were shouting their support for him. He acknowledged them, said he loved them, and that was about it. I talked to Kenneth for like a brief second afterwards. And, he said, the main thing he said was, it was a pleasure representing Taxstone. He said that, multiple times. And then he said, basically, he brought up this thing again about the sanitized version of the events, the sanitized version of the victims, that, there was one bad guy and some innocent people, and that he regrets that is sort of the narrative that the court ended up going with. And like I said, the sides had to leave separately. It was obviously a tense spot, right? Like, you have grieving family members and you have people supporting someone who just got sentenced to spend, a very, very, very significant amount of time in prison.
Right. I know somebody asked, will he appeal? And I think that's obvious.
I would say, look, I didn't get a chance to ask.
Anybody has any other questions for Sean?
I'm so sorry. I take responsibility. May have helped him, has been his consistent take, and it remains. But again, Tax was adamant today, up until the last minute, that he was defending himself and that people were lying about what happened on the stand. That has been his consistent take. And it remains so, even when potentially saying, look, I'm so sorry, I take responsibility, may have helped him. He stuck to this take on the situation.
Well, anything that that you would like to say that we may have missed?
I mean, look, this was a very intense afternoon, a lot of emotion on all sides. Obviously, the family, was crying a lot, was devastated. Tax's supporters, obviously very emotional, wishing him well, shouting him out. Stuff like this is never, is obviously never good for anybody.
Right.
And we still have, it is a big period on the story, but I wouldn't necessarily say it's the end of the story. It seems like, there's obviously one more case on the federal level, and also, the potential of an appeal, something of that nature. But right now, the most immediate thing is, it looks like Darrell Campbell will spend a whole lot of time in prison, and that's awful. That's no good for anybody. So these situations are just always very difficult, and you just feel for everyone on all sides.
Right. I know there's a couple of questions that I see, but I'm not sure if you have the legal background to answer it.
Mm-hmm.
One says, can he appeal for a shorter time? Does he have to do the whole 35?
So I don't really have the expertise about that. I'm not sure. I know that, obviously I have, as you know, AG, I have a lot of experience with federal cases where the deal is you do, I think, 85%, they take off, X number of months per year of your sentence. I am not sure what the situation is in state. Maybe someone in the comments knows what the deal is with New York State.
Yeah, I'm trying to actually search.
But the judge was very clear that his expectation is there wouldn't be even the possibility of parole until, Taxstone is in his words elderly.
Wow, this is a hell of a story that's been lingering for years now. That this happened 2016. This is 2023. So
yeah, it's been 8 years getting this all together.
Right.
Yeah, I guess 7 or 8 years putting this all together. And now it's done. And I think I will say, the prosecutor bringing up social media and podcasts, that to me was a big takeaway, that A, that she did it, but B, also that there's enough public pressure around that kind of stuff that she had to say, look, I'm not saying what he said was true. It doesn't matter if it's true. I'm just raising it for this one very specific reason. So obviously this is still a very loaded and controversial issue, using people's artistic work against them, using sometimes there'd just be, two members of the media there, me and him. So he's an expert on it as well. But yeah, I have a book about the Tekashi case called Dummy Boy. And yeah, I'm doing a bunch of freelance writing. So
Sean Sotero is pretty good. I know Complex hired him for
the McFadder family was.
you, AJ. My pleasure. Talk to you soon.
There it is.
All right, yeah. Complex hired Sean Sotero to cover the 6ix9ine case. And he did a really good job with that too. All right, cool. Wow. Taxstone is 37 years of age. He's been sentenced to 35 years in jail. I'm looking for some sources. It looks like I don't know what percentage he would have to serve, but even if it's as low as 50%, 50% of 35 is 17, right? Or 17 and a half. And regardless of that, unless he gets an appeal to kind of like lessen the time or to reverse the verdict, which was going to take years anyway, Taxstone will 100% not get out before the age of 55, right? 37 and let's say we're at 17, right? Yeah, 37 and 17, what's that? 37, 17 is 54, but it was 17 and a half, so 54 and a half. Shit, he would get out at around 55 if that's the best case scenario. If it's anything more than that, by the way, he still has to be sentenced in a federal case because he pled guilty to that for federal gun possession and interstate transfer of guns. So, yeah, it looks like at the minimum, you'll see Tax at 55. If he serves the entire sentence, 37 plus 35, you would see Tax at 72. So it's either, him being 55 to around 70 years old. Essentially, unless, I don't know what the future might hold, maybe podcasting changes at that point, or maybe people who love him now will still remember, but I don't know if people will be still trying to listen to Taxstone at 70. I don't know. Maybe, he has a good following. Wow. I think Troy Ave's bracing for his sentence. Troy Ave is 37. I think he believes he's going to have to go do a year or so. So a year or two is what Troy Ave expects to do, and Troy Ave is 37. So for the federal weapons, state weapons charges that Troy Ave had, he had 3 guns in the car, and he had the gun that he chased down Taxstone with. He got charged for all of those, and he basically took a plea, and he testified in Troy Ave's case, Taxstone's case. I keep mixing their name up because they both start with T. So Troy Ave should be back out before 40. So he's 37, goes in. I think he'll do a year and a day. So 12 months. And he'll be back free. His life will continue. Banger's family's life won't continue in the same way because their loved one is deceased. And Taxstone's, possibly trajectory into music and hip hop is, completely over. And I don't know how, I've never heard too much about his family and how they cope with that, but yeah, it's interesting. Right. Okay. We should probably watch a little bit more of this Melly situation. We didn't finish watching the interrogation yet, so I think I'm about to put this interrogation shit back on. Okay. Is there any other topics I didn't touch on? By the way, the trial is suspended for the day, so they come back tomorrow. Here we go. I'm gonna play this. I'm gonna go check on some shit upstairs, and I'll be right back. Okay, he's just sitting in the room by himself. Let's see if... Karina, what's good with you? Hold on, I can't see a message up. Okay, he's just kind of... The cop's back in the room. Here we go.
Where'd you put the gun?
I'll be right back.
You think your buddy's gonna be as helpful as you are? Maybe he'll tell us where he put the gun. Okay. Why are you so against telling us where you put the gun? You're not getting me in any more trouble you're already in.
Exactly, so I don't know how to... Why?
Because I want to make sure that gun does not get used to hurt somebody else. You may not care about that, but I do. Yeah, I know you don't care. Otherwise, you would have told us where it was. Your parents are going to care, I can tell you that, especially if somebody gets hurt with that gun that you threw somewhere. You going to be able to live with yourself knowing that someone got hurt with that gun that you threw somewhere? Oh, you don't care, do you? Is that where we're at? You don't give a shit? Is that what you're saying?
Ain't nobody finna get hurt.
How do you know?
Because I know.
How do you know?
Don't know.
You said that another guy pulled a gun on you. You pulled a gun on somebody and fired it up in the air. How do you know nobody's going to get hurt? Look at me! I'm done with you. Where did you put the gun?
Don't know.
That's the game we're going to play, huh? Look, I knew you fired the gun before I even brought you in here. I don't need the gun to make your case. You're going to jail. Okay?
I already know this.
Then why won't you tell me where you put it? I don't care about your buddies. I want the gun. I want to make sure nobody gets hurt. Where did you put the gun, Jamal?
I don't know where the gun is at.
Yeah, you do. Who'd you give it to then? Well, you think because you don't tell the police what you did or where you put stuff, you think that makes you some kind of street cred or something?
I'm just not that type of person.
Well, you're the type of person to fire a gun at somebody now, aren't you? Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. What type of person are you really? Look up. What type of person are you? You going to be a man about this and make sure nobody else gets hurt?
Ain't nobody going to get hurt.
Or you going to be a little boy about it and not tell anybody about what you did?
Well, all right, then I guess I'm going to boy, just tell them to take me. I'm going to take the charges, bro. Y'all getting them.
You're taking the charges anyway, dude.
All right, then. So leave me alone.
Tell me where you put the gun.
I'm not going to find out.
Why?
Period. I'm not telling you. No.
Why will you not tell me?
Because I'm not.
So you'd rather have another charge for tampering evidence than tell me exactly where that gun is?
I ain't tampering no evidence.
Yeah, you did. You threw the gun, didn't you?
Nope.
Then where'd the gun go?
Don't know.
Okay, then. Then something you did with the gun, which, guess what, is tampering with evidence.
Well, then charge me with it.
It's probably going to happen. You know, I can't wait to tell your parents how you're acting either. Tell me you think you're a little gangster. You ain't nothing, dude.
All right.
I've seen people like you all the way on the streets. You ain't nothing. You think this is the life you want to live? Is this the life you want to live? You're going to end up in a pine box. Is that how you want to be? You want to be dead at 16 years old? This is not a game. It may be to you, it's not to me. It's not to the next detective who's sitting right next to me. Where'd you put the gun, Jamal? Where'd you put the gun? Someone's going to flip on you, I promise, because somebody always does. And then you're going to look like the idiot. Oh, you don't care now? No, but you will. Trust me, you will. You always care later on. You wish you took that opportunity to try to help yourself out, but you never did. What do you think your dad's going to say when I say you refuse to give us where the gun's at, but you admitted to firing up in the air and pulling a gun out on people and everything else? Because I'm not going to lie to him. Oh, you don't give a shit what your dad thinks now, right? How about your mom? You care what she thinks?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, what do you think she's going to think about what you did? You not care about that either? She's just kind of, yeah, whatever.
I care about my mom, but she know how I am.
She says she has no idea. She thought you were a good kid. Good kids don't do shit like this, Jamal. Good kids own up to their mistakes. Good kids make sure nobody else gets hurt. So you want to man up? You want to be a man about everything? Then tell us where that gun's at. Like, I don't care if you gave it to one of your buddies. I want to know where the gun is. I know you know, and I know you got stuff processing in your mind right now. I'll make you a deal. You're honest with me, and you tell me where that gun is and I find it, I won't charge you with tampering with evidence. Which is a felony, I might add. On top of everything else you already got. Trust me, you're looking at some pretty hefty charges as it is. But hey, you want to keep stacking them, that's fine. It gives you more street cred. Makes you cooler to your buddies. Whatever you want, your choice. What do you want to do? Look up. What do you want to do? This is not hard to think about. It's either you say yes and you tell me where it's at.
I don't know where it's at.
Yes, you do.
No, I don't.
Then what happened to it after you shot it? You gave it to one of your buddies, didn't you? Is that what you did? Then why do you not know where it's at? This ain't going away anytime soon, dude. Till you tell me exactly where you put the gun, and we find the gun.
You're not finna find it, bro. I don't even know where it's at.
Where did you put it? And then let us go look where you said you put it, and don't bullshit me.
You just look. Keep asking the same question. He done came here 2 times.
Because we know you're lying to us. You've already lied to us 4 or 5 different times. Okay, what's the truth and what's a lie? You tell me. What's the truth and what's a lie with you? Where'd you put the gun?
Put it nowhere.
Where'd you throw the gun?
Throw it nowhere.
Because I'm not going to lie to him. If you want to live, you're going to up in a pine box about this and make sure nobody else gets hurt.
Ain't nobody going to get hurt.
Or you're going to be a little boy about it and not tell anybody about what you did.
Well, all right, then I guess I'm good. Boy, just tell them to take me. I'm going to take the charges, bro. Y'all getting them.
You're taking the charges anyway, dude.
All right, then. So leave me alone.
Tell me where you put the gun.
I'm not going to find out.
Why?
Period. I'm not telling you. No.
Why will you not tell me?
Because I'm not.
So you'd rather have another charge for tampering evidence than tell me exactly where that gun is?
I ain't tampering no evidence.
Yeah, you did. You threw the gun, didn't you?
Nope.
Then where'd the gun go?
Don't know.
Okay, then. Then something you did with the gun, which guess what is tampering with evidence.
Then charge me with it.
It's probably going to happen. You know, I can't wait to tell your parents how you're acting either. Tell me you think you're a little gangster. You ain't nothing, dude.
All right.
I've seen people like you all the way on the streets. You ain't nothing. You think this is the life you want to live? Is this the life you want to live? You're going to up in a pine box. Is that how you want to be? You want to be dead at 16 years old?
Holy.
This is not a game. It may be to you, it's not to me. It's not to the next detective who's sitting right next to me. Where'd you put the gun, Jamal?
Jamel, nigga.
Where'd you put the gun? Someone's going to flip on you, I promise, because somebody always does. And then you're going to look like the idiot. Oh, you don't care now? No, but you will. Trust me, you will. You always care later on. You wish you took that opportunity to try to help yourself out, but you never did. What do you think your dad's going to say when I say you refuse to give us where the gun's at, but you admitted to firing up in the air and pulling a gun out on people and everything else? Because I'm not going to lie to him. Oh, you don't give a shit what your dad thinks now, right? How about your mom? You care what she thinks?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, what do you think she's going to think about what you did? You not care about that either? She's just kind of, yeah, whatever.
I care about my mom, but she know how I am.
She know I am.
She says she has no idea. She thought you're a good kid. Good kids don't do shit like this, Jamal. Good kids own up to their mistakes. Good kids Make sure nobody else gets hurt. So you want to man up? You want to be a man about everything? Then tell us where that gun's at. Like, I don't care if you gave it to one of your buddies. I want to know where the gun is. I know you know, and I know you got stuff processing in your mind right now. I'll make you a deal. You're honest with me, and you tell me where that gun is and I find it, I won't charge you with tampering with evidence. Which is a felony, I might add. On top of everything else you already got. Trust me, you're looking at some pretty hefty charges as it is. But hey, you want to keep stacking them, that's fine. It gives you more street cred. Makes you cooler to your buddies. Whatever you want, your choice. What do you want to do? Look up. What do you want to do? This is not hard to think about. It's either you say yes and you tell me where it's at.
I don't know where it's at.
Yes, you do.
No, I don't.
Then what happened to it after you shot it? You gave it to one of your buddies, didn't you? Is that what you did? Then why do you not know where it's at? This ain't going away anytime soon, dude. Till you tell me exactly where you put the gun, and we find the gun.
You're not finna find it, bro. I don't even know where it's at.
Where did you put it? And then let us go look where you said you put it, and don't bullshit me.
You just look. Keep asking the same question. He done came here 2 times.
Because we know you're lying to us. You've already lied to us 4 or 5 different times. Okay, what's the truth and what's a lie? You tell me. What's the truth and what's a lie with you? Where'd you put the gun?
Put it nowhere.
Where'd you throw the gun?
Throw it nowhere.
Then where is it? You just gonna keep playing these games? Okay, then we'll ask a new question since that's what you said. Where did you get the gun? Oh, let me guess. You ain't saying that one either.
No.
Why?
Just not.
Do you think that this is a game to you? Do you think this is funny? Do you think it's cool? I mean, what is going through your mind right now? Let me ask you a serious question. You know what would happen if those cops found the gun with you? And you had it somewhere in your vicinity, or you pointed it at us, or anything else? You know what would happen?
Would have been dead.
May not have been dead, but it would have caused some problems for you. Did you even think about what you did? You really think it's okay with what you did, and you just don't care?
Y'all don't understand me, bro. Y'all ain't gonna never understand me.
Then tell me. Help me understand you.
People know me. They know I'm not the type of person to just...
Then why did you do it?
You wrote it self-defense.
There's a reason more to it than that. You don't go up to people like that for...
Hey, chat, everybody, please, 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 please. I need everybody to go over to Rumble. We're going to Rumble exclusively right now. You know, we got our deal with Rumble. I gave y'all 6 hours on all platforms. The rest of this stream is on Rumble, gang. I am going to hold you. So if you on Facebook, Twitch, YouTube, big Rumble, man. I need everybody to come over to Rumble, man. Go over there. We could be a little bit more uncensored. Have our fun. We're going to do this, do a couple more topics. You know what I mean? Might even hop on Discord for a little bit, have a little fun. And then we go for the day, man. Everybody, yep, yeah. There we go. I had to take the chat off the screen. All right. Listen, y'all spam it up, man. Spam it up how people can get over to our Rumble, please. I went upstairs and drank some more coffee just to stay on stream. I ain't gonna lie to you, so I'm good. Do y'all drink coffee from Dunkin' Donuts? That's where I ordered from. I was drinking some Dunkin' Donuts coffee. I like Starbucks, but I'm not mad with Dunkin' Donuts. All right, how do I cut these other streams? Let's get to 10K over there at Rumble. I think, or at least 8 or 9K. I think we can do that. All right, meet you at Rumble. All right, people.